Chapter 476. It was just a meeting, but the Lieutenant General had already acknowledged Yi Qian's capabilities and expressed his admiration for her in every way. When the three colonels saw Yi Qian off with a military salute, they all returned the salute with a serious expression. After they put down their right hands, they smiled at Yi Qian and gave her a few words of advice before leaving. After the three important leaders left, the air in the large conference room became much smoother. Xia Jinyuan watched as she secretly patted her chest and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and laugh. "I thought you weren't afraid, but it turns out you hid it well. Sit down, I'll get you a glass of water to moisten your throat. You talked so much and stayed up all night. Don't lose your voice when you board the plane early in the morning. You're going to build a bridge of friendship between the students of our country. You have to let them know our country's sincerity." Yi Qian only knew that she was going to a country that had just calmed down, but she didn't know which country it was and why the country's leaders chose to go there at this time. Hearing this, she sat down in the large conference chair and sighed deeply. She smiled and sighed. "I wasn't afraid at all, but you? Captain Xia, are you also so presumptuous in front of the leaders? You keep staring at me. I was fine at first, but when you looked at me from time to time, I became very nervous and thought I said something wrong." Xia Jinyuan, who was pouring water, heard this and a dark light flashed across his deep eyes. Then, a faint smile appeared on his thin lips. He walked over and handed the cup to her. He raised his eyebrows slightly and asked in a low voice, "That's strange. Leader, you're not nervous. Instead, you're nervous because I look at you. This doesn't make sense." "It does, because you..." Before she could finish her sentence, Xia Jinyuan, who was leaning against the conference table, suddenly bent down. Yi Qian, who was drinking water with her head lowered, was caught off guard. He suddenly bent down and she instinctively raised her head to look at him. At this moment, the distance between them was really close. They were so close that the tip of his handsome nose was only half a finger's width away from hers. Her starry eyes widened slightly as she looked at the man in front of her. Even though she immediately held her breath, she still couldn't help but inhale his breath. Her pupils gradually constricted, to the point that he was the only existence in her world. Yi Qian bit his lower lip a little unnaturally. He steadied his mind and said, "Stand up first. Let's talk nicely. Don't get too close. From a medical point of view, it's not good for breathing when two people are too close to each other. They will inhale the carbon dioxide exhaled by each other, and there will also be cross-infection." What was she trying to say? Yi Qian, who was unable to take it, leaned back, his head tilted back, and his legs stomped on the floor, trying to move him and his chair away. He couldn't move at all. The floor was covered with a gray carpet, and the chair was a fixed bow-legged chair. He couldn't move even if he wanted to. "That's not right. My military rank isn't as high as the leaders, and my military might isn't as strong as theirs. Not to mention my military experience, I can't compare at all. Then why are you afraid of my gaze? This doesn't make sense." As he spoke, he raised his hand and used his thumb to gently stroke her smooth and delicate chin. Yi Qian's entire body froze. Her pupils constricted to the size of a needle tip. She was so frightened by his ambiguous actions that her toes curled up. Was he crazy? This was a military base, a conference room. Were there any cameras? Would anyone see it? Chapter 477. Yi Qian was so nervous by his actions that her brain was stretched taut. She stared fixedly at him. If he dared to do anything else, should she directly knee him and teach him a lesson? What if he made a commotion and attracted the attention of the sentries? Wouldn't both of them be in trouble? No matter how capable Yi Qian was and how calm she was, this was her first time entering the heart of a country's military power. She was really shocked by Xia Jinyuan's bold actions. But she didn't dare to act rashly. Yi Qian began to force herself to calm down. Only by calming down could she face him calmly. His fingers did not move away. As he rubbed her chin, he lifted her chin so that she could look into his eyes. Yi Qian didn't avert her gaze. She listened quietly to his deep voice and said with a faint smile, "And we're so close. How could you be afraid of my gaze? Unless what?" When he paused intentionally, Yi Qian's blood finally began to flow back to her body. She finally suppressed the palpitations in her heart. She raised her hand and brushed away his right hand that was rubbing her chin. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the handsome face in front of her. She said calmly, "It's precisely because we're so close that I'm afraid that I'll say something wrong and disappoint the leader when you correct me in front of him. Your gaze is very sharp. Every word I say needs to be taken seriously and carefully considered before I say it. I'm afraid you'll think I'm exaggerating. After all, we're so close that I know a lot." If what she said was true, then Xia Jinyuan's smile gradually disappeared from his handsome face. He slowly straightened his body and looked at her quietly. After a long while, he smirked and said in a low voice, "No, Yi Jian, you can't be afraid even if you're facing someone you're familiar with. At the very least, you can't easily say that you're afraid. Outside, danger is everywhere. Once you're afraid, you'll definitely reveal your weakness." His gaze was even colder than hers, so cold that even his bones were bursting with sternness. When carrying out a mission, your fear will become your weakness. Your every move will become the best target for the enemy. His aura was no longer gentle and refined. When he faced her, there was a coldness that only soldiers would have. Yi Qian felt a chill in his heart as he slowly stood up and collected all his emotions. The ambiguity between the two of them disappeared instantly, leaving only a heavy and solemn atmosphere. "I understand what you mean. Were you testing me just now?" Hearing her question, Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and said, "That's right, I was testing you. That's because I've noticed that whenever I look at you, your eyes will flicker unnaturally. Yi Qian, if you want to become a Special Forces soldier, first of all, you need to maintain a perfect state of mind in any non-personal situation. Don't let your emotions affect your gaze. Instead, use your gaze to control the emotions in your heart." When Xia Jinyuan poured the water, he thought of testing her. If he wanted to take her forward, then he had to personally correct some of her small habits. A little fox who would become alert at the slightest movement, a little fox that he had his eyes on. He wanted to take her to a higher and further place, so he had to correct any problems that he discovered. Yi Qian didn't expect that his ambiguous action just now was actually a test. She hated that she didn't realize it at all and instead had thoughts that she shouldn't have. Her gaze sharpened as she stood up straight like a long spear and accepted Xia Jinyuan's harsh criticism and advice. Chapter 478. Don't let your ability be ruined by the emotions you occasionally reveal, especially when you're on a mission. There's no one else in your eyes, only vigilance. Do you hear me, Yi Qian? The last sentence could be said to be the harshest words and the coldest tone Xia Jinyuan had ever spoken to her since they had known each other. Flirtatious, teasing, and romantic relationships all disappeared from her mind. All that was left was the calmness before a mission, the calmness that would never be swayed by others again. Yi Qian stood up straight and said in a deep voice, "Yes, I hear you." She felt a thin layer of sweat on her back. She couldn't see through this man who was like a spring breeze one second and cold the next. Just like now, she had yet to walk out of his cold voice, but he had already restrained his sternness and revealed an intoxicating warm smile. "Okay, you can relax now. I believe that with your intelligence, you've already remembered my words and will definitely correct them." He smiled as he picked up the glass of cold water and handed it back to her. "Here, finish the water in the glass. It's cold, refreshing." His deep and dark eyes contained a deep meaning that Yi Qian couldn't figure out. After taking the glass, she lowered her eyes slightly and took a sip of the cold water. It was indeed refreshing, and even her mind was much clearer. Xia Jinyuan was a mysterious man. She had too many things to learn from him. Thanks to his timely reminder, she understood that no matter who she faced, as long as it wasn't in private, she should maintain a certain distance and not let her emotions be swayed by the gazes of acquaintances. He was a good teacher and a good friend of hers. It was her fortune to have such a good teacher and friend as she grew up. The plane leaves at 4:30. Now, you need to rush to the airport with me immediately and arrive early to make preparations. Xia Jinyuan was very satisfied with Yi Qian's attitude. After being intimidated by him, she didn't run away, but chose to accept it and recognize the truth. This was the good thing about her. Business was business, personal was personal. Even if he was strict with her on business, it would never affect their private interactions. A person who separated business from personal matters was also a person who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. He wasn't worried at all that being strict with her would make her stay away. The more she fought, the braver she became. How could she possibly run away? She took small sips of water and put her hand into the side pocket of her suit. She elegantly took out an object that emitted a metallic coldness. It was a QSZ 92 9mm semi-automatic pistol that could be put in a briefcase. This pistol was transferred from the military's arsenal. It's brand new and has never been used before. It's just right for you. He placed the pistol on the conference table and slowly pushed it in front of her. 2 spare magazines. Including the one in the pistol, there are a total of 35 bullets. If no shots are fired, all 35 rounds of ammunition must be handed over to the firearms stockpile. Yi Qian picked up the pistol. As he gripped the handle, he pressed down on the trigger and removed the magazine. The magazine fell into the palm of his left hand. Touching the gun, Yi Qian's eyes were cold and sharp as he carefully checked the magazine's capacity. It was indeed full of 15 bullets. Then, he reloaded the magazine. Then, she coolly pulled the sleeve and raised her hand. With a cold expression, she looked through the camera and saw the crosshair. She aimed at a moth flying in from outside the glass of the conference room. No problem. Yi Qian put away the pistol. Her eyes were as calm as a mirror as she looked at Xia Jinyuan, who had a slight smile on his face. Can we go now? Chapter 485, The Attacking Hearts Telepathy Group. Of course. Xia Jinyuan was not in a hurry to deal with a little fox who was so cold to him. A hint of mockery flashed across his elegant and handsome face. He calmly walked out of the conference room. As he walked, he said calmly, "You need to change into a new set of clothes. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has prepared a brand new school uniform for you." "I need to change into a brand new school uniform?" Yi Qian took the bag he took out from the cabinet. She glanced at him and went into the walk-in closet to change. It was a Western-style student uniform. The bottom was a grayish-white, navy blue, and dark red checkered skirt. The top was a white shirt and a navy blue blazer with grayish-white edges. The top was a pair of black leather shoes and a pair of white laced socks. Yi Qian suddenly had the urge to go back to the bathroom and change back into the provincial No. 1 middle school uniform. This student uniform. Why did it feel a little strange when she wore it? Xia Jinyuan, who was waiting outside, saw her tugging at her skirt uncomfortably. His eyes darkened and his sexy Adam's apple involuntarily slid up and down. The little fox's student uniform made the blood in his body restless. He pursed his thin lips and contacted the logistics department through his earpiece. Change into another set. Her legs were too long. What was supposed to be a knee-length plaid skirt had turned into an extremely short skirt. Her straight and slender legs were exceptionally smooth and fair. They were so shiny that his eyes were a little dazzled. Yi Qian immediately let out a long sigh of relief. "Wear pants. This skirt is too short. I'm afraid it'll be rude if I bend over." "Uh-huh. Wear pants." Xia Jinyuan agreed that it was better to wear pants. Soon, the logistics department sent over a pair of pants from the same series. At the time, he had considered the difference between a skirt and a pair of pants. He felt that a skirt would be more suitable for a girl, but he was afraid that it wouldn't work, so he bought both. Luckily, he had a pair of pants. After changing into a pair of pants, Yi Qian's expression instantly became much more natural. He swept his legs across the changing room. Not bad, the pants were elastic. When she came out again, Xia Jinyuan really felt that his little fox looked very beautiful in the school uniform. Her legs were long and her waist was slender. Her shoulder-length hair was tied up high with black elastic bands, revealing her beautiful face. Her watery eyes faintly revealed a cold and ruthless expression. She was the kind of beauty that he liked. It's getting late. The car is waiting for us downstairs. Xia Jinyuan cleared his throat and discreetly narrowed his eyes. At the same time, he hid his amazement at her in his heart. Regardless of whether it was day or night, the office building in the military district was exceptionally quiet. There were no soldiers in military uniforms coming and going. Yi Qian felt that this place was filled with an inviolable solemnity. After walking out of the office building, Xia Jinyuan took a briefcase from a soldier. He nodded slightly to express his gratitude before taking Yi Qian to the airport. In one night, Yi Qian had already made a round trip to the airport. We'll arrive at the airport in an hour. You can rest for now. I'll wake you up when we arrive. Xia Jinyuan also sat in the back seat. His every move was a soldier's code of conduct. He didn't tease Yi Qian with words or actions. This was a time for Yi Qian to accumulate experience. He wouldn't tease her to the point that she would put all her attention on him. The distance from the sentry post to the office building was the only time they had private time. After that time, the two of them had to restrain themselves and focus on the mission. Chapter 479. It was almost 2:00 in the morning, and there were still 2.5 hours before the plane took off. All the departments were in position. The State Security Bureau and Zongnanhai had already arrived at the private jet building, and the security personnel were conducting a thorough inspection before the plane took off. The flight route inspection team had finished all the work before the plane took off in China. They were just waiting for the plane to take off, and they would immediately start preparing for the arrival of the plane from abroad. They would then hand over some work to the Foreign Affairs Department. The 4 soldiers from the Snowfield Brigade had also arrived at the private jet building and were secretly inspecting the place. They even checked the surveillance cameras to prevent anyone from spying on the leader's route into the airport. The flight crew in the private jet building were all on standby, and they all cooperated with the security personnel's inspection. Once again, they confirmed that there were no dangerous items on them. It could be said that the entire private jet building was under high security. This was not only the case in China, but also abroad. When the plane landed abroad, it was also under high security. Yi Qian arrived at the airport 53 minutes later, and it was getting closer and closer to the boarding time for the leaders. After entering the private jet building, she and Xia Jinyuan went through layers of strict inspection, and finally entered the private passage after confirming that there were no mistakes. Go directly to the departure lounge and wait. You can take a look at this document first, in case the leader. Xia Jinyuan had only taken a few steps into the private passage when he was interrupted by a voice from the headset. This is Q King. J5's voice came from the headset. The civilian staff accompanying the Lieutenant General of the Army is calling. Please inform Yi Qian that the highest-ranking leader accompanying the leader will meet her in the departure lounge. The Lieutenant General will introduce her. How long will the meeting be? Are there any other leaders accompanying the leader that need to be met? Xia Jinyuan directly handed all the documents in his hand to Yi Qian. He gazed at her with a deep smile, and there seemed to be a glimmer in his deep eyes. We are in the private passage. We will arrive at the private jet building in about 2 minutes, and enter the departure lounge in 5 minutes. As Yi Qian was an exchange student between the two countries, the leader naturally needed to meet her to understand the situation. Yi Qian took all the documents related to the culture and customs of other countries. She glanced at Xia Jinyuan, who was calmly talking to someone on the phone, and lowered her eyes slightly, elegantly flipping through the documents quickly. Okay, I will take her there now. Wait for me in the departure lounge. After cutting off the communication, Xia Jinyuan glanced sideways at Yi Jian, who was flipping through the documents very quickly. She flipped through the pages very quickly, but he knew that she had already memorized the information in her heart. His thin lips curved into a sexy curve and his black eyes were filled with approval. Little fox, the Lieutenant General has a very good impression of you. He mentioned you in front of the higher-ups and the higher-ups will have 5 minutes to meet you. Hearing this, Yi Jian's reading speed slowed down a little. She looked up at him with her bright black eyes that were like a pool of clear water. She said calmly, "What do I need to pay attention to?" "Nothing. You are a student. The leader will not talk to you with the strictness of an inspection." Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw her calm expression. This girl's calmness. She did indeed have the demeanor of a general. Uncle Jen and Uncle Chen had really trained her well. She was calm and collected, and the more chaotic the situation was, the calmer she would be in danger. She would never drop the ball at a critical moment. Chapter 480. Previously, he had said that she was a qualified soldier. Now, he had to say that his little fox had already stepped into the threshold of the special forces. Relax, be calm, have a logical train of thought, speak clearly, and have a good grasp of the rhythm. There's still some time before 3:50 p.m. Read the information in your hands carefully first. The leader will probably ask about this. Xia Jinyuan spoke unhurriedly, not giving Yi Qian any psychological pressure. He even helped Yi Qian to calm down. It was obvious how important a mentor and helpful friend was. Not only would they not drag you down, but they would also help you at any time and give you pointers. Yi Qian smiled and looked at him with a faint smile in his eyes. The Xia Jinyuan at work was completely different from his usual self. Even though he was speaking softly to her now, he did not hide the sword-like sharpness between his eyebrows. Every look in his eyes was cold and full of masculine charm. She could calmly face Captain Xia like this. She did not need to spend too much effort to guess what he would do next and what he would say to her. She could not help but sigh. "Captain Xia, you're really good to me, especially when I have a question to ask you during work. I feel very at ease. Instead, you're not serious when you're resting and make me worry?" "Not serious? Make her worry?" This sudden comment made the corner of Xia Jinyuan's mouth twitch uncontrollably. How was he not serious? Why did he make her think that way? If he was really not serious, he could do whatever he wanted to her immediately. Oh, he could not. He could not do whatever he wanted. His little fox's claws were sharp and would scratch him until he was covered in blood. Xia Jinyuan narrowed his eyes, curled his lips, and said calmly, "Why would you think that? Did I do anything impolite?" "I don't think so. Other than that time in the military conference room. I really don't remember anything else. I didn't do anything impolite. I won't let Captain Xia do anything impolite to me. It's just a feeling. That's how I feel. Captain Xia, don't you think that, sometimes you really like?" Yi Qian closed the 10 pages of documents that he had finished reading. He frowned slightly as he looked at the flawless, handsome face. He smiled faintly and said, "You really like to say things that will cause misunderstandings. I didn't take it to heart the first or second time, but after a while, I can feel that you like to tease me the most and find it amusing. It's so sad. It turns out that I'm not serious in your heart and I'm just teasing you. TSK, TSK, TSK. Little fox, your crude way of speaking is really hurtful. How could Xia Jinyuan be sad?" In fact, there was even a hint of joy in his tone. A dark light began to flow in the depths of his ink-like eyes, and occasionally, there seemed to be sparks bursting out, making him look dangerous and mysterious. "Then can you think carefully about why I'm like this?" The color of his pupils was really very deep, so deep that it was like the sea, and the bottom could not be seen. The color was especially dark, and it hid everything about him. No one could guess what he was thinking. Yi Qian admitted that she did not have the ability to figure out what he was thinking. There seemed to be an answer that was on the verge of appearing, but when she thought about it carefully, she felt that it was impossible. In the end, after her gaze moved slightly, she shook her head and smiled. "It's not good to think about it, and I don't dare to think about it." "Then don't think about it. Study hard and get into the military academy. One day, when you're in uniform, I'll tell you the answer. Also, I'm very serious with everyone. I've never been in a relationship since I was young. You can rest assured about this. Chapter 481. Yi Qian stiffened and turned her head. She tightened her grip on the documents and looked at him calmly. Why are you telling me this? I don't need to know. The smile on Xia Jinyuan's face deepened. He glanced at her indifferently. After a low laugh, he changed the topic. Let's not talk about this now. Give me your ID card and wait in the departure lounge. Our other comrades are already in the departure lounge. We need to meet them. Indecent. He had to change that. How could he leave the impression that he was indecent? He was the most decent man in the world. The departure lounge was very quiet. The staff and security guards maintained absolute silence. Even if they needed to talk about work, they would speak softly so as not to disturb them. Yi Jian thought that she wouldn't need to be checked again when she arrived at the departure lounge. However, when two security guards stood out and blocked her way, she realized how strict the security was when the leader went out. Xia Jinyuan opened the black briefcase in his hand. There were no documents inside. Instead, it was a briefcase gun developed for covert security. The trigger and safety could be operated through a linkage on the handle of the briefcase. The gun could be fired directly from the briefcase. All the guns and ammunition had official documents. The security guards looked at them carefully and checked the list of names in their hands. Only when they were sure that the person in question would they let them go. This was the last checkpoint. There was no need for further checks. The atmosphere in the departure lounge was relatively solemn. Several airport staff saw the two of them enter and lowered their heads to flip through the folders in their hands. A male staff member walked over without any footsteps. Hello, please take your boarding passes. Yi Qian took the tickets and said, thank you. He looked down and asked Xia Jinyuan, are we sitting together? No, I'll be in the back cabin. You'll be in the business class. You'll be sitting with the leader. Xia Jinyuan tapped his ticket with his slender fingers and said with a smile, the accompanying staff are all in the passenger cabin. In the business class, there will be an interpreter, a doctor, and a clerk who can communicate with foreign tower lights at any time. The two of them chatted as they walked. J5, G3, and K7 of the Snowfield Brigade came out from various places. When they saw Yi Qian, they raised their eyebrows slightly and walked over with faint smiles on their faces. Yi Qian knew the three of them. Their appearance made Yi Qian realize something. He said to Xia Jinyuan softly, even you guys are here. Why do I have a feeling that something will happen after we leave the country? It's hard to say. This is a country that just went through a war. There are bullets everywhere on the streets. There are also tanks destroyed by artillery shells. It's hard to say what will happen. Xia Jinyuan and smiled, or why would they need a special student to accompany the leader? Little fox, your responsibility is more important than ours. His voice was soft and only the two of them could hear him. Hearing this, Yi Qian's heart calmed down and his expression became calmer. I see. It seems that even the itinerary of this visit is confidential. No one in the country knows about it. You're only realizing now. Is this something I can think of? Yi Qian glanced at him and saw J5 walking faster. He was dressed in a black suit and looked elegant and capable. Even his hairstyle was trimmed to match the image of an accompanying clerk. Chapter 482. In special situations, even when they met, J5 merely smiled and nodded. When they got closer, J5 smiled and said, every time we meet, we always fight side by side in unexpected places. Then, he gestured at Yi Jian's height and said to K7 and G3, who were more reserved, did you notice? That little girl in Australia has really grown up. She's grown from a little thing to a tall one. Yi Qian's height was indeed considered tall in the south. She was 1.67 meters tall and slender. She had a gentle temperament unique to southern women. She was indeed no longer the little girl in Australia. Faced with their warm and friendly greetings, Yi Qian smiled and said, long time no see, comrades. I hope that we can continue to fight side by side like before. We are invincible. I love to hear that. G3, who had always been cold, opened his mouth. His gravelly voice contained a hint of a smile. I look forward to your performance. Let us see how much you've improved. Ever since they knew that Xia Jinyuan had the intention of letting Yi Qian graduate and join the Snowfield Brigade, they were very clear about their expectations. The Snowfield Brigade had been established for a long time and had never had a female soldier join it. In the past, they didn't feel that there were any problems when they didn't have a female soldier. However, as more and more missions went abroad, they felt that female soldiers had more advantages. If Yi Qian was really qualified, they would be very happy to welcome her. K7 looked up slightly and nodded. He was a man of few words. Me too. Then, he added, I'm the accompanying doctor. If the leader feels unwell, you can look for me at any time. What he meant was that he would follow closely by the leader's side. If anything happened, Yi Qian could look for him immediately. One had to be able to immediately understand the hidden meaning of a person who cherished his words as if they were gold. Fortunately, Yi Jian was quick-witted. Upon hearing this, her black eyes were filled with understanding. She said softly, Okay, I understand. The accompanying doctor was also sitting in business class. Did that mean that J5 was also sitting in business class? Xia Jinyuan saw that Yi Qian didn't feel any pressure interacting with his comrades. The expression between his brows was even similar to that of soldiers who had blood on their hands. There was a hint of coldness in his elegant and handsome face. His eyes were focused and gentle as he gazed at Yi Qian. He was like a guardian angel. This made Yi Qian feel at ease. 10 minutes past 3, the guard in front of the airport contacted all the security personnel in the departure lounge. The leader's car arrived at the airport in 15 minutes. And 20 minutes later, they arrived at the departure lounge. It was 10 minutes earlier than the scheduled time. They were going abroad for a secret visit. Only the accompanying security personnel knew who the leaders were, and one of them was from the Snowfield Brigade. As a student, Yi Qian didn't have to be on high alert like Xia Jinyuan. Instead, he obediently sat in a soft chair and quietly waited for the leaders to arrive. As the time drew closer, Yi Qian memorized all the information about the countries he was going to visit. He also looked at the itinerary and detailed maps of the surrounding areas. As a diplomatic staff member, Qin Xiu, who was the designated translator for the leader, walked in and saw the girl who stunned him under the morning sun. She was also the girl who patiently waited for him when he got lost. Yizhong High School, Yi Qian. Chapter 483. When he saw her name on the list, he even thought it was someone with the same name. It wasn't until he looked at the information that he confirmed that she was Yi Qian from the first high school of the province. Yi Qian didn't see Qin Xiu. There were a total of 10 people in the leader's group. She stood in the same position as everyone else in the departure lounge. She looked straight ahead with a faint smile on her face. When she saw the leader walking towards her and taking the initiative to greet her, even someone as calm as Yi Qian couldn't help but feel her heart race for a few seconds. She often saw him on TV, and he would also appear when there was a major disaster in the country. Such a big shot was now standing in front of her, and he was praising her to all the people accompanying him. You're smaller than in the photo, much smaller than in the photo. You look very smart. Nan Province is a beautiful place. Every place has its own people. This young lady is not bad. She has the spirit and beauty of Nan Province. She's a talent. She was chosen to be in front of the leader and was responsible for the student exchange between the two countries. She was also responsible for the leader's personal safety. How could she not be a talent? He also asked about Yi Qian's academic performance. At the same time, as Xia Jinyuan said, he also asked her if she understood the culture of South Asia. Under the gaze of a group of powerful leaders, Yi Qian answered in a clear and orderly manner. Qin Xiu saw this and raised his eyebrows slightly. A faint smile appeared on his handsome and elegant face. This girl was indeed a talent. She was so young, but she had already walked beside the leader and accompanied him abroad. The student exchange between the two countries was mainly to accompany the daughter of the new president. With Yi Qian's performance, she was indeed qualified to do so. J5, G3, and I will sit in the back of the cabin. You and K7 will sit in the front with the other leaders. If there's anything, contact K7 at any time. He will take care of it. Soon, it was boarding time. The airport crew had received many foreign leaders before. They greeted them politely and elegantly and began to check in. As a student, she was closest to the leaders. She was standing side by side with the Major General of the Army and two other generals of the military region. On her right was a tall and slender man who was also wearing a black suit. Come with me. The man on the right spoke softly. His voice was as gentle as the morning breeze, but there was a hint of coldness in it. You can sit in the same row as me. We can walk together. The man spoke. Yi Qian turned to look at him. She almost couldn't understand Qin Xiu's sense of direction. Was he also a staff member? No, he was not a staff member. The clerical staff in the business class was J5, and the accompanying doctor was K7. If he was not a leader, then he was the accompanying diplomatic translator. I'll be in charge of translating for the leader, and you'll be in charge of communicating with the president's daughter. We should have a lot to discuss in the next 7 days. As he walked, he whispered to Yi Qian in a low voice so as not to affect the conversation between the leaders in front of him. The president's daughter is a high school student who loves our country's culture very much. This is also the reason why they sent you here. Yi Qian, who was a little nervous, gradually relaxed. He nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you for the reminder. I will do my best to let the president's daughter, Miss Petty, have a deeper understanding of our country's culture." Chapter 484. You'll definitely do it. I believe in you. Qin Xiu smiled and walked elegantly with his slender legs. He had long been used to accompanying the leaders on overseas visits. His posture was natural and his every move was calm and confident. Follow me and everything will be fine. He was so sure of Yi Qian and said with a smile. Xia Jinyuan, who was walking at the back, narrowed his dangerous black eyes slightly. The one who was walking very close to Little Fox in front and even thoughtfully raised his hand to hug Little Fox and remind her to stay half a step behind the Major General, was the famous Qin Xiu of the Qin family. It was not a problem for him to remind Little Fox to be careful, but the main problem was that when he lowered his head and smiled at Little Fox, it was as if he was an acquaintance. The Qin family was a house full of noble people who valued family status, especially old Madame Qin. Until now, she had been at odds with the old madam of the Qin family. They had been at odds since young and were still at odds with each other even when they had many children and grandchildren. In the words of the old master, the two were enemies in their previous lives and could not get along peacefully in this life. Stop looking. If you keep looking, I'll think you found something unusual. G3's lips moved slightly and the taut expression on his cold and hard face disappeared. He did think that Q King had found something unusual and subconsciously became alert. Xia Jinyuan calmly withdrew his gaze and did not pay any more attention to Qin Xiu. He coldly escorted the leaders walking in front into the front cabin. The front cabin was not luxurious. The first thing Yi Qian saw was a painting of the Great Wall of China in the painting of the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. There was an identity card at the front left door of the cabin, clearly indicating the nationality on it. This was the place the leaders had to pass when they walked out of the cabin. After boarding the plane, the accompanying staff were arranged to sit in the back cabin. Xia Jinyuan and G3 were also part of the accompanying staff. They were placed in the back cabin with a seating arrangement of 3-4-3 with several interpreters and guards sent by Zhong Nanhai. The leaders who entered the front cabin were led to their seats by the flight attendants. After fastening his seatbelt, the leader glanced behind him and smiled as he instructed Qin Xiu, "Little Qin, you have to take good care of Xiao Yi. She's the youngest among us. Take good care of her. If she's hungry, she can eat whatever she wants." On TV, the leader who attended the conference was particularly serious, but in private, he was also a kind elder. Qin Xiu often followed the leaders on visits, so he didn't feel any pressure in the face of the leader's instructions. He answered calmly, "Don't worry, I know Xiaoya before. There was one time when I got lost on the phone and almost fell into the lake. It was her who reminded me in time and saved me from trouble." Not only was he calm, but he was also very good at adjusting the atmosphere. The leader was already laughing heartily. He said to Yi Qian, "Student Xiao Yi, your little Qin's savior. If you have anything you want him to do, just tell him to do it. I don't think he'd dare to refuse." Amidst the laughter, the plane took off at 4:30 in the morning. The ground staff and security personnel began to retreat in an orderly manner. The airport returned to normal again. There was no longer a tense atmosphere, and some of the originally closed passages were opened as usual. The cars parked outside quietly left. Several people quietly withdrew their guns and quickly got into the cars to return to the team. Whether it was inside or outside the private jet building, there were 3 layers of security inside and outside. They didn't retreat until the plane left. It took 6 hours to go from Beijing to South Asia. During these 6 hours, the leader didn't communicate with the accompanying staff the entire time. There were some things at hand that needed to be dealt with on the plane and approved. Chapter 485. Pakistan, which is about to arrive, is a friendly country with China. Even though their new and old governments have just completed the handover, it doesn't affect their warm welcome to China's leaders. Yi Qian knew that China and Pakistan were friendly countries even in the 20th century. Their diplomats even said that China and Pakistan were all-weather friends, and Chinese leaders would receive very high treatment when visiting. Our 2 countries have a road of friendship. Xiao Yi, do you know which road it is? The plane flew for 2 hours, and right after breakfast, the leader was like an easygoing elder. He started to ask questions in a friendly manner. He even leaned his body forward so that Yi Qian could talk to him. Yi Qian was afraid that the leader would suddenly talk to her, so she even cut short her meal time to maintain her best posture and answer questions at any time. Qin Xiu, who was sitting in the same row as her, wiped his hands with a wet tissue and looked at Yi Qian with a warm gaze. This kind of thing. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for a high school student to answer. After all, not everyone was familiar with this history. He even took out a pen and prepared to remind Yi Qian as he wrote. However, he heard the girl's confident smile. Under the warm cabin lights, her smile was as beautiful as a flower and as gentle as water. Her dark eyes were clear and bright, and her calm voice contained an appropriate amount of seriousness. That was her respect for history and the memory of the martyrs. She slowly said, "The Karakoram Highway is also known as the Road of Friendship between China and Pakistan. It is 1,224 kilometers long and is the only land route between China and Pakistan. It was built in 1966. The Chinese side built 600 kilometers of road. More than 15,000 Chinese people participated in the construction, and more than 100 of them unfortunately died. This road of friendship is the road of our people's burial. This road also became a road to prove the friendship between the 2 countries. History should not be forgotten, especially the next generation. The friendship between the 2 countries was not established overnight. Our martyrs used their blood and bones to pave this road of friendship. We must always remember that the word friendship is as high as the sea and as high as the mountain. It can be as high as it can be as deep as the sea. It's good that you know this. It shows that the young people in our country are at a high level of education." After listening quietly, the leader said to Yi Qian, "I've seen your application. It's very good. It said that if a man doesn't join the army, he'll regret it for the rest of his life. It's the same for a woman. Go to the army and train yourself. Learn to be vigilant in times of peace. That's the way to the long term." The accompanying clerks, who were also known as J5, started taking notes the moment the leader started speaking. Their pens moved quickly as they carefully recorded the conversation between the leader and Yi Qian. Then, the leader said to the Major General of the Army, looking at student Xiao Ye's training video, "She doesn't look like a high school student at all. She's no worse than us ordinary soldiers. When we go back, do some work on the video recording of her training and publicize it in the army. Let the male soldiers see who said that women are inferior to men. His tone was not very strict, but rather relaxed and humorous. Although the atmosphere in the front cabin was serious, there was absolutely no sense of heaviness. Qin Xiu looked at Yi Qian with a slight smile the entire time. After she finished talking with the leader, he used a pen to write a sentence on the notebook. "You did well. Keep it up." When the notebook was sent over, Yi Qian thought that there was something she needed to improve. After all, the person beside her was a diplomatic staff member and translator who dared to make harmless jokes with the leader. Chapter 486. She opened the notebook and smiled. She then wrote 2 words seriously, "Thank you." Qin Xiu handed the notebook back and opened it to take a look. In his heart, he secretly said, "Good writing." It was strong and vigorous, round and delicate. Between the horizontal and vertical lines, there was a sense of calm and restrained steadiness. It was no wonder that his uncle kept praising her. Qin Xiu looked at the 2 words and replied with 2 words. He handed the notebook back to Qin Pian. "You're welcome." His reply made Yi Qian smile even more. He didn't write any more. Instead, he drew a smiley face and handed it to Qin Pian. One could speak 8 languages, had a good IQ, and was good-looking. Why was his sense of direction so bad? It didn't make sense. She read a book in medical school. It mentioned that children with a poor sense of direction might have problems such as disorganization, poor planning, and misjudgment of position and order. But from Qin Xiu's appearance, he really couldn't tell. What he saw was an experienced diplomatic staff member who handled matters with ease. He didn't look like someone with a poor sense of direction. The notebook exchange ended with Yi Qian's smile. 6 hours later, the special plane arrived at the airport at 11:00 Chinese time. This wasn't a public visit. Even the Pakistani side arranged it in secret. Although there were no flowers or fireworks, when the leader walked out of the special plane, he was welcomed by the CEO, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the leader of the escort group, and the Minister of Finance. The 5-day visit officially began. China celebrated National Day. While other countries thought that no leaders would visit China during the National Day holiday, China's leader had already begun a secret meeting with the Pakistani side. As a religious country, Pakistan's cultural life was monotonous. During the meeting between the leader and the Pakistani president, Yi Qian understood why this girl, who was the same age as him, loved Chinese culture so much from chatting with the president's daughter. In less than 2 days, Yi Jianjian and Miss Petty had become good friends with each other, from scenic spots and historical sites to local customs, festivals, and some interesting things that happened in school. "I like to travel, but it's not a good time to travel in my country. Unfortunately, I can't take you to see the most beautiful scenery here." Sitting cross-legged in front of Yi Qian, Miss Petty had a pair of big and beautiful eyes that were filled with sadness. She looked like an injured swallow that was waiting for the day to return to the sky. Faced with her sadness, Yi Qian smiled and said, "It's all right. That day will come. War destroys and rebuilds. Miss Petty, that day is not too far away." Compared to Pakistan, China was indeed a paradise. There was no war, no Al-Qaeda, and no extremists. For this well-educated and knowledgeable Miss Petty, her passion for Chinese culture wasn't without reason. She wanted to fly higher and further, but reality told her that she couldn't. The accompanying translator quickly reported to Qin Xiu that Yi Qian didn't need a translator. Her communication with Miss Petty was smooth, and her language skills were no worse than a translator's. Qin Xiu didn't send another translator. He didn't expect this girl to be so talented in languages. The clock started to ring. It was already 2:30 in the afternoon. It was time for Miss Petty's English class. Chapter 487. This was the time when Miss Petty had to study. Even if she was interacting with Yi Qian, she still needed to learn English. If one didn't learn English well, they would be considered uneducated and looked down upon. It's time to study again. I don't want to see my English teacher anymore. Petty stood up and winked playfully at Yi Qian. She said she didn't want to, but she didn't slow down at all. The two bodyguards who were always by Petty's side immediately followed her. As they turned around, their white robes fluttered slightly. Yi Qian saw the silhouette of a gun on them. It had become a habit to carry a gun here. Yi Qian personally escorted Petty to a small room in the presidential palace used for home lessons. Since home teachers weren't government employees, they couldn't enter the presidential palace as they pleased. Therefore, they arranged for a small room that was far away from the presidential palace, but still within the boundaries of the presidential palace. It was only lightly patrolled. It was similar to the room outside the Forbidden City, which was the room where the national flag officers were resting. After watching the two bodyguards accompanying Petty enter the classroom, Yi Qian turned around and left with a staff member arranged by the Pakistani government. After a few steps, Petty, who was wearing emerald green gauze, ran out briskly. "Jane, my English teacher asked if she could invite you to her class." She was like a butterfly, cheerfully stopping beside Yi Qian. "Can you accompany me?" She was a sad girl who yearned for nature. Yi Qian couldn't refuse her gaze. However, she didn't agree immediately. Instead, she asked the staff member accompanying her. 5 minutes later, she received a reply from the president saying that there was no problem at all. The small room wasn't actually small. One was a classroom, and the other was a lounge. Yi Qian followed Petty into the room. The first thing she saw was the picture of the current president hanging in the middle of the room, and the country's flag. As soon as she entered, Yi Qian's footsteps quickened. A trace of uneasiness floated in her heart. Petty, who was one step ahead of her, ran happily towards the half-closed classroom. "Miss Pavel, let's start the class." In Pakistan, women generally didn't need to work. Because Miss Pavel had studied abroad and her family had died in the war, she became a strong woman who had to rely on her own hands to support herself. From Petty's conversation, this was the only thing Yi Qian knew about his teacher. "Then let's begin, Miss Petty." A calm, feminine voice came from the room. Yi Jianjian saw a woman in a long black dress with a black headscarf around her head, flitting across the classroom. Yi Qian's heart suddenly tightened. It was also at this moment that Yi Qian's instinctive reaction made him retreat quickly. The half-closed door was instantly closed, and the two bodyguards in white robes remained on both sides of the door to close it. Alarmed, Yi Qian abruptly raised his head and looked coldly at the two white-robed bodyguards. However, what he saw was completely different faces. "Shit! Invite our guest in." Pavel's voice came from inside the room. At the same time, someone opened the half-closed door. Yi Qian saw. Petty's hands were tied behind her back, and her mouth was tightly covered. She saw her sad and beautiful eyes filled with tears of despair. These were Al-Qaeda rebels. They hid in Pavel's car and entered the presidential palace. They entered this area that wasn't heavily patrolled. Chapter 488. Yi Qian had a fully loaded QSC 92 9mm semi-automatic pistol on her, but she couldn't take it out. Petty was in danger. There were 5 of them, including Pavel. 5 people had entered the presidential palace without being discovered. Yi Qian couldn't understand how the soldiers outside were on duty. The leader of the Chinese government was still there, and the 5 of them hadn't been discovered. Could there be other Al-Qaeda members lurking around the presidential palace? The Pavel staff outside must not have noticed anything. The room was unaffected, and he couldn't enter Petty's study room as he pleased. The only thing he could do was to save himself and find a way to inform Xia Jinyuan and the others. "Hello, student from China. I'm Petty's English teacher. Nice to meet you." Pavel, who was wearing a black veil, was indeed a well-educated middle-aged woman. When she smiled and greeted Yi Qian, her eyes were gentle. It was hard to imagine that she was related to Al-Qaeda. She didn't walk out. Instead, she stood at the door and looked at Yi Qian with a smile. She saw the Chinese girl's body sway slightly. She was trying her best not to look so scared. "Bring her in." When she spoke again, Pavel spoke in Urdu instead of English. Her eyes were fixed on Yi Qian. Her gaze went from gentle to cold, and finally, there was a trace of coldness in it. Yi Qian didn't move. His gaze swept across Petty's face, who was now pale with fright. He looked at Pavel quietly. Her body was stiff. At least, in other people's eyes, she was scared. If Petty wasn't there, she could at least fight 1 against 5. However, Petty was being held hostage, so she couldn't do anything. 2 Al-Qaeda members in white robes walked over. They pushed Yi Qian's back hard from behind, causing Yi Qian to fall forward. Yi Qian staggered a few steps. Even when his hands touched the door frame, he couldn't steady himself and fell to the carpeted floor. Her hands were pressed against her chest. Embarrassment, fear, helplessness, and panic could be seen in Yi Qian's expression. This was a normal reaction that a student should have. It would be abnormal if she was too calm. When she got up, the 2 bodyguards had already walked to Yi Qian's side. They pushed her back into the classroom again and closed the door so that no one outside could hear what was going on inside. A semi-automatic pistol with its magazine ejected was lying quietly in the lounge outside. This was the only sign Yi Qian could leave behind. The gun was there, and she was there. If the gun wasn't with her, it meant that there was a problem. The meeting between the leaders of the 2 countries was coming to an end. It had been an hour since Yi Qian and Petty were sent out of the presidential palace. There was still half an hour before Petty's class ended. Xia Jinyuan had secretly checked the time several times. He was a little panicky. He pressed down on the headset and said to the accompanying J5 in a deep voice, "Inform the interpreter that after the meeting, escort the leader out." About 10 minutes. The pen in J5's hand was scribbling on the notebook. He was taking note of every word that the leader said. It would take more than a day or 2 for the reclamation project to take shape. Now that they were in the middle of the meeting, 10 minutes was a conservative estimate. Chapter 489. Every time, the leader would choose the right topic and time to leave a good start for tomorrow's meeting. China was a big country, and Pakistan needed to rebuild. The friendly relationship between the 2 countries was also reflected in the investment and cooperation. China invested and Pakistan cooperated. Only by working together could they develop and move forward together. Qin Xiu quickly received J5's reminder. He nodded at him and found a suitable time to remind the leader. The people accompanying them were all soldiers from the special forces. They were naturally sensitive to danger. Yesterday, there was no response. Today, they suddenly suggested escorting the leader away as soon as possible. They smelled something fishy. Before the door of the meeting room opened, a Pakistani staff member in a Western-style suit rushed in. He walked very quickly. Xia Jinyuan even saw him jog a few steps. He only walked faster when he saw the Chinese staff member. This was the Pakistani staff member who accompanied Little Fox. Xia Jinyuan's eyes suddenly sharpened. He rushed to his side and blocked him. "The meeting is in progress. If you have any questions, please report to us first." "Thank you." Ba Feng's soldiers also walked over to block them and said the same words as Xia Jinyuan. The Pakistani staff member trembled as he took out a pistol from his pants. This pistol was left in the lounge. Miss Petty, Jane, and Pavel are not in the classroom. Xia Jinyuan took the semi-automatic pistol with half the magazine out. The current owner of this gun was Little Fox. The gun was here, but the person was not here. The gun was here. Something was wrong. "This is the self-defense pistol that my Chinese students carry." Xia Jinyuan took the pistol. His eyes focused on a strand of black silky hair stuck on the handle. Her pistol was at her waist, but her hair was left on the handle. What was she trying to convey? His slender hand held the magazine and reloaded the gun with a click. His cold and sharp gaze shocked the Pakistani staff so much that they couldn't help but take a step back. "We need Pavel's detailed information, as well as all the surveillance cameras around the presidential palace. At the same time, your country should immediately launch a rescue operation to ensure Petty's safety." This was Pakistan. Al-Qaeda, terrorists, and religious extremists were all impossible to guard against. No matter how strict the security was, they would still have an opportunity. In October, Pakistan had blue skies and white clouds. If it wasn't for the tight security, just looking at the blue sky gave people a refreshing sense of tranquility. It was as if they had returned to a paradise in their country. When their line of sight shifted from the blue sky and white clouds to the entire city, Pakistan, which had entered Ramadan, was already filled with a tense atmosphere. The Pakistani president's wife fainted in the banquet hall when she found out that her daughter might have been kidnapped and that it was related to her English teacher, Pavel. 4 years ago, her eldest daughter had also been kidnapped by terrorists and brutally murdered. With the sea-filling investment talks coming to an end, both sides began to make rescuing the hostages their top priority and began to make arrangements in secret. Xia Jinyuan requested for Pavel's personal file to be found. While waiting, the members of the Snowfield Brigade quickly started looking for clues. There was no fight. The gun was left behind. Yi Qian left of his own accord. Xia Jinyuan picked up a few strands of hair that Yi Qian had left at the door of the classroom. He then walked over to where Petty's feet had left messy footprints on the carpet. When Yi Qian saw Miss Petty being kidnapped, he first thought of a way to leave the gun behind. Then, he thought of a way to leave the hair behind. There were a total of 6 strands of hair. 6 strands of hair means smooth. Smooth can also be interpreted as safe. These are 2 of her messages. The most important thing is that Yi Qian left with them willingly. Chapter 490. From the lounge to the lecture room, Xia Jinyuan carefully searched for traces left behind by Yi Qian and began to analyze the situation logically. The gun was found here, which means that it was left behind when the other party was not paying attention to her. There are also hairs on the gun, which means that Yi Qian left the gun behind on purpose and fell to the ground on purpose. Then, she quickly wrapped a strand of hair around the gun and placed the 6 strands of hair together. J5 squatted by the door frame where Yi Qian fell and nodded slightly in agreement with Xia Jinyuan's deduction. There are traces of saliva here and a piece of carpet fabric that was pulled out. She did do 3 things at the same time. First, she left the gun as a warning. Second, she left a clue. Third, she reported that she was safe. In the face of at least 4 criminals, she was able to remain calm in such a short time. She even left a clue and told the Shuayu team that she had left voluntarily. No wonder Q King called her a little fox. Yi Jian's cleverness and alertness were evident from the crime scene investigation. The furnishings in the room were not damaged at all and there were no signs of a struggle. 2 bodies were found in the pantry of the lecture room. They were the bodyguards responsible for the safety of Miss Petty and Miss 24. They died of suffocation and were attacked by more than 4 criminals who successfully killed the 2 bodyguards who were completely unprepared for Pavel. It's good that we can be sure that Yi Qian left with them voluntarily. At least we can be sure that they are safe for the time being. J5 walked out of the pantry with 4 gray robes in his hands. 4 adult men wearing gray robes snuck in. The 2 bodyguards were not wearing white robes. 2 of them must have disguised themselves as bodyguards and successfully fooled Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan shook his head and said calmly, "No, Yi Qian would not be fooled so easily. She is very sensitive to smells. Pakistani people have a strong body odor. We may not be able to tell the difference, but she definitely can." Just now, the Pakistani staff said that Yi Qian sent Petty into the small room and waited for the 2 bodyguards to enter before she left with the Pakistani staff. After walking less than 2 meters, Petty ran out alone and said that Pavel invited Yi Qian to attend her class. The Pakistani staff asked the president for permission, and the president agreed after 5 minutes. Before he could finish his sentence, J5, G3, and K7 all understood what was going on. Petty came out alone, and in the 5 minutes she waited for the president's permission, the 2 bodyguards were strangled by Pavel's men who took off their white robes and disguised them. When Yi Jian entered the room, 2 criminals in disguise were standing in a place she could not see. At this time, Yi Jian had already entered the small room. It was impossible for her to retreat when she noticed something strange. Because she saw Petty was in Pavel's hands. Inform the Snowfield Brigade in charge of security to send 2 men to protect the leader. J5, you stay here. Q King, K7, you 2 will be in charge of external support after you confirm the identities of the criminals. Xia Jinyuan began to make arrangements. His outstanding leadership skills had already won the trust of the Snowfield Brigade, and they would all obey his orders. Okay, no problem. Several voices came from his earpiece. They were the voices of his comrades from the Snowfield Brigade who had arrived at the presidential palace early and were secretly protecting the leader. Chapter 491. When the person in charge of security sent by Ba Feng came over with Pavel's personal information, Xia Jinyuan and the other 3 had already analyzed the entire situation. Without them seeing it, the match rate was as high as 95%. This was the tacit understanding between Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan, as well as the entire Snowfield Brigade. The head of security took out Pavel's information and said worriedly with a frown, Pavel was the former Mrs. President's English teacher during the old regime. She was highly rated. We reviewed her personal information and confirmed that there was no problem with her identity before we continued to hire her. None of us, including Mrs. President, expected her to be such a terrifying person. You can't tell if a person is terrifying from their appearance. You can only know if they are terrifying if you investigate them thoroughly. Xia Jinyuan took out Pavel's personal information. When his gaze landed on the first row of her husband's personal information, his dark eyes narrowed. He said to J5, Pavel wrote down the time of her father-in-law's death in the war. Xia Jinyuan pursed his lips and said coldly, this date coincides with the conflict between the government and the Al-Qaeda organization. Look at her husband's photo and her husband's younger brother's photo. The 2 brothers are twins. The older brother is Pavel's husband, a government soldier. Her husband's younger brother is a taxi driver. The faces in the 2 photos looked like they were taken from the same person. Their facial features and expressions were almost identical. The only difference was that one of them had a beard, while the other didn't. The one with a beard was Pavel's husband, who was wearing a Pakistani military uniform, while her husband's younger brother was wearing a white robe. K7 narrowed his eyes. Government soldiers are not allowed to have beards. He then asked the person in charge of the presidential palace's security in English, why do you have a beard as a government soldier? Didn't you investigate this? What if Pavel's husband was a taxi driver and her brother was a government soldier? As soon as K7 finished his question, beads of sweat rolled down the security officer's forehead. He looked at the security officer and then slowly lowered his head to look at the 2 photos. His lips trembled slightly. Pavel's husband's younger brother is a member of Al-Qaeda. No, Pavel's husband is an Al-Qaeda member, and his brother is a real government soldier. Xia Jinyuan looked at the man with a heavy gaze. His sharp gaze was like a cold arrow shooting into the man's eyes. The date of her husband's death was the same as the date of the largest battle between the Pakistani government and the Al-Qaeda. How could they not have discovered such a major problem? They even let Miss Petty learn English from the wife of an Al-Qaeda member. What kind of security did they do? How did they pass the review and approval process? Soon, the surveillance cameras around the small room were shown. Pavel drove out of the presidential palace from the rear exit. Then, a garbage truck slowly drove out behind her. There was no need to analyze any further. Yi Qian and Petty must be in these 2 vehicles. What made Xia Jinyuan even more helpless was that there were very few surveillance cameras in the entire Pakistani capital. Some had not been rebuilt due to the destruction caused by the war, and some only had surveillance cameras but were not connected. This made it very difficult to trace the whereabouts of the vehicles. Chapter 492. The members of the Snowfield Brigade didn't waste too much time on the Sky Eye. The leaders of the Snowfield Brigade were escorted back to the hotel and the castle by the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade who were in charge of security. This was a large hotel that was operated by Chinese people, but it was also funded by the Chinese government. There were a few rooms that were not open to the public. Only the leaders of the Chinese side or the senior engineers who came to support the Pakistani side could stay there. Not only was each room equipped with an individual elevator, but it was also anti-eavesdropper. The doors, walls, and glass were all bulletproof and anti-collapse. The staff of the Chinese side also stayed there. The security guards were all armed and ready. After the leader returned to the hotel room, he immediately said to Major General Liu, "I heard from them that student Xiaoya left with the base's organizers willingly. From this point alone, it can be seen that she is a brave and righteous child. We brought her out, so we must bring her back safely. Her mother, Sun Xueqing, sacrificed herself for the motherland. Today, the motherland that she protected must protect her child. Send a letter to China and immediately send an elite special forces team over to support the Pakistani side. If necessary, we will share the trials and tribulations with the Pakistani government." The hidden meaning of fully supporting the Pakistani side was that they couldn't rely on the Pakistani side. They had to rely on themselves at critical moments. The meaning of share the trials and tribulations was that they shouldn't treat this place as a foreign country when they opened fire. They shouldn't care about how many bullets were fired, how many bases organizers would be killed. As long as the Pakistani government was fighting, the special forces of China could continue to fight. In short, the soldiers sent by the Chinese side will fully support the Pakistani side. If the Pakistani side didn't rescue Miss Petty and the government didn't retreat, the soldiers sent by the Chinese side will definitely not retreat. They must live and die with the Pakistani government. The Major General quickly conveyed the leader's words to Xia Jinyuan and said earnestly, "The leader is very concerned about Xiaoya's safety. At the same time, he also believes that with Xiaoya's ability and performance, she will definitely protect herself and Miss Petty. You guys, carefully think about the meaning of the leader's words. The Chinese government is already sending soldiers. They won't be slow. They will arrive in about 3 hours. The Chinese people are here to represent friendship. Since there are criminals who want to destroy the friendship between the two countries, this will not be allowed. The Chinese side will definitely stand behind the Pakistani government and support them to fight against the Al-Qaeda." Since 1996, when the Chinese side recovered Hong Kong, the dragon that had been sleeping for 100 years had finally risen. The Chinese side didn't care how foreign forces interfered with other countries' affairs. However, if they dared to bully China, they would be sorry. Who would dare to say that they didn't have sufficient reasons? However, this visit was a secret, so it was better to keep a low profile. Xia Jinyuan had already digested the words of the leader. The leader couldn't speak too directly. He had to act like a big country. It was fine as long as his own people understood. "Major General, please report to the higher-ups that we have a rough idea of where Pavel went." Due to the importance of this matter, the translator who stayed behind is still negotiating with the Pakistani representative. Where the place? Chapter 493. Pavel was a volunteer teacher at the school. Q King and K7 had already gone to the school, so they would be able to detect any abnormalities. The Pakistani military would send people to observe the other two places in secret, and rescue them if there were any abnormalities. After the Major General hung up the phone, he reported Xia Jinyuan's words to his superiors. Soon, an elite special forces team that arrived in Pakistan 3 hours later received orders from their superiors to head to a primary school in Pakistan's capital immediately after they got off the plane. In October, the weather in Pakistan was cool and refreshing. The average temperature during the day was 31 degrees Celsius, and it was cooler at night. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Yi Qian, who had just left the presidential palace, kept track of the time she saw when she was taken into the car. It had been about 2.5 hours since then. She believed that Captain Xia and the others had already roughly figured out Pavel's identity, but Yi Qian wasn't sure if they knew where she was. It was very quiet here, and she and Petty were locked in a room filled with the smell of curry and meat. She guessed that they were in the storage room behind the kitchen. It was too dark. If she hadn't been counting the time silently, she would have thought it was already dark. Her hands and feet were tied, but it wasn't a problem for Yi Qian to tie her hands behind her back. She touched the knot with both hands, and slowly, she thought about what kind of knot it was and how to quickly untie it. Yi Qian closed her eyes and didn't speak to Petty. After the knot was untied, she said softly, "Don't be afraid, Miss Petty. Sit down and rest for a while. I need to climb up to the window to see where we are. She gently touched the silver thread around her left hand with her right hand. They had searched her body, and she was very glad that she had left the pistol as a signal. Otherwise, they would have been alerted if they found a pistol on her. They even searched her watch, but they didn't take the silver thread around her left hand. They thought it was a silver bracelet. Petty didn't realize that Yi Qian had already stood up. When she spoke, her voice was trembling. Jane, we were kidnapped by Teacher Pavel. I think she might be a member of the Al-Qaeda organization. Huh? Why is this happening? Yi Qian, who was stretching his wrists, squatted down in front of her and asked softly, "What did you find?" Miss Petty. One day, I mentioned that there was a conflict between the government and Al-Qaeda. Pavel suddenly got angry and told me not to mention it in front of her again. Petty's expression should have been terrified because her voice was filled with fear. Every word she said was trembling. I think she should be a member of Al-Qaeda, but I believed her at that time because she was a very patient teacher. Teachers were always able to make their students and parents believe in them. Therefore, Yi Qian did not feel that there was anything wrong with Petty not telling the president about this. He could only say that Petty was not very vigilant. He opened his arms and hugged her gently. He smiled and said, "It's all right, Miss Petty. We'll be fine. Trust me. Now, I need to go up and take a look around." Before he could finish his sentence, he heard footsteps coming from outside. Yi Qian immediately let go of Petty and quickly picked up the rope that she had thrown on the ground. He wrapped his hands around it and tied them together. Chapter 494. Miss Petty, I untied myself just now. Please trust me. I'll protect you. As he tied himself up, he reminded Petty, who was still in a daze, "We'll definitely leave. We won't stay here any longer." Petty, who was still in a state of panic, finally came back to her senses after hearing Yi Qian's reminder. Her eyes flashed with surprise, but before she could say anything, the door opened with a bang. 2 Al-Qaeda members walked in with guns in their hands. Then, the lights came on. Yi Qian, who was sitting facing the door, saw the 2 armed Al-Qaeda members walk up to them, followed by Pavel. She looked at Yi Qian for about a minute before saying, "Please forgive our rudeness, my friend from China. Even though we welcome you here, I had no choice but to bring you here. Trust me, if the government is willing to cooperate with us, your life won't be in any danger." Pavel didn't mention Petty because she was the most important hostage in Pavel's hands. Kidnapping Yi Qian was just another bargaining chip. The gray robes were probably the uniform of the Al-Qaeda members. When Yi Qian was taken out of the room again, he noticed that the men all wore the same gray robes, while the women wore the same black veil that Pavel wore. "This is an orphanage." "Why?" "Mr. Pavel, why did you bring us here?" "There are children here." "Do you know that?" "There are children here." Petty became very agitated. She recognized where they were. This was an orphanage. The people who lived here were all orphans who had lost their families in the war. "Do you want these orphans, who finally have a home, to be in danger again?" "Mr. Pavel, you can't do this." She was agitated because she was worried that Pavel would kidnap the orphans again. She spoke in English, so Yi Qian heard her clearly. It wasn't what Pavel thought, but it was what she did. Pavel, who was walking in front, turned around and stared at Petty with his big, black eyes under the veil. "If it weren't for Mr. President, there wouldn't be any orphans here. They wouldn't have lost their families. So, Miss Petty, the person you need to blame is your father." The entire orphanage was under the control of the Al-Qaeda members. The staff were locked up in one room, and all the children were locked up in another room. Yi Qian and Patty were taken to the room where the children were kept. It was a room filled with the smell of gasoline. Yi Qian's gaze fell on a few oil drums filled with gasoline. His gaze narrowed slightly. "Miss Petty, you'd better stay here obediently and tell the children that you're the one who saved them. If you want to save them, you'd better cooperate with me. Otherwise..." Pavel picked up one of the barrels and took out a steel lighter. Otherwise, I'll set this barrel on fire and send all the children to heaven with you. The oldest child here was 12 years old, and the youngest child was 4 or 5 years old. This was a group of children who had seen war. They were especially sensitive to these things, and they were so scared that they started crying. Petty had never encountered something like this. Although she lived in a war-torn country, she was the president's daughter. She had always been protected. Right now, she was so frightened by Pavel's threat that her eyes filled with tears. Please tell me what I need to do. But please don't hurt them. Thank you. Even though she was scared, at least she was using her own actions to protect these children. Yi Qian was also completely ignored by Pavel. This made it easier for Yi Qian to do what he wanted. Chapter 495. At 5:37 p.m., G3 and K7 arrived at the school. Everything was normal in the school. The accompanying Pakistani soldier asked the teacher for a glass of water and snuck into the teacher's office with the excuse that she was thirsty. Pavel doesn't go home immediately after school. Instead, she goes to the temple to pray and enters the bunker building. The soldier entered the teacher's office and saw Pavel's photo. She expressed her gratitude as a student's father. This was the most important clue the soldier managed to find out in a short 5-minute conversation. Pavel was a believer, so it was normal for her to go to the temple. However, she avoided her colleagues' invitations every time. Even the teacher who saw her at the temple found her by accident. This meant that her whereabouts were not normal. G3, who was hiding in the dark, used a satellite phone to contact Xia Jinyuan, who was in the presidential palace, and told him all the clues they had found. Q King. Pavel is a member of Al-Qaeda. She's a teacher. There's an orphanage less than 5 kilometers away from the temple. It's full of children. You mean Pavel will bring Yi Qian to the orphanage? Xia Jinyuan was with the Pakistani president, so the president could understand the conversation in English. When he mentioned the orphanage, the president immediately bent over and looked at the map carefully. There was indeed an orphanage southwest of the temple that took in post-war children. Al-Qaeda was a military organization. No matter how powerful Xia Jinyuan was, he couldn't immediately find out where Pavel was. He needed to investigate carefully and figure out the exact location. Q King nodded. His imposing figure was like a rock in the Gobi Desert. He had a majestic aura that came from ancient times. K7 is already there. He'll report immediately if anything happens. The Pakistani government had just completed the handover of the old government, and the country was a relatively chaotic one. The fact that Al-Qaeda was so rampant could only mean that the other party was indeed powerful. Although the Pakistani government had invested a lot of military power to fight terrorism and extremism every year, there were still some things that they couldn't take into account. Pavel's incident showed the strength and weakness of a country. In China, such a situation didn't exist, let alone dangerous people rushing into the presidential palace. Yi Qian, who had been ignored the moment he entered the orphanage, used the corner of his eye to check the situation inside the room. After he was done, he lowered his head even more obediently. There was a telephone line in the room, but it had been torn. A yellow landline had fallen to the ground, and even the core inside had fallen out. He had to fix it first before he could use the communication device to contact Captain Xia. It would take more time, and this method would not work. It was even more impossible for her to escape alone. If she could escape, she could have done so at the presidential palace. He was in charge of the leader's personal safety, but he chose to leave Petty alone. He didn't need others to look down on him, he could even look down on himself. There was only one way, and it was also the most reliable way. Get Pavel to contact the presidential palace. He believed that with Captain Xia and the others' abilities, they would be able to find out their exact location with just a call. No matter how weak Pakistan was, it was still a country. They definitely had some small tracking technology. Then, he needed to think of a way to get the other party to contact the presidential palace. As Yi Qian listened to the conversation between Patty and Pavel, his only hope was to find out what they were up to. Chapter 496. What a good child. If your father is as open-minded and kind as you, you should continue your lesson today and return to your beautiful room to drink afternoon tea and spend a leisurely afternoon with your Chinese friends. Pavel did have a request. She needed to rescue an Al-Qaeda leader who had been captured by the government forces a week ago. If this person did not have an important position in Al-Qaeda, Pavel would not have exposed her identity. Yi Qian could tell that Pavel did have a request. Otherwise, she would not have said that Petty could go back after class. From her words, it was obvious that Pavel would continue to hide in the presidential palace as an English teacher if she did not need to kidnap Petty. Petty, ask her what she needs you for. Find a way to get her to contact the presidential palace. Yi Qian lowered his voice and said softly, we need to let the presidential palace know that we're safe. At times like this, Petty regarded Yi Qian as her spiritual support. Despite her fear, she still asked in a trembling voice, Teacher Pavel, what do you need me to do? If I can do it, I'll definitely do it for you. After all, you're my teacher. You're my most respected and beloved teacher. The president's daughter could not be that stupid. At the same time, Petty was using her own method to lower the vigilance of the Al-Qaeda members. Everyone knew that the president's eldest daughter had died in the hands of terrorists, so he protected his younger daughter very well. Some people even said that Petty thought that her country was a country free from war. Why would there be such rumors? Naturally, the president and his wife had to do something to make more people believe that Miss Petty was a simple, naive, and ignorant lady. Even the dangerous people lurking in the dark believed that Miss Petty was a simple, naive, and ignorant lady. A naive person would always lower the vigilance of others. At 5:52 in the evening, the president's informant received a call. 5 seconds later, he quickly cut into the presidential palace's office. The Pakistani president had just finished a call with the Chinese leader and learned that the Chinese side would fully support the Pakistani military's operation. The friendship between the two countries had always been deep. It was all because when the whole world had given up on Pakistan, China had extended a helping hand to help Pakistan through the difficulties. Until now, as long as a Chinese person visited Pakistan, they would be warmly welcomed. China is Pakistan's staunch ally. This was a phrase written in Pakistan's primary school textbooks to express the friendship between the two countries. The education they received since they were young was about the friendship between the two countries. Even their family education was the same. When Yi Qian, a Chinese student who was visiting Pakistan, was kidnapped, the Chinese side was not angry. Instead, they supported him unconditionally. This was undoubtedly what touched Pakistan the most. Therefore, the first thing the president asked when he received the call was, "How is my daughter, Petty?" He did not mention Yi Qian because he wanted the other party to think that Yi Qian was not important. He only wanted his daughter to be safe. A chess piece that could not play a significant role would always be easily discarded. Pavel made his demands over the phone. First, a large transport plane. Second, sufficient foreign exchange. Third, Chady Voryov had to be on the plane. Chady Voryov was the Al-Qaeda member captured by the government forces a week ago. Chapter 497. Mr. President, if even one of the three conditions that I mentioned is not met, then not only your daughter, but many other children will be burned to ashes by gasoline and will go to heaven with your daughter. As long as you are willing, we will do it immediately. Pavel had never thought that Petty would be the only one to make her request. She was confident that her request would be met if she gathered all the children in the orphanage. Only Petty and Yi Qian needed to know the exact location to rescue them, but with almost 50 children, the problem was much more serious. K7 was hiding in a high place where he could observe the movements of the orphanage. As he observed with binoculars, he said, "We have a lot of people and enough weapons. Consider fulfilling the request. At the same time, I suggest that we release some of the hostages. The transport plane can't fit dozens of children. It will be troublesome if there are too many children." He was a doctor, so his words were concise and straightforward, but every sentence was on point. Soon, the entire operation plan was revised. The president immediately called for an emergency response meeting and ordered the elite personnel from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Defense, and other relevant departments to quickly form a rescue command center. This was the largest group of children kidnapped in Pakistan. Even if these children were orphans and had no family to worry about them, no family was waiting for them to return safely. But to Pakistan, these were children that had to be rescued. They could not give up on them. Night began to fall. The Chinese side also participated in this operation. They suggested that they could not take all of them by force because other than Yi Qian and Petty, who were slightly older, the rest were young and ignorant children. Time passed slowly. Many children who were tired from crying were already tired. Only the older children knew the danger and kept their eyes open, not daring to close them. Yi Qian had already woken up from a nap. No matter what, it was important to be energetic. He had slept for about 2 hours, which meant that it was about 8 o'clock at night. It had been 2 hours since Petty had spoken to the president personally. At this time, Captain Xia and the others should be approaching the orphanage. Just as he thought about this, Yi Qian heard the chirping of birds. This was the most commonly heard chirping of birds in Pakistan. It was a type of lark. No one could tell what was wrong with the chirping of the birds, but Yi Qian, whose eyes were cold, knew that Captain Xia and the others were coming. Now that 2 people had come, he needed to confirm her exact location. The sound of a skylark could be heard, and then gradually disappeared. It was as if a naughty skylark that had stopped by the window frame outside the room had finally returned to its nest. 9 o'clock. Hostage confirmed 52. Hand over your weapon. The 2 Snowfield Brigade members outside perked up and quickly approached the 9 o'clock position. Inside the room, Yi Qian gently covered Petty's mouth and said softly, "Our people are here. Miss Petty, you just sit there quietly. Trust me, everyone will leave soon." After Petty nodded repeatedly, Yi Qian gently let go of her mouth. "Don't disturb the other children. Their cries will attract attention. I need to walk around now. No matter what happens, I can't scream, okay?" "Alright, I have no problem with that. Also, if you can give me a gun, I think I can also protect these children." Petty was not a naive girl. On the contrary, she was also a girl who knew how to use a gun. Chapter 498. Her words made Yi Qian smile. "Okay, I will try my best." He would try his best, but not now. After all, Petty had not undergone professional training. Once they found out that she had a gun, the consequences would be unimaginable. He patted Petty's shoulder gently and said, "Sit here and rest. If the children cry, try to comfort them. Trust me. Miss Petty, we will definitely leave this place safely. We will also bring all the children away safely." Yi Qian's words made Petty feel calm, because there was someone like her who was trying to protect the children. She had to muster up the courage to stand up and protect her own people. "Jane, don't worry. Although I don't have a gun, I have been learning from the guards, and I know a little about fighting." Petty lowered her head, and her voice was full of self-blame. "I am very, very sorry. I am very bad at fighting." Outside, 2 ghost-like figures snuck into the orphanage and found Yi Qian's room. Just as Yi Qian approached the door of the room where he was locked up, he heard a muffled sound in less than 2 minutes. It was the sound of something heavy being dragged across the ground. Yi Qian knew that the 2 Al-Qaeda members guarding the door had been taken care of. "Q King, Zhuangzi has taken care of it." Someone lowered his voice and transmitted an assassination message through the earpiece. On the other side, Xia Jinyuan, who was like a cheetah, snuck under a bus and stabbed a pushpin directly into the tire. He heard his comrade's voice through the earpiece and smiled. "Everything is going well. Inform Yi Qian to prepare for an attack from the inside." The Snowfield Brigade's entry meant that the entire rescue operation had begun. As for Pavel's 3 requests, the Pakistani president would fulfill them as soon as possible. The first thing to be done as soon as possible was to get Seti Vorakov out of prison. At the same time, the Chinese soldiers snuck into the orphanage. At this time, Pavel confirmed that Seti Vorikov had been released from prison and was on his way to Jiyang. It was also the time when the two Snowfield Brigade members successfully snuck into Yi Qian's room. Everything was done in perfect synchronicity. There was no difference in timing. The members of the Shuayu team who came to meet Yi Jian were not Xia Jinyuan and the other three, but two members who could speak Urdu. They knew that one of the girls was the leader of the protection team. She was also the representative of the students from the two countries for the exchange. Yi Jian kept hearing soft knocking sounds coming from outside. She tapped her fingers on the door a few times in response. After getting confirmation again, she said softly, "We can't fight. There are a few barrels of gasoline in the room, and the 4 children are covered in gasoline. If we fight, it will cause an explosion. There are a total of 32 hostages. 16 of them are under the age of 6, and the oldest is 12. After the war, many children were not very tall due to long-term malnutrition. A 12-year-old boy looked like a 10-year-old boy." Listening to her detailed report, the two members of the Shuayu team, who had changed into gray robes and camouflaged themselves, quickly exchanged glances. From her voice, they knew that she was the person they were looking for, Yi Jian, who had helped King Q and the others complete their missions many times. He was very calm and did not have a trace of fear. "Roger that. The president has agreed to their request. A batch of hostages will be released at 10 o'clock today." A completely unfamiliar voice came through the wooden door. "I am V8, and the other member is T6. We have entered the base and camouflaged ourselves." Chapter 499. Yi Qian immediately felt a lot more at ease. As expected of the Chinese Special Forces, their actions were swift and decisive. They directly killed their way into the base, disguised themselves as the enemy, and then coordinated with their comrades outside. The lock from the inside started to click. After a click, the tightly shut door was gently pushed open. "Keep the gun you left behind, my little comrade." V8 smiled and quickly passed the gun through the gap. He quickly closed the door again. 15 bullets, no reloaded magazines. "It's good to have a gun." Yi Qian, who had picked up the gun, pursed his lips and smiled. Before he could speak, he heard V8 say in a deep voice, "Yi Qian, in the first batch of hostages released at 10 o'clock tonight, you weren't there. You weren't there in the second batch either. You were still in the hands of the Al-Qaeda operatives when you boarded the plane. Are you scared?" This was an arrangement that couldn't be changed because Yi Qian was originally here to protect the leader. Now, he had become the protector of Petty. A soldier's duty was to go wherever they were needed. Yi Qian, even if she wasn't in uniform, in many people's hearts, she was a soldier. A soldier had to fight to the end. Everyone could leave, but a soldier couldn't. Outside the door, V8 and T6 expressions were a little solemn. In their hearts, they also felt that it was a little cruel to treat a 16 or 17-year-old girl like this. However, Q King took the initiative to suggest to the leader that Yi Qian stay until the end to protect Petty. The leader hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he nodded in agreement. In the face of the country's interests, Yi Qian could only choose to stay by Petty's side until the end. "Your arrangement is the best arrangement in my heart. I need to protect Petty. This is my duty. And I will do my best to protect Miss Petty and bring her back to the President and Madam President's side." Yi Qian didn't feel sad at all. He even felt that this was the best arrangement. From his tone and words, he could tell that he absolutely obeyed the arrangement without any objections. Because he had already learned to obey. When the two Snowfield Brigade members heard this, a hint of surprise flashed across their calm eyes. He accepted it just like that? Without any questions? Not even a single objection? "Don't worry, you're definitely not fighting alone, and you're definitely not alone on the plane with Petty." The T6 combatant wanted to comfort Yi Qian and make her feel more at ease. He also wanted to tell her that no matter what, comrades would never give up on each other. Yi Qian was about to walk back to Petty's side when he heard this. He chuckled softly, and his low voice was filled with joy. I know. Someone has to fly the transport plane. Since I'm on the plane, there must be soldiers from our country on the plane. Also, there should be some distance between the orphanage and the airport. If we want to leave, we have to drive, and we can only take a bus. I guess there must be our soldiers hiding in the bus. Her voice was like the soft chirping of insects in the summer night. Although it was soft, every word was clear. Her deduction made V8 and T6 raise their eyebrows. If I'm not wrong, our leader and Mr. President should have discussed it and decided not to give Pavel the chance to walk out of the orphanage. It's better to finish him off inside. Yi Qian, who was holding a gun, leaned against the wooden door with the paint peeling off. His voice was as gentle as the evening breeze as he said, "Moreover, I believe that my country won't give up on me. I also know that my country will never allow the Al-Qaeda terrorists to continue running rampant." Chapter 500. Yi Qian had never thought about the consequences of being one of the last people left in the hands of the Al-Qaeda terrorists. She believed that with that tall and sturdy man outside, he would not give up on her. She also believed that if he was not here now, he must be waiting for her on the transport plane. That was because he would not let her face this alone. Yi Qian trusted Xia Jinyuan so much. Just like Xia Jinyuan, who had also sneaked into the orphanage, he also believed that Yi Qian would be fine. The two comrades outside laughed silently. This young lady really had the aura of a soldier. The transport plane has already been arranged. It's quite a distance from the orphanage to the airport. There are several rescue plans. If everything goes well, we can deal with it in the orphanage. The T6 soldier was a top soldier who had been selected from the military and had rich combat experience. When he saw how calm Yi Qian was, he smiled deeply. "So, your guess is exactly right. We're indeed planning to deal with it in the orphanage." This was the best outcome. However, Al-Qaeda was also a militarized organization. Everyone believed that this matter would not be so simple and that Pavel would definitely have a backup plan. But now that there are gasoline barrels in the room, it'll be a little more difficult. Yi Qian pursed his lips slightly. His gaze swept across several gasoline barrels, as well as a few children who were curled up in the corner with gasoline spilled all over them. He then gently shifted his gaze to the top of the wall. He slowly recalled what he saw when he entered the room earlier. When his mind finally settled on a certain memory, a light flashed past his dark eyes. "I have an idea, get back to your positions." V8, who was in charge of security, reminded them in a low voice. The two people inside and outside the door quickly got back to their positions. In less than 2 minutes, several footsteps passed by outside and quickly left. Yi Qian quickly said to Petty, "They've already left. Tell me that everything is fine outside. The president has agreed to all of Pavel's requests, and everything is ready. Petty, we just need to wait for the rescue." He did not tell Petty that the people standing outside were actually Chinese soldiers. It was not that he was worried about Petty, but the fewer people who knew, the better. On the other side, Pavel waited for the government's final call. She needed to confirm whether Chady Vorakov had arrived at the airport and whether he had seen the transport plane. Dressed in black, she looked like a venomous spider. Every word she spoke was laced with venom. "Leave the first batch of hostages in the room. Pour all the gasoline in the room. If an accident happens on our way to the airport, burn them all to death. Let the entire country see how incompetent their president is." Instead of releasing half of the hostages were left in the orphanage. If anything happened on the way to the airport, then the children and the staff of the orphanage would be burned alive. There were about 60 Al-Qaeda members in the orphanage, and 15 of them stayed by Pavel's side. All of them obeyed her every command like soldiers. While Pavel waited for Chady Vorakov's call, Petty carried a sleeping child and ordered the older children to carry the other children away from Yi Qian. "Listen, my friend. None of us can make a sound. Cover our mouths because we need a lot of water. Only with water can we avoid being burned to death. Do you understand?" As they spoke, Yi Jian and Yi Jian used the silver wire on their wrists to wrap around the water pipe. Then, they used a broken wooden leg of the table to twist the silver wire. As the silver wire wrapped tighter and tighter, water started to seep out of the water pipe. Chapter 501. The water flowed gently, and all the children held their breaths. They were afraid that the sound of the water would suddenly become louder and alert the Al-Qaeda operatives guarding them outside. The 5 children who had been drenched in gasoline covered their mouths. Their big, bright eyes were filled with surprise as they allowed the cool water to wash their bodies. The thick layer of gasoline that they were afraid of seemed to lessen as they wiped their clothes clean. Yi Qian leaned against the door again and knocked on it rhythmically with his hand. After getting a response, he said in a low voice, "I suggest we adopt the second course of action. Leave the orphanage and take care of them on the plane." "You're going to pour the gasoline out?" V8 raised his eyebrows slightly. He immediately guessed why Yi Qian suggested the second course of action. He lowered his voice to the lowest and asked, "We don't have much time. We need to fulfill all of Pavel's requests before 10 o'clock. It's been almost 3 hours since our last call." "Yi Qian, we don't have much time left." With a smile on his face, Yi Qian felt that it was indeed very easy to have a comrade like him on the outside. They could guess what he wanted to do. "I'll dispose of all the gasoline and turn this dangerous house into the safest room. This way, we won't have to worry about bullets accidentally hitting gasoline barrels during gunfire and causing an explosion. My second suggestion is to release the first batch of hostages before Pavel leaves in the car." Before Yi Qian could say the word release, the T6 soldier in charge of security knocked on the door lightly with his gun. He did not say anything and nimbly returned to the children's side. Petty immediately reminded all the children in Urdu, "Someone's coming." This group of children had survived the flames of war and were very sensitive to danger. Petty's reminder made all of them immediately lower their heads and hug their knees as if they were fast asleep. The 5 children who had been drenched in gasoline all squatted in a corner. Yi Qian gently put the hose back on, and everything returned to normal. The door was not opened. The patrolling soldiers just came over to check if there was anything unusual as usual. When they found that there was no movement, they gave a few instructions and left. Case 7, there are 3 patrolling soldiers coming. Be careful. V8 maintained contact with Case 7 and informed him of the situation on his side so that Case 7, who was in the middle of a mission, and his comrades who were coming to support him, could be prepared. Case 7, who had already found the orphanage staff that was locked up, whispered to the other figures, "Hide." Before the patrolling Al-Qaeda members came over, they were like owls that appeared at night. In the blink of an eye, they hid. The entire orphanage was no longer under Pavel's control. As the Chinese soldiers infiltrated the orphanage, at the very least, the Al-Qaeda members guarding the orphanage would be replaced by disguised Chinese soldiers. Yi Qian did not know exactly how many hostages were being held. When she heard the footsteps moving away, she quickly washed the other 2 children who had not yet washed off the gasoline. "Right now, we're only removing the smell of gasoline from their bodies. The danger hasn't been resolved yet. We have to move the gasoline barrels away." Yi Qian whispered to Petty, whose joy could be felt even in the dark. He said softly, "Bullets will still explode when they hit the gasoline barrels. The best way is to get the gasoline out of the barrels away from us." Leaving this place was not an easy task. When Petty, who finally had a smile on her face, heard what Yi Qian said, sadness crept into her eyes again. "Then what should we do? The barrels are too big. How are we going to move them out?" Chapter 502. Yi Qian blinked. His dark eyes were like the crescent moon in the treetops, cold and confident. "If there's a water pipe, there's also a sewer pipe. Just pour the gasoline into the sewer pipe, and there's no need to worry. This used to be a master bedroom. After some renovations, the bathroom in the master bedroom was removed, and after some simple renovations, it became a gathering place for the children of the orphanage. Otherwise, Pavel would not have kidnapped all the children at once." The refurbished wooden floor was pried open bit by bit using a nail that was unscrewed from the foot of a table. The creaking sound was like a mouse grinding against a wooden table, coming and going from time to time. The T6 and V8 combatants who were on guard outside listened carefully to the sounds inside. Once all the gasoline was poured out, the room that was originally the most dangerous would become the safest room. Then, the operation plan would be changed to Plan B. They would no longer use the orphanage as the main battlefield, but move to the airport instead. Yi Qian's suggestion was quickly conveyed by V8 to J5, a member of the Snowfield Brigade who was guarding outside. He was responsible for contacting the Chinese interpreter at the presidential palace, and then relaying the message to the presidential palace and the Chinese leaders. The atmosphere was getting tenser and tenser. The elite personnel who participated in the rescue operation in the presidential palace were worried about the gasoline barrels. However, the news from the Chinese interpreter instantly saved them. Thank you very much for the bravery of the Chinese student. Her action will change the fate of 32 children and save them from the clutches of death. After learning that the Chinese girl who was kidnapped along with his daughter Petty was trying to get rid of the gasoline, the president said to the members involved in the rescue operation, "No matter what the outcome is, we have to thank this Chinese girl for her bravery. We have to always remember that the Chinese are our eternal brothers, our true brothers." This was the best news they had received in the 6 hours since the kidnapping. It was a piece of news that lifted everyone's spirits. Qin Xiu looked at the Pakistani elite personnel who all looked relieved. There was not much of a smile on his handsome face, but the pen in his hand was gently clenched. As a Chinese, he also did not want to see the students from his country in danger. Besides, he knew Yi Qian. If they had chosen to act under the noses of Al-Qaeda and were discovered, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, it was clear that this decision had received everyone's approval. It was a gamble, to seek victory in the midst of danger. After the leader who had not slept in the hotel found out, he was silent for a long time before he said, "The young are strong, and the country is strong. Student Little Yi represents the strength of the young, and also let us see the hope of a country." She did very well. "So, you agree with the second action plan of China-Pakistan?" The Major General looked at the leader with a serious expression and asked softly. Then, in the end, it was Yi Qian who boarded the transport plane with the Al-Qaeda organization. Waving his hand, the leader replied in a solemn voice, "We won't give them the chance to board the plane and leave. We'll settle it on the plane. Tell all the Chinese soldiers that they must rescue our students safely." Yi Qian had to be rescued safely. This was the top priority of the entire Chinese military operation team. In the darkness, the Snowfield Brigade K7 and another anti-terrorism special force had rushed over and assassinated several members of the Al-Qaeda organization. They had successfully disguised themselves and were waiting for the best opportunity to strike. Chapter 503. There are 20 hostages in total. Team C has been deployed. K7's cold voice came from the headset without warning. Team B consisted of V8 and the others, while Team C consisted of K7. The members of both teams had successfully disguised themselves as members of Al-Qaeda and taken over the task of guarding the hostages. Now, they were all waiting for Yi Qian's news. As long as the gasoline barrels were no longer a threat, the second set of operations could be carried out smoothly and the first batch of hostages would be safe. Team A has been deployed. How's Team B doing? Xia Jinyuan, who was in charge of Team A, asked softly through the headset. He and G3 were already hiding in the luggage compartment of the bus, waiting for the Pakistani government troops to be deployed. They would act as backup and eliminate all the Al-Qaeda members together. V8 put on the headset and leaned close to the door. After listening for a few seconds, he replied to Xia Jinyuan, "There's no reply yet. I heard very soft sounds in the room. Yi Qian is very cautious, so he might be a little slow." Xia Jinyuan laughed, but it was not a laugh. He just curved his thin, sexy lips. Then, they would have to wait a little longer. Little Fox would find a way. "Give me these 3 milk bottles." As the last barrel of gasoline was about to be emptied, Yi Qian gestured for Petty to give him the milk bottles that the children had drunk. After filling the barrel with water, pour the gasoline from the milk bottles on the edge to prevent the smell of gasoline from fading when they come in. The 3 milk bottles were filled with gasoline. Yi Qian carefully twisted them and gestured for Petty to continue pouring the rest of the gasoline into the sewer. He then gently touched the barrel that was still filled with water. This is fine. Change to the next one. Just in case, Yi Qian poured the gasoline out and refilled the empty barrel with water to ensure that the weight was the same. Yi Qian was professionally trained to ensure that not a single trace of oil was left out. After the barrel was filled with water, he poured the gasoline from the milk bottles on the edge of the barrel. As expected, the air was filled with the strong smell of gasoline from before. Time passed very slowly, and the hour hand pointed to 10 o'clock. It was getting closer and closer to the time Pavel had requested. Both China and Pakistan were fully deployed, and all the soldiers in the operation were on standby. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the entire city of Pakistan was not as brightly lit as the cities in China. Some people were partying until they were drunk. In this place, it was best to hurry home after dark. Don't linger outside and be careful of being killed. At 9:50 a.m., Pavel finally received a call from Chady Vorakov. He was calling from the airport, laughing as he told the woman who had rescued him that the transport plane had arrived at the airport. According to the agreement, the first batch of hostages was successfully released. The 20 workers of the orphanage were released. To Pavel, adults were not easy to control. Keeping them alive would be a problem. Chase all of them out of the orphanage. I want to see if the government troops are coming. Like a venomous spider, Pavel carefully used the hostages she had released to probe the situation outside. She would immediately fire a warning shot as soon as she detected any reinforcements from the government. At 10 o'clock sharp, the first batch of hostages successfully left the room. All of them were driven out of the orphanage by the Al-Qaeda members. The hostages frantically ran out of the orphanage as fast as they could. It was very quiet outside. Other than the hostages' cries, there were no government troops. A few Al-Qaeda members who were standing guard at a high point reported what they had seen to the cunning Pavel. It's very quiet. I don't see any government troops. Madam, it seems that they didn't send troops to surround the orphanage. Chapter 504. Very well. Tell the president that I will release the second batch of hostages after arriving at the airport. Release the last batch of hostages before boarding the plane. Only Miss Petty and the Chinese student will remain. Pavel didn't lower her guard. She continued to use the hostages as a bargaining chip to ensure her safety. She once again stated her conditions. The president, who was already waiting at the airport, still had only one condition. She had to fulfill all of her demands, but she had to release the hostages. This made Pavel even more aware of the importance of the hostages. The Chinese translator was Qin Xiu. His voice was transmitted through the cold communication device to the headsets of the Chinese soldiers who were connected by radio waves. Pavel requested that the second batch of hostages remain in the room. To ensure the safety of the hostages, the president told Pavel that he only has one condition: release all of the hostages. Qin Xiu, who was in charge of translation, translated the president's words one by one. The leader proposed to the presidential palace that the Chinese operation team cooperate with the Pakistani government forces to complete the task. They must finish before the transport plane takes off. Qin Xiu's voice was very calm. At this time, he occasionally raised his eyes to look at the transport plane that was already parked on the runway. About an hour later, the last batch of hostages would arrive at the airport, but it was impossible to release Yi Qian. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xiu, who was resting, put one hand in his pocket. His elegant and handsome face showed a bit of coldness. At 10:11 a.m., Pavel verbally agreed to the president's request, but before she got into the car, she ordered the remaining Al-Qaeda members, follow the original plan. When you leave, explode the gasoline barrels. Don't let anyone escape. She didn't intend to let the children in the orphanage go. These children had all seen the faces of the Al-Qaeda members. If they were captured, she would still be punished when she returned. The remaining members couldn't leave alive. They had no other choice but to die here. They were willing to stay and sacrifice their lives for their organization. The door of the room where the children were held opened again. After a strong flash of light, Yi Qian saw two men in gray robes walk in. "Hide the gun and give me your hands. Quick." It was V8 and T6, two members of the Snowfield Brigade. In order to prevent Yi Qian's gun from being discovered, they came in first and pushed Yi Qian and Petty out. The next time Yi Qian saw Pavel was on the bus. Pavel and Patty's hands were tied again and they were pushed onto the bus at gunpoint. Let the two of them sit in the two seats at the front. Pavel, who had been sitting in the car for a long time, ordered coldly, "Look carefully. The two of them are our bargaining chips to leave this place. Without them, all of us will die with Chetovorikov." Patty stopped talking to Pavel. All the children in the car were sitting close to the window. Beside them was an Al-Qaeda member who was holding a gun and had loaded his gun. If there was any movement outside, all the hostages would be killed. The car bumped along the road. When the man standing beside Yi Qian made a sharp turn, he grabbed her arm with both hands and gently drew the letter V with his fingers. It was V8 in disguise. Yi Qian thought they had stayed in the orphanage. She didn't expect them to be right next to her. Then, Yi Qian found out from V8 that there were a total of 4 members of the Snowfield Brigade on the bus. One of them was Xia Jinyuan. Chapter 505. G3, V8, T6, K7, as well as Captain Xia, there were 5 Special Forces soldiers in one car. Once all the hostages were released, it would be time to deal with these guys. The only thing Yi Qian did not have to worry about after falling into the hands of this group of believers was whether or not he would be violated. He simply leaned against the seat and closed his eyes to rest. With his own people around, he felt much more relaxed. Since there was nothing else to do now, he might as well rest. When the car passed by a section with streetlights, T6 saw Yi Qian closing his eyes and looking like he was fast asleep. Was he relaxed? Or was he stupid? Or was he really that calm? The car arrived at the airport at 11:02 p.m. The third leader of Al-Qaeda, Seti Vorikov, had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Pavel get out of the car in a black veil, he gave her a warm hug. "Thank you very much, my partner." A loudspeaker sounded, followed by the president's voice. "Miss Pavel, we have prepared everything according to your request. The last batch of hostages will be released immediately." "Of course, Mr. President." It was Seti Vorikov's voice. It was a fierce and arrogant baritone. "However, your daughter and the girl from China will have to accompany us on a wonderful escape in the air." "Of course, sir, I promise not to hurt your daughter or your friends." Listening to the other party's arrogant voice, the Pakistani president remained calm and said calmly, "We will definitely let you go. However, if anything happens to my daughter, believe me, Seti Vorikov, even if you are flying in the air, I can still send out a fighter jet to turn you into ashes in the sky. Believe me, I will definitely do it." This warning really shocked the arrogant Seti Vorikov. If the fighter jet was really sent out, they really had no way to escape. However, Pavel laughed. When the woman's voice was gentle, it was pleasant to the ear, but when she was ruthless, it was sharp, ear-piercing, gloomy, and unpleasant. "Mr. President, if we don't leave safely, all the children in the orphanage will be burned to death. So, we have to deal with this calmly and settle this matter peacefully." The Pakistani president was deliberately stalling for time. He needed to buy time for the Chinese troops who had sneaked onto the transport plane. "Very well, we also hope that this can be resolved peacefully," Seti Vorikov said viciously as he gestured for the few Al-Qaeda members to get out of the car. He was even more cunning than Pavel. He didn't release the hostages immediately. Instead, he had people push Yi Qian and Patty to the front to prevent himself and Pavel from being killed. V8 was standing in front of the bus, K7 was standing on both sides of the door, and T6 was standing on the side where the luggage door was opened. During the negotiation, Yi Qian and Petty were pushed off the bus, while Xia Jinyuan and G3 quietly came out of the luggage compartment under the cover of T6. Each of them was responsible for one target. While the T6 combatants were on alert, Each of them covered the mouth of an Al-Qaeda member and slit his neck with the dagger in his hand. Before blood spurted out, they stuffed the eliminated target back into the vehicle. The two of them replaced the two Al-Qaeda members and successfully infiltrated the plane. While the Chinese soldiers were eliminating the targets, Pavel sent people to search the transport plane inside and out. Fearing that there would be an ambush, she even searched the 8 crew members on the plane. After confirming that they weren't carrying any weapons, she boarded the plane. Chapter 506. The children all became bulletproof human shields for the Al-Qaeda members. They waited until they boarded the plane before pushing them off. Some of the children fell directly from the lift. No matter how painful the fall was, they didn't dare to cry out loud. These children were slightly older, so they more or less had the ability to make judgments. They didn't dare to cry or move. The 20 or so children were all huddled together. The panic in their eyes was something that Yi Qian would never forget for the rest of her life. When an Al-Qaeda member walked past her with his head down, Yi Qian smelled a faint mint scent. This is. She, who had been keeping her head down, looked up slightly. Under the faint indicator lights on the runway, she saw the side profile of a man so handsome that even his slightly pursed lips looked elegant. He seemed to know that she was looking at him. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile as he boarded the plane with a hostage and all the Al-Qaeda members. When she saw the G3 member walk past her, Yi Qian, who had her head down, had a faint smile in her eyes. Since they were all on the transport plane, K7 should be on it as well. After all the members boarded the plane, only Yi Qian and Petty were left. Step by step, they pushed each other onto the plane. Yi Qian looked back slightly at the children who were out of control. The scene she saw made her heart tremble violently. Those young faces did not have the innocence of a child, only the fear of an adult in the face of danger. Their eyes were not bright and beautiful, only gloomy, as if there was no life in them. They are safe. V8, who was escorting Yi Qian onto the plane, said softly, "Soon, it will be our battle. Yi Qian, I look forward to fighting alongside you." There weren't many Special Forces members in the Snowfield Brigade. They all knew each other and often went on missions together. Everyone in the brigade knew about Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan. Now that there was an opportunity to meet Yi Qian, V8 didn't want to miss it. He wanted to see how powerful the girl who was recognized by the G3 was. Hearing the interest in his voice, Yi Qian raised her eyebrows. "I'm also looking forward to seeing the strong team up." It was only on the battlefield that he felt like he had found his life's goal. When he returned to the classroom, he felt less passionate about life. This time, she was also looking forward to fighting alongside them. "There's a total of 30 bullets here. There's enough ammunition, but it's not enough to turn the entire body into a sieve." When they reached the last step of the elevator, V8 stuffed another magazine into Yi Qian's pocket and a tiny Swiss Army dagger into Yi Qian's hand. "Try to cut the ropes with a knife. The plane will circle the runway for about 5 minutes. We'll start the operation in 5 minutes." The children were all left in the car. Only Yi Qian and Petty were brought onto the transport plane. Never in Pavel's wildest dreams would she have imagined that 5 Chinese special forces had infiltrated her team, and that 5 elite Pakistani government soldiers were among the crew members who were in charge of flying the plane. As the elevator of the transport plane closed, Yi Qian saw more than 20 Al-Qaeda members start to raise their guns and shout. "Be careful of the guns in your hands. What you need to do now is to put them away properly. Don't let the bullets damage our plane." Chady Vorokov laughed out loud. He had a very long beard, and his eyes were fierce. He swept his gaze across the entire cabin, and finally, his eyes fell on the Chinese girl sitting behind him, Yi Jian's face. After that, he laughed even louder. Chapter 507. "You are a brave believer. Your husband will definitely forgive you," he said to Pavel. Everyone thought that Pavel was a brave and capable believer. They put down their guns and celebrated their successful escape. What they didn't know was that the few Al-Qaeda members who were still in the plane had their necks twisted by the Pakistani government's elite soldiers. Their heads were lying on the ground at strange angles. The plane rumbled as if it was about to leave the ground soon. Someone began to make a move silently, taking out the targets sitting next to them. All of them were directly dealt with through assassination. Amidst their celebration, there was not a trace of sound in the action. Yi Jian's hands were twisting. She used the Swiss Army knife handed over by the V8 to cut the knot. As the plane turned, she fell towards Petty. At the same time, the sharp army knife cut the rope around Petty's wrists. Prepare to take off. The cabin crew's voice sounded tense. It sounded like they were being controlled by the Al-Qaeda members. All the lights in the cabin went out. Yi Qian pushed Pavel away from him. Hide in the front. V8 was guarding the front, so Pavel was the safest. A gunshot rang out. The Al-Qaeda members who were laughing just now were stunned for a few seconds. Pavel's scream pierced through the cabin and woke everyone up. Miss Pavel, you are too rude to a guest from afar. In our country, there is a saying that courtesy demands reciprocity. I wonder if you have heard of it. Yi Qian, who killed Seti Voryov with one shot, stood next to Pavel and wrapped the silver wire in his hand around her neck. It was the silver wire around Pavel's neck that made her scream in fear. When she pointed a gun at someone's head, she would never be afraid. Instead, she would be confident and awe-inspiring. However, when someone pointed a gun at her head, Pavel only had one thought in her mind: it's over. It's over. You are not a student. Pavel's neck tightened as if he was going to suffocate in the next second. Then, he softened his voice and said, I don't care if you're a Chinese student or not. Trust me, I have no reason to hurt you. We just want to leave this place and return to our hometown. Whether it was snakes or poisonous spiders, they would not give up the opportunity to counterattack until the last second. Just like snakes, even if their heads were chopped off, they would still have the ability to jump up and bite people. That was how Pavel was. He wouldn't give up a chance to escape until the very last second. Of course I'm a Chinese student. Otherwise, why would I be kidnapped by you? Yi Qian grabbed Powell's arm with one hand and twisted it. Powell's shrill scream came from the cabin again. Her arm was dislocated by Yi Qian, and she lost the ability to fight back. I will treat you the same way you treated me in the past. In our country, this is called reciprocity, Yi Qian said softly with a faint smile. His voice was light, but his actions were ruthless. He didn't give Pavel any chance to escape. He pinned her down on the seat and tied her legs tightly with the silver wire in his hand. The entire cabin was filled with the smell of blood. The members of the Shuayu Brigade, who were disguised as members of the Al-Qaeda organization, had already prepared for battle the moment their opponents put down their guns. Now, they had to either use their guns to finish off their targets or use their daggers to clean them up. Chapter 508. Yi Qian did not have to worry about Pavel escaping, so he joined the operation. He either plunged his Swiss Army dagger into Pavel's neck or finished him off with his gun. The crew members of the Ba Fong left behind on the transport plane were all dressed in military uniforms. The members of the Shuayu team did not have the strong body odor of the Ba Fong people. Whenever they encountered someone with a beard, Yi Jian would kill them without hesitation. The plane had already stopped operating, and the elite Pakistani government troops in the cabin quickly contacted the control tower. The Pakistani government troops hidden in the surroundings all came out, with bulletproof shields at the front and gunners at the back. As long as someone came down from the open door, they would immediately shoot. Miss Petty has been successfully rescued. The first message the control tower received was that the president's daughter, Petty, had been successfully rescued. The Pakistani soldiers guarding the control tower immediately looked happy. Qin Xiu's gaze fell on the communication device. He could even hear gunshots coming from it. There was a gunfight on the transport plane. He clenched his fists and contacted the leader to report the current situation. Miss Petty has been successfully rescued. There is no news from Yi Qian for now. Both sides have started a gunfight. This was good news for the Chinese side. Yi Qian had always been by Petty's side. Yi Qian must have been able to protect her. Keep me updated on the situation until Yi Qian returns safely. The leader's calm expression had not changed since Yi Qian was kidnapped. He was not anxious at all. He only had the calm demeanor of a country's leader. He believed that Yi Qian would return safely. He also believed that his country's soldiers would complete their mission successfully. Some of the members of the Al-Qaeda organization got their hands on submachine guns. Bang! 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 Bullets rained down on the cabin. At the same time, they shouted in Urdu, telling their people to get down. Yi Qian felt a burning pain in his arm. He reacted quickly and got down on the ground. He moved closer to the Al-Qaeda member with the machine gun. He was very close to Pavel. He could not let Pavel return to the Al-Qaeda member. "Don't move, little fox." A familiar voice came from beside her, and then she fell into an embrace that smelled of mint. This was Xia Jinyuan's embrace. It was gentle, generous, and so reassuring. After bringing Yi Qian to a safe place, Xia Jinyuan finally let go of him. "What were you trying to do just now? Accept the offer of the guy with the submachine gun? Are you going to sacrifice yourself as a hostage?" His voice was gentle when he greeted Yi Qian, but when he was calculating, his voice was cold and harsh. Obviously, he did not agree with Yi Qian's decision. Yi Qian wasn't affected by the close contact during the battle. After being reprimanded, Yi Qian said calmly, "No, I wouldn't do something stupid like that. He's too close to Pavel." Xia Jinyuan heaved a sigh of relief and chuckled. "Next time, I'll have to give you a microphone so that we can keep in touch. I was really scared when I saw you trying to crawl over just now. Captain Xia, am I really that stupid?" With their backs against each other, Yi Jian touched her arm gently. Fortunately, it was just a graze from a stray bullet. She only needed to take care of it. Chapter 509. She held her breath. Xia Jinyuan, who was leaning against her, said coldly, "Where are you hurt? Bandage it with a bandage to stop the bleeding." The biggest difference between a bullet wound and a graze wound was that the smell of blood was not as strong. Yi Qian lifted her arm and said casually, "It's just a graze wound. There's not much blood, just some skin scrapes. I'll bandage it after we get off the plane." She paused for a moment and said, "Captain Xia, I'll crawl over and hold Pavel hostage. Then you can tell the crew to turn on the cabin lights and shoot at the right time. The sooner we get this done, the better." As she spoke, K7's voice came from Xia Jinyuan's earpiece. It was the same as what Yi Qian had said. The sooner they got this done, the better. "Yi Qian will move first. Take Pavel to us as a hostage. You guys can rest for a while." Xia Jinyuan's voice clearly traveled to the Snowfield Brigade's earpiece. V8 turned his head and asked K7 softly, "I suspect that Yi Qian was the one who fired the first shot. What do you think? This is Q King's little fox. She's good at seizing opportunities. It's normal for her to shoot. She was the closest to Chady Vorakov. The person she shot was none other than the number one target, Chady Vorakov. So you don't have to doubt it, it's certain," K7 said coldly. His tone did not change, but he spoke a little longer than usual. V8, who was familiar with his personality, could tell that he admired Yi Qian. "Now I'm even more interested. But I have to admit that she's very calm." V8, who was hiding in the back of the cabin, was even more curious about Yi Qian. Seeing was believing. He had to see for himself today. V8 and T6 soon realized what kind of girl Yi Jian was. She was a girl who dared to stand so close to the Al-Qaeda members. She was the only girl who had the courage to stand so close to them. The lights in the cabin were switched on. Only 6 of the original 20 Al-Qaeda members were left. They held submachine guns in their hands and wanted to fight back, but they heard a crisp female voice. "Look at who I have in my hands. It won't be too late for you to fight back." Yi Qian spoke in Chinese, and V8 translated for the remaining 6 members of Al-Qaeda. Even Chady Vorakov is finished. How long do you think you can last? Yi Qian said this in English for Pavel to understand that going against the government would not end well. Pavel's face was contorted. Her mouth was stuffed with her veil, and she was making muffled sounds. Why were there government troops on the plane? They had clearly checked that there were no problems. Other than the flight crew, there was no one else on the plane. Pavel looked at the countless Al-Qaeda members in gray robes lying on the ground. Her eyes were bloodshot. Where did the accident happen? When the Al-Qaeda members who were surrounded saw this, their eyes flashed fiercely. They looked like they were going to fight Yi Qian to the death. One of them started cursing loudly in Urdu. Yi Qian pulled the black veil out of Pavel's mouth and let her speak. Kill me. Burn all the children in the orphanage. Pavel, who could finally speak, had a strange smile on her face. She could not turn her head and stare at Yi Qian, who was standing behind her. She looked gloomily at the back of the cabin. Soon, it will be reported internationally. The whole world will know how powerful we are and how incompetent the president is. Chapter 5:10. Why would I give you the chance to do that? By the time the bus leaves the orphanage, all your followers will have been dealt with. The children who were frightened by you might have already fallen asleep under the government's arrangements, Yi Qian said coldly. I won't give you a chance to escape, and I won't give you a chance to harm innocent lives, Yi Qian said coldly, her clear voice like frost, sending chills down Pavel's spine. No matter how fierce Pavel's gaze was, Yi Qian looked at the Al-Qaeda member with the submachine gun and said coldly, if you want to shoot, kill Pavel first. Then you can think about how to get rid of us. Kill them. Kill all of them. Pavel, whose neck had 2 red marks, screamed in a shrill voice. His voice could not be too loud as it was squeezed out from his throat. Xia Jinyuan, who was secretly preparing, turned sideways and aimed at the target with Yi Qian's movement. Bang! The Al-Qaeda member with the submachine gun was shot in the head. The bullet went through his entire head and fell to the ground with red and white blood. When Pavel heard someone say retreat in Chinese, he seemed to understand what was going on. He stared in disbelief at the member who had fallen to the ground. Chinese soldiers. There are Chinese soldiers here. It's too late for you to understand now. Pavel, there's no way you can escape from the hands of our soldiers. Yi Qian dragged Pavel back under the cover of Xia Jinyuan and the others. Next, it was time to clean up the mess. This matter was left to the Pakistani government. After all, it was a country's internal affairs. The Chinese soldiers had done their job well. The Pakistani soldiers had no intention of letting the Al-Qaeda members leave. After Xia Jinyuan opened fire, the two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The Al-Qaeda members, who were at the end of their rope, could not escape from the hands of the Pakistani soldiers even if they had guns. The tail of the transport plane opened, and the Snowfield Brigade members who were fighting at the back quickly retreated. The Pakistani government soldiers, who were wearing masks, charged forward. Put her on the plane. Someone will take care of her. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw that she was carrying Pavel, who had fainted after being shot. He's a burden. He'll only delay our retreat. We can't leave this up there. We have to hand it over to the president to execute. Before the flare and smoke grenades were thrown into the cabin, Yi Qian finally left the transport plane and returned to the ground. Standing beside her was Xia Jinyuan, who had protected her during the retreat. He was dressed in a gray robe. From the back, he looked like a Pakistani man. Gunshots kept coming from the cabin behind them. After handing Pavel over to a Pakistani government soldier, Xia Jinyuan held her hand and led her to his troops. The entire airport that had fallen into darkness suddenly lit up. All the indicator lights on the runway also lit up. At the same time, several strong lights shone from the top of the airport building, illuminating the entire airport as if it was daytime. See? That's how precious it is. The J5 took off his gray robe and pants and said to his comrades who were still looking at Q King, "You guys can take it off too." Don't tell me you're going to wait until the young lady gets in front of us before you take off your clothes. Q King can take it off, but you guys can't. You can't leave the young lady with the impression that you're impulsive. Otherwise, you'll scare her. After the instructor spoke, his comrades reacted one after another. The gray robes and pants that symbolized the members of Al-Qaeda were taken off at lightning speed. They also took off the headscarves wrapped around their heads. All of them were wearing long-sleeved shirts, bulletproof vests, and shorts. Damn! Let's not take off our pants, shall we? Put them on, put them on. The T6 looked down at his legs. When the strong light shone on them, he realized that the hairs on his feet could be clearly seen. It was even more disrespectful. Chapter 5:11. T6 had a baby face that did not look old. His skin was also fair and tanned. Compared to V8, who had strong eyebrows, he seemed to be a few years younger. He looked as delicate and pretty as a college student. T6 was only wearing a pair of shorts that reached his knees. He immediately bent down to pick up the gray trousers he had taken off and said, J5, you've caused a lot of trouble. It's rude of you to wear shorts. How impulsive. When V8 heard that, he immediately felt that it made sense. Lil 6, you're the most reliable one. Lil 5 is a eunuch. He's so anxious every day that we're also anxious for nothing. V8 said as he bent down to pick up the trousers he had taken off. His expression was full of disdain for J5's words. You guys have met Yi Qian several times, but this is the first time we're meeting. We have to make a good impression. J5 put on his trousers even faster. When he heard that, he spat, get lost, who's the eunuch? You two are the treacherous officials. You said you'd be a supporting character, but who are you trying to impress now? G3 clicked his tongue and said, public morals are degenerating day by day. People's hearts are no longer what they used to be. Since you guys are all fighting to make a good impression, I can't fall behind. After saying that, when he bent down to pick up his trousers, he realized K7 had already put them on. He looked shocked. Bro, you're so fast. It's troublesome. I've never taken them off before. K7 had always maintained the principle of saying as little as possible in front of his comrades. Everyone was so smart, so it was easy to guess. But wasn't it easy to guess? All of them cursed in a low voice. Fuck, doctors are so cunning. Fuck. Next time, let him take them off first. His team spirit isn't strong. When we get back, let's get a week's worth of training uniforms. The strong light shone from the top of the airport building. Their shadows were very long. When they bent down, their shadows stretched out like a mountain peak. As for Yi Qian, he stepped on their shadows and walked over step by step. It's not cold. Why did you take them off and put them back on? Yi Qian, who had just arrived, did not know what was going on. He saw them take off their pants and put them back on in unison. He thought it was the drop in temperature that made them feel cold. Although that was what he said, he was muttering in his heart. The weather wasn't cold, and trained special forces soldiers like them could not only withstand the cold, but also the heat. How could they be afraid of the cold? Xia Jinyuan rubbed his forehead in the dark. With a smile on his handsome face, he said calmly, to disguise myself, I had to wear the iconic gray robe and trousers of the Al-Qaeda members. Now that the mission is over, I can't wear them anymore, so I took them off. But in front of his little fox, Xia Jinyuan bluntly exposed his comrades' intentions. They had clearly agreed that if any of their girlfriends came over in the future, all of them would have to play the supporting role. Good heavens, they were still trying to leave a good impression in front of little fox. Brothers, I'm sorry. Sometimes, I really have to value love over friendship. Halfway through his sentence, Yi Qian saw that he did not continue, so he casually asked, but what? But when they realized that they were only wearing a pair of shorts after taking off their trousers, and when they saw me holding your hand, they felt that it was a little rude to only wear shorts. They were afraid that you would have a bad impression of them, so they put them back on. Xia Jinyuan knew what his comrades were thinking. He did not hide it from Yi Qian and told him everything. So, don't be fooled by their imposing manner in battle. In private, they are just like all men. They care about their reputation. Chapter 5:12. Yi Qian was laughing so hard that tears were dripping from the corners of his eyes. The light in his dark eyes was even more dazzling than a strong light. You guys have a good relationship. Being from the same army is indeed different. In the past, because of his position in Fujian town and his young age, he needed to establish his prestige in front of the veterans. Therefore, Xia Jinyuan had to be a little imposing. Therefore, he didn't have much heart-to-heart with the soldiers. After arriving at the Snowfield Brigade, with the same military rank, the same position, and the same goal, what was needed was not an imposing manner, but a true comrade who could fight side by side with you. As soon as Xia Jinyuan entered the Snowfield Brigade, he was like a dragon returning to the sea. Everyone was the same. They fought in the same trenches all day, ate in the same cafeteria, and when they were free, they would lie on the lawn of the base and chat. Occasionally, they would even crack a harmless joke to lighten the atmosphere. Naturally, the relationship between the comrades was deep. Once the relationship was deep, there was no harm in teasing each other. There aren't many people in the army, so we eat and drink together. Everyone knows how many times each person went to the bathroom last night. Naturally, our relationship is deep. Xia Jinyuan deliberately slowed down his pace. The battle raged behind them, so it was time for them to rest. You'll know when you get to the army in the future. After interacting with each other for a long time, we're even closer than real brothers. However, it's hard to guard against such underhanded methods. Yi Qian liked this kind of topic of conversation. It made her feel relaxed. During the conversation, her slight smile was like a freehand landscape painting of a boat on a river. It was quiet and long, bringing a sense of serenity. I'm quite envious of you. You have a group of comrades who can share your life with you. I still don't know where I'll be in the future. Even if I get into the military academy, I'll still have to obey the arrangements. If I were to be sent to the front line, it would be fine, but if I were to be sent to the logistics team, I can only accept my fate. Every time she fought with them, she couldn't wait to join the army instead of sitting in school and studying peacefully. However, when she returned to school, she would be able to calm down and study seriously. Of course, it would be even better if she did not have those trivial matters to deal with. What's there to be envious of? Can't you just set me as your goal? Hunters would always inadvertently set up traps and wait for their prey to arrive. Just like now, in order to raise Yi Qian's goal, Xia Jinyuan casually brought it up in a relaxed mood. Yi Jian was really interested. After 3 rounds of cooperation, she guessed that Xia Jinyuan's troop was definitely a special force. She also heard him say that there were not many people in the troop. Generally, even if there were not many soldiers in a special force, there would be more than 30 people. Only some special forces would be limited to a small number of people. If that was the case, Captain Xia's unit was a special force with a special nature. Yi Qian's eyes lit up. She looked at him and said softly, "If I really set you as my goal, does that mean I have a chance to join you?" There weren't many bait that could make his little fox take the bait. The army was one of them. It was also the most useful one. He would mention the army from time to time, and his little fox would obediently follow him. Now, it was even better. She was using his army as bait. Very good. That was the effect he wanted. The effect was what he wanted, but it also made him nervous. He didn't know if it was right or wrong to bring her into his army. Chapter 5:13. If today's kidnapping had not happened, he would have insisted on his original plan and brought her to his military unit. Now, he would listen to her thoughts first, then take it one step at a time. His slender hand held hers tightly and did not let go. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. If there was a crescent moon in the sky, he would be able to take a leisurely stroll under the moonlight. Xia Jinyuan raised his thin lips slightly and said with a faint smile, "My army? My military unit is a little difficult. If I said that even the best soldiers in Fujian Town's military unit might not be able to make it, would you believe me? Of course I believe you. Yi Qian answered without hesitation. She even looked a little serious. You wouldn't joke about this kind of thing, so I believe every word you say. She always believed him like this. She did not need to think, nor did she need to think too deeply about it. She believed him so easily. Xia Jinyuan tilted his head and looked at her quietly with his dark eyes. He asked her softly, word by word, why? Why do you believe me so much? You don't even think about what I say to you and you subconsciously choose to believe me? This little fox, she definitely knew what he was thinking. The light in his black eyes became even more scorching, and his voice became softer, as if it was entangled with the smoke of gunpowder in the wind. It was also like a gentle net that surrounded Yi Jian. He asked her, do you know what I'm thinking in my heart? Am I right? Yi Jian raised her head abruptly and looked into his dark eyes that were as deep as the sea. The light in his eyes made her heart beat wildly and her face seemed to turn red. Yi Jian naturally looked away as her breathing became irregular. Avoiding his burning gaze, she smiled and said, of course I know what you're thinking. You just want me to choose the military path in the future. Do you really think my thoughts are as you say? With a smile in his eyes, Xia Jinyuan squeezed Yi Qian's hand and rubbed her fingers gently with his thumb. He conveyed the joy in his heart with his fingertips and also hinted to her that he had a lot of thoughts. When they were about 5 meters away from their comrades, Xia Jinyuan pulled her to the side and walked towards the darkness that even the strong light could not illuminate. Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat when she saw this. She instinctively said, Xia Jinyuan, where are you taking me? Because she understood, Yi Qian rejected him when he tried to do something. She refused to take their relationship to the next level. She was fine on her own and did not need someone to force their way into her world. She did not care about men and daughters forming a circle. She could draw a circle on her own. Ji Yang is not that big. I can't possibly take you out of the airport. Her reaction like a frightened rabbit made Xia Jinyuan's smile deepen. The man who just walked out of the smoke of war had a strong sexiness to him. He showed the might of a man everywhere. His long legs took large strides and Yi Qian had no choice but to run after him. Xia Jinyuan, let go of me first. I can't outrun you. Yi Qian grabbed his hand and tried to break free. But for a man, it was difficult to let go of the girl he wanted. Chapter 5:14. Especially for a man like Xia Jinyuan, who was extremely honest and loyal when it came to relationships. It wasn't easy for him to meet a girl who made his heart flutter. He patiently waited for her to bloom, for her to bear fruit, and then, for him to pluck her. During this entire process, he didn't want to let go of even half a step. His sexy smile was like the red wine in a crystal glass at night, intoxicating even before tasting it. Now, you don't have to walk past me. I'll hold your hand and walk. When we get there, I'll let go and watch you walk past me. Or, we can walk side by side. How about that? The double entendre made Yi Qian's struggle stop for a moment. Was the hidden meaning in his words what she was thinking? Or was it another one of his casual teasing? No, it didn't seem like it. His gentle voice and attitude of never letting go were all indicative of his deeper meaning. That deeper meaning made her heart tremble slightly. Even if she wanted to ignore it, how could she so easily ignore the palpitations in her heart? She stopped struggling and let him lead her to a darker place without any light. Yi Qian didn't say anything else. If she did, she wouldn't know how to deal with these things that she had no experience with. Don't be in a hurry to answer. Just keep quiet. Her obedient silence made Xia Jinyuan's eyes darken slightly. Every time they met, he used all his skills. Time and time again, he went deeper and deeper. Time and time again, he hinted at her verbally. He wanted her to gradually accept it as she grew older. It was a natural acceptance, not an escape. His little fox, who was resistant to adult men, couldn't be impatient for instant success. Other than taking it step by step, there was no other way. Yi Qian had already pursed her lips. Then, the double entendre in his words was just as she thought. He did have some feelings for her. Captain Xia, you don't have to be in such a hurry to give me some information so early. I'll say the same thing again. There's still a long way to go. Yi Jian, who had been jogging with him, expressed her attitude in a very firm tone. So, I won't take it to heart, and I won't think too deeply about it. Yi Jian, who had been jogging with him, expressed her attitude. In my world, I only want to go higher and further. Instead of settling down in a corner or living a life of being a fish on the chopping block. Her attitude was firm, and she had no intention of dating at such a young age. Xia Jinyuan was not discouraged. It was because of her attitude that he was able to take things one step at a time. He smiled and said, "Of course, you're still so young. Don't think too much about these messy things. Think more about your studies and the military academy." It was clearly his double entendre that made her overthink things, and now, she was the one who was overthinking things. At the same time, Yi Qian felt even more helpless. "Captain Xia, you're just here to tease me, aren't you? I'm not teasing you because you're too young. I don't want to scare you." Xia Jinyuan laughed. His deep laughter was full of mockery. "I'm not joking, and I won't take back what I've said. It's entirely up to you." Yi Qian thought to herself, if this goes on, I'll be even more worried. Just one sentence was enough to make her feel uneasy. She was afraid that he would be angry at her for her attitude, but she didn't want to lie. She had to feign ignorance. The more she said, the more mistakes she would make. The less she said, the better. "Shut up." Her silence made Xia Jinyuan's heart soften. No matter what he said, his little fox never questioned him. Her obedience really made him like it. Chapter 5:15. He liked the fact that she was occasionally obedient. When she was stubborn, it made his heart ache. He said softly, "Let me know if the wound opens again. We can treat it first." Yi Qian, who was being pulled along, pursed his lips and muttered, "Even if it's just a minor injury, it's going to become a serious injury because of you." His voice was as soft as a mosquito. For Special Forces soldiers like Xia Jinyuan, no matter how soft a voice was, it was still a voice. He chuckled when he heard the grievance in Yi Qian's voice. "Grievance? I saw it when you handed Pavel over just now. It's a scratch, similar to the one you get during training. It's definitely not a minor injury that will become a serious injury." "Then why are you asking me?" "To show that I care about you." They chatted back and forth. It was rare for them to find a moment to relax after a battle. It was the happiest time to have a good chat. For Xia Jinyuan, it was the same. After they were at least 20 meters away from their comrades in the Snowfield Brigade, Xia Jinyuan stopped and pulled Yi Qian to sit down with him. "Take a break. They still have things to tell us. We can go back a little later." He turned on his headset again and lazily said to his comrades who were still waiting for him and Yi Qian to go back, "Brothers, you've worked hard. You guys hold on for a while. I'll take a break with Yi Qian. Also, talk to her. After all, she's been a hostage for almost 10 hours. She's a little traumatized. She needs to be talked to in time." After he finished speaking, a few disdainful snorts were heard in the entire channel. J5 put on a fake smile and said, "Q King, I'm an instructor. I'm better at talking to people than you are. You should leave Yi Qian to me." "Thanks. I'll deal with my own problems. There's no need to trouble you guys." Xia Jinyuan would not allow his comrades to occupy his and Yi Qian's time. There were only a few days left before the overseas visit. By the time he returned to the army and she went back to school, he didn't know when they would meet again. It was not difficult to detect a strong possessiveness in his words, but Yi Qian did not take it to heart. Instead, he was worried about his rascally behavior. The mysterious and unpredictable Xia Jinyuan, the multifaceted Xia Jinyuan, the scheming Xia Jinyuan, the cold and ruthless Xia Jinyuan, no matter which side he was, she couldn't figure him out. Now that the rascal was here, he couldn't do anything to him. After he hung up, Yi Jian smiled and looked at him. Captain Xia, I'm not traumatized. Don't talk nonsense. Even I have some psychological trauma. How come you don't? The shameless Xia Jinyuan had the air of a rich playboy in the capital. When he raised his eyebrows and smiled, he looked both flirtatious and flirtatious. You're quite traumatized. When I saw the gun you left behind, I almost shot the Pakistani staff member who accompanied you. He spoke with a smile, but his deep voice did not hide his ruthlessness. Yi Qian believed that he did have such an impulse at that time, but he suppressed it. If I heard that one of my people was kidnapped, I would be so anxious that I would fight to the death. Her smile was very relaxed, and it floated over with the wind. Even Xia Jinyuan's eyes, which were filled with ruthlessness, became clear. Captain Xia, your army is the front line, right? When they talked about the army, he pulled her away. In fact, it was also to avoid his comrades. He did not answer immediately. Yi Qian said softly in the silence between them, my goal is to enter the frontline army. Only then will I feel that my life is not in vain. Chapter 5:16. Going to the front lines. Becoming a world-class sniper like Uncle Chen, becoming an unshakable tree, even if she had to go through life and death, it would be worth it. This life was really worth it. Xia Jinyuan lay down, his body pressed against the cold ground. He looked up at the endless, dark sky. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, then you have to work harder. We're not a team that you can join just by saying you want to. He seemed to be thinking about something as his tone was a little serious. Yi Qian, who was sitting down, turned her body to the side and quietly waited for him to bring up the mysterious special forces. What kind of team would gather such outstanding soldiers like Captain Xia and the others? They were brave and fearless, strong in combat, and had high overall quality. Even the standard equipment on them was better than the average combat team. All these things made her curious about this team and filled her with yearning. Her serious waiting made Xia Jinyuan narrow his eyes slightly. She was indeed very interested in the team he was in. Even though she didn't ask much, her actions already explained everything. You've seen what the team is for. They rushed to the most dangerous place. If you're aiming for the team we're in, that's great. But you have to continue working hard. Xia Jinyuan didn't say much. He only told her that the goal was good, but it was a little difficult. What was Yi Qian least afraid of? The one thing he was least afraid of was difficulties. His silence just now was actually because he was considering whether to let her become a member of the Snowfield Brigade. He had always thought of this, but tonight's kidnapping was a wake-up call for him. Female soldiers who were kidnapped ended up in a worse state than male soldiers. They suffered inhumane torture, both physically and mentally. Since the establishment of the Snowfield Brigade, they had never recruited female soldiers because they were afraid that female soldiers would suffer physical and mental harm. In recent years, the military headquarters had begun to propose this, but it hadn't been finalized yet because they were also worried about this problem. He had faith in Little Fox, but tonight's events had forced him to be more cautious. However, he didn't want to give up the opportunity to let her stand by his side. He was incomparably eager to put on the military uniform one day and fight side by side with her, to experience the smoke of war together. This kind of desire could not be suppressed. She was already so outstanding at such a young age, and there were still 6 more years. 6 years later, when she joined the army, how dazzling would she be? Just thinking about it now made him feel emotional. Why do I feel that Captain Xia is only giving me a taste of sweetness and not really letting me have a taste of the candy? Yi Qian, who was sitting, lowered her head and looked at the cold silhouette of her body even when she was lying down. She raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled. It looks like I really have to work hard. No matter which unit I'm in, whether I can go to the front lines, I have to work hard before everything is set in stone. Smile was confident, proud, and fearless. Just as Xia Jinyuan said, Yi Qian was the least afraid of difficulties. The more difficult it was, the more she would conquer it. Xia Jinyuan, who was frowning in the dark, heard this and a trace of determination flashed across his eyes. He restrained his expression and said in a low voice, "There are still differences between frontline units and special forces. All I can tell you is that all the brothers in my unit are the best of the best." Chapter 5:17. Xia Jinyuan's voice was low and heavy, as if it was filled with molten iron. Combat, precision shooting, high-speed driving, electronic blasting, communication decoding, and flying in the sky and running on the ground, all of these are necessary. Yi Qian, you've only traveled less than 1,000 miles in your long journey. There are too many things you need to learn. You need to know how to drive all kinds of combat vehicles, use all kinds of domestic and foreign weapons, be proficient in all kinds of radio and communication devices, and learn how to assassinate, scout, and destroy. Little fox, you're just a beginner. It will take you at least 5 years to become an elite special forces soldier. If you really want to join my unit, then as long as you can meet the requirements in the next 6 years, my comrades and I will definitely welcome you. Meticulous selection and strict training over a long period of time had finally created the Special Forces members of the Snowfield Brigade with unique skills and extraordinary skills. Yi Qian's eyes sparkled when he heard what Xia Jinyuan said. He nodded vigorously, and his voice was filled with excitement. As long as there's a chance for me to learn, I will definitely make good use of it. She continued, "You brought me to participate in the car training because you wanted me to become a Special Forces soldier, didn't you? How did the smart little fox become so dumb all of a sudden? The 4-year plan Uncle Chen and Uncle Jen drafted for you was based on the training plan of the Special Forces in the triangular state of the United States. But our requirements are stricter now, and we have more skills." Since she had the same thoughts, then he was definitely going to hold her hands. He would tell her how to proceed and support her on this path until the day she left the army. From the looks of it, your outstanding performance in several missions has already been noticed by the military. Otherwise, they wouldn't have proposed to let you be a student who went abroad for an interview this time. They also asked you to train with the motor vehicle soldiers within a month. Yi Qian, the military has high hopes for you. Now, you can either cherish it or give it up. Before the military orders are issued, there's still time. His words made Yi Qian's expression turn cold. He said in a low voice, "Captain Xia, are you saying that there's a high chance that I'll join the frontline army?" "That's right. As long as you keep progressing at this rate, there will definitely be a place for you in the frontline." He had been thinking about whether or not to let her become a member of the Snowfield Brigade. Now that he thought about it carefully, since the military had already taken notice of his little fox, wouldn't it be obvious that the military wanted her to follow her leader to secretly visit a war-torn country at such a young age? As such, his worries were not worth mentioning in the face of military orders. Xia Jinyuan, who had been keeping track of how much time he had left, used the strength of his waist to support his upper body, sat up nimbly, and said with a smile in his dark eyes, "The most important thing for you now is to have good skills before you join the army, so that the military and the country can rest assured about you. In your first year of high school, Yi Qian, you have to work hard. Follow Uncle Chen more often and endure more hardships. It will be good for you." This conversation was the most serious one Xia Jinyuan had ever had. In the past, he had been hiding it, but now, he was truly involved in Yi Qian's life. "Okay, I understand." Yi Qian nodded solemnly. The determination between his eyebrows was no less than that of a real soldier. After being reborn, she no longer wanted to be a coward for the rest of her life. She wanted to stand at the top of the mountains and look down on the past. Chapter 5:18. His little fox had already gone through basic training and had the basic skills and tricks that it could rely on to survive. Even the important training programs were being carried out one by one, and the results of the training were finally reflected in every operation. For example, this time, she was fighting alone in the enemy camp. With her wits, she completed a major task that even the leaders praised. She switched out all the gasoline and saved the lives of dozens of hostages. The smart little fox had already walked the path of a Special Forces soldier. At this moment, even though he couldn't see her face clearly, Xia Jinyuan had already sketched out her facial features in his mind. He thought about it deeply and repeated it over and over again in his heart. He knew that his little fox must be very charming at this moment. She had a pair of exceptionally calm eyes that were as bright as the stars and as deep as the water. She had a face that was as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as water. When she smiled, she was like a blooming flower. When she faced the enemy, she was as cold as frost and snow. How could Yi Qian not be charming? Xia Jinyuan, who was expected to return in 10 minutes, jumped up. He stretched out his hand and gestured for Yi Qian to take his hand and stand up. All right, let's return to the team. They gave us 10 minutes. Any later and we'll be seen as they're really waiting for us. Naturally, it would take some time to hand over to the Pakistani government. 10 minutes would be enough. J5 and the others were waiting for the car arranged by the Pakistani government to arrive at the airport and send them back to the hotel. They didn't rush Xia Jinyuan. A soldier with a sense of time wouldn't miss the time to return to the team. When there was 1 minute left before the 10 minutes, two figures that had disappeared from everyone's sight gradually walked out from the darkness. The two figures walked in the same pace and had the same expression. V8 said softly, Yi Qian's military aura is quite similar to that of Q King. I heard from Z7 that Q King met Yi Qian when she was 14 years old. They've known each other for so long and she's often influenced by Q King. It's normal for their auras to be similar. J5, who had already noticed this, heard his comrades gasp and couldn't help but laugh. You're jealous, right? I'm jealous too. So, in order to have a girlfriend, I've long planned to get along with Yi Qian. I'm relying on her to introduce me to her. V8's sigh was different. It was a long sigh. They're considered childhood sweethearts. It's too late for me to catch a childhood sweetheart now. After being single for so many years, she's a few years older than Q King. With a handsome baby face and an occupation that couldn't be revealed, V8 had a painful experience of going on blind dates. Everyone in the unit knew that V8, who had gone on countless blind dates, didn't believe that he was a soldier. Every time he mentioned that he was a soldier, the girl on the blind date would always be suspicious. The more serious girls would ask to see his military officer certificate on the spot. How could they casually show their military officer certificate to others? In the end, in the eyes of the girl on the blind date, it would be seen as dishonest. V8, who had gone on blind dates during his vacation, had always failed and returned to the team. So, whenever he mentioned his girlfriend, his heart ached. K7 patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Continue with the blind dates next time. Even a blind cat will catch a mouse. His cold and emotionless voice wasn't comforting him, it was attacking him. It had always been an honorable tradition in the Snowfield Brigade to insult their comrades. They were a bunch of bachelors and they wouldn't feel comfortable if they didn't insult their comrades. Chapter 5:19. Yi Qian, on the other hand, looked at the figures standing together. They were all about the same height. He pointed at two completely unfamiliar figures and said, one of them is V8, and the other is T6. You guys are really about the same height. Was this specially selected? Just like the National Flag Guards, all of you were carefully selected to be of the same height? They had to be the best of the best in the army, and they had to be of the same height. How difficult was it to gather all of them together? There's only one thing. It's just that it's slightly controlled, so there are fewer people in our army. When they were still 3 meters away from their comrades, Xia Jinyuan sped up his speech and said, their facial features also have to be well defined. It's extremely difficult. Yi Jian glanced at him quickly. Why did she hear a hint of smugness in his voice? They were so close, and they had been holding hands the whole time. Even if they only looked at each other from the side, there was an intimacy that no one else could interfere. Another collaboration. How many times have we worked together, Xiao Yi? J5 laughed heartily. It had been more than a year since the last battle in the snowy highlands. This time, he saw her fighting ability again. She saved more than 10 hostages by herself, saved the orphanage from an explosion, and remained calm in the midst of a crisis. J5 admired her. Yi Qian was like a returning comrade. He high-fived them to show that he was safe. His eyebrows were like crescent moons. This is our third battle. It's been a pleasure working together. This is our first time working with you. Similarly, it's been a pleasure working with you. It's also reassuring, V8 said. He raised his thick black eyebrows and said jokingly, "Guess who I am?" Xia Jinyuan smiled. His handsome face was filled with gentleness as he said to Yi Qian, V8, one of our comrades. He's partners with T6. They scored the highest in the tacit understanding test. They're proficient in many small languages. They're the best brothers. Proficient in many small languages. Yi Qian was in awe. When the T6 soldiers were introduced, Yi Qian had a better understanding of this mysterious special forces unit. The T6 soldiers were proficient in explosives, reconnaissance, assassination, armored vehicles, and infantry fighting vehicles. These were not a problem for him. With a gentle and handsome baby face, it was impossible to tell that he was a veteran, nor was it possible to tell that he was a soldier who was best at assassination. The car that was picking up the Snowfield Brigade members had already driven across the track and stopped steadily in front of them. The car door opened, and a young man in a suit stepped out of the car. The first thing he asked was, "Are you injured? The medical staff is at the airport. You can go over and treat the wound at any time." The situation in the transport plane was transmitted to everyone's ears through the tower's communicator. Several Pakistani government soldiers had been shot and had been sent to the hospital for emergency surgery, while the two Chinese special forces had not received any news of any injuries. Yi Qian, who was standing at the back, did not see clearly who the man who got out of the car was. When he opened his mouth, he knew that it was Qin Xiu, the professional interpreter accompanying the leader. "Everything is fine. No one is injured." J5 saluted him and replied coldly and calmly, "Thank you for your concern, leader. The mission has been completed. All members are on standby." Qin Xiu heaved a long sigh of relief and smiled elegantly. "That's good. The leader is still waiting for everyone at the hotel. Please get in the car first." He looked past the soldier who was almost 1.9 meters tall and finally saw Yi Qian standing at the back. He smiled at her and said, "Yi Qian, the leader wants to talk to you later. Be mentally prepared. It's not a bad thing, it's a compliment." This was the tone of an acquaintance. Chapter 520. Qin Xiu naturally knew Yi Qian, so he didn't use the same polite tone he used when speaking to the Snowfield Brigade. He was more or less casual. Not only was his tone casual, but he also turned sideways to let the Chinese soldiers get into the car first. When it was Yi Qian's turn to get into the car, he gently pulled her wrist and said, "You sit with me. They can get in first." Xia Jinyuan, who was about to help her into the car, stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Qin Xiu. He said in a deep voice, "Her arm is injured. We will need to treat it for her after we get into the car. Interpreter Qin, let her sit with me." This time, Qin Xiu recognized Xia Jinyuan, who was chosen by his mother as the best son-in-law. Based on this alone, Qin Xiu's attitude was gentle and polite as he said, "I'm sorry, I was reckless." He then said to Yi Qian, "You get into the car first and let them check on you. If you need to go to the hospital, we can immediately send another car to the hospital to treat it." Yi Qian didn't want to send another car to send her to the hospital. She raised her arm and said, "It's just a graze. I can treat it myself. There's no need to go to the hospital." There was light in the car, and she was standing at the door of the car. Qin Xiu saw a burn on her arm. This was caused by a stray bullet hitting a hard object. It dissolved most of the bullet's power and changed its trajectory, causing a burn. It was one of the lightest bullet scratches. "Then let's go to the car to treat the wound. There's a first aid kit in the car." Qin Xiu had seen gunshot wounds before, and he himself had suffered a graze before. He knew that there was no need to go to the hospital with this kind of injury. He didn't say anything else and helped Yi Qian up. Xia Jinyuan, who had already gotten into the car, held her wrist and got into the car. The medical kit was fully prepared. Xia Jinyuan placed Yi Qian's left hand between his knees. As the car rocked, he picked up a cotton ball dipped in saline with a pair of scissors and carefully treated her wound. Don't move. Steady your arm. Don't let the forceps touch your wound. Qin Xiu, who was sitting alone on the side, was about to stand up and support Yi Qian's shoulders when she heard this. However, she saw that Yi Qian had already grabbed the back of her chair with one hand and stabilized her swaying body. She had been kidnapped, and walked out of a hail of bullets. She was even injured, but he did not see anything strange on her face. There was not a trace of fear, as if she was already used to it. This was a bit strange. How could a student be used to a hail of bullets? Qin Xiu couldn't help but take another look. His gaze was fixed on Yi Qian's back, and there was a hint of doubt in his indifferent eyes. The wound is not deep, so you don't need stitches. However, there will be some scars. After Xia Jinyuan finished speaking, he used a bottle of saline to rinse the wound, applied some anti-inflammatory medicine, and bandaged it with sterile gauze. Don't touch unboiled water tonight. It might be inflamed. He looked up and instructed Yi Qian. When he put away the medical kit, his cold gaze seemed to inadvertently look at Qin Xiu. As if he had just realized that he was looking at Yi Qian, his thin lips curved slightly, revealing a polite but distant smile. Qin Xiu nodded slightly and calmly looked away. Both of them came from good family backgrounds and were rich young masters in the capital. The noble aura in their bones was not something that could be learned by others. They were born with a noble aura. This was a confidence that was engraved in their bones. It was not something that could be cultivated. The saying, "Nobility accumulates for 3 generations," was referring to these two people. A calm look was exchanged with a faint smile. Then, they looked away as if nothing had happened. Qin Xiu had already narrowed his eyes. This young master from a family Xia was indeed not bad. However, the old madam of the family Xia did not get along with the old madam of the family Xia. If he wanted to marry the daughter of the Qin family to a family Xia, it would be difficult to get past the old madam alone. Chapter 521. The Qin family and the Xia family were both old aristocratic families in the capital. Even if their ancestors went back 3 generations, there was still a genealogy. However, the Qin family and the Xia family were slightly different. The old master of the Qin family went abroad during the war and later returned to the country to become a diplomat. Only then did the Qin family take root in the capital again. Family Xia, on the other hand, did not go anywhere. When the war broke out, old Master Xia and his 5 brothers all gave up writing and joined the army. When the war ended, only 3 of the 5 brothers were left. Old Master Xia was the youngest, and now he was the only older member of the family Xia. Logically speaking, the 2 families were both aristocratic families in the capital and were somewhat related by marriage. However, in reality, there was no marriage at all. As a result, Qin Xiu's mother had to put in a lot of effort to marry her daughter into family Xia. Qin Xiu did not care about these things, but it was impossible for him to not care at all. Otherwise, how could he explain to his parents? However, Qin Xiu was also thinking about how to talk to Xia Jinyuan. Just now, even if it was just a glance, he could see that Xia Jinyuan had a condescending arrogance. This was not a display of arrogance, but a kind of noble heritage of an aristocratic family. It was obvious that Xia Jinyuan was not someone who was easy to get close to. Qin Xiu was the same. He looked gentle, but there was a sense of alienation in his bones that kept people thousands of miles away. After getting out of the car, Qin Xiu said to Xia Jinyuan, "Major General is waiting for everyone's report. I will take Xiao Yi to him first." "Sorry to trouble you, Interpreter Qin." Xia Jinyuan smiled at him politely, then said to Yi Qian, "You have been with him for 2 days. If he asks you anything, just answer truthfully. There is no need to deliberate." He was afraid that he would not have a chance to meet her tonight. After he finished reporting to Major General, she probably went back to her room to rest. Qin Xiu was a smart person. At this moment, he could tell that Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan also knew each other. He stood to the side elegantly and did not say anything, quietly waiting for the two to finish talking. Yes, I know. Yi Qian knew that Qin Xiu was worried that she would think too much and lose her honesty in front of the leader, so he reminded her to say whatever she wanted to say. No matter what, this elegant but dangerous man would always remind her appropriately and tell her what she should do. Xia Jinyuan wanted to raise his hand to rub her head again, but in front of so many comrades, he had to restrain himself. In the end, he gently patted her shoulder and said softly, "Leader is concerned. Leader is care." It was impossible for the leader to put on airs in front of a student. When he saw Yi Jian come in, her hands were wrapped in bandages, her face was covered with gray marks from the war, and her neat student uniform was wrinkled. He immediately said to Qin Xiu, "Quick, let the doctor come in and take a look at the child's injuries." Qin Xiu. Qin. Yi Qian. Afraid that the leader would call for a doctor, he said, "Translator Qin, you know. You don't have to worry about my injuries." Qin Xiu gently closed the door and stood to Yi Qian's left. He smiled and said, "It's indeed a minor injury. Our Chinese soldiers have already treated it in the car. You don't have to worry. It's not a big problem. It's considered a minor injury." There were 4 guards standing upright in the room. When Yi Qian came in, they glanced at him lightly. Their eyes were as sharp as a falcon's, making Yi Qian's hair stand on end. They were the guards sent by Zhang Nanhai to protect the leader's personal safety 24/7. Chapter 522. Even if it's just a minor injury, you still have to recuperate. You came with us but let a child like you suffer. This is a foreign country. Child, there are some things that our country can't interfere with. I hope you don't mind. The leader stood up and walked over. His dignified and kind eyes stared at the girl who was praised by the Pakistani president. He patted her shoulder gently and said gently, "It's good that you're back safely. It's also our fault that we didn't make proper arrangements and let a child like you suffer so much." Long before Yi Qian came back, the leader had already reflected on himself. But how could this kind of thing be completely controlled? Both the Chinese and Pakistani sides had made careful arrangements. But who knew that the English teacher in charge of teaching Miss Petty was actually an Al-Qaeda member? From the old government to the new government, through layers of examination and verification, it was confirmed that the background was clean and there were no problems. The Chinese leader's visit to Pakistan was a secret visit. The only people who could stay in the presidential palace and know about this trip were people close to the president and trusted. Pavel represented the Pakistani government during the old government and attended a joint venture celebration banquet between China and Pakistan. Even so, there was still a problem. To me, it wasn't a hardship. On the contrary, I was quite happy about the kidnapping. Yi Qian sat down with the leader and pursed her lips into a smile. She had the innocence of a young girl and the fearlessness of a soldier. When the leader heard this, he was quite surprised. He wanted to let Yi Qian go back to rest early. Now, he asked with interest, "Why? Aren't you afraid?" This young girl was quite interesting. She wasn't afraid of being kidnapped. Instead, she was happy. Moreover, from her expression, it was obvious that she wasn't just saying it casually. She really thought that it was a happy thing from the bottom of her heart. It was an honor for anyone to have a face-to-face meeting with a leader of the country. Making the leader interested in her topic wasn't just an honor. It showed that the leader valued her. Yi Qian faced such an honor calmly and indifferently. She smiled slightly and said, "I've been trained by the army for the past few years. Although it was unfortunate to encounter such an incident, it was the accumulation of actual combat experience for me. I'm not afraid of being laughed at, but when I was kidnapped, I was actually quite excited, thinking that I could finally practice." At this point, Yi Qian pursed his lips slightly, revealing a shy smile. "That was what I thought at the time, but when I found out who had captured me, I actually panicked." She spoke at a steady and calm pace. She talked about her fear at the time and her plans after the incident. Every word and every look in her eyes revealed her confidence. "The army groomed me in the hopes that one day, I can bring glory to the country. I'm just doing my best to repay the country and the army for their training. That was what she thought in her heart, and that was what she said. There was no need for her to think about it, and there was no need for her to think about it. She said what she thought. Qin Xiu, who had not left, listened quietly. He heard every word Yi Qian said. His calm expression hid the shock in his heart. She was just a high school student. What she could say and what she could do was far beyond anyone's expectations. Even the leaders were no exception. Chapter 523. The reason why the leader came to meet Yi Qian so late at night was also because he was worried that this student might be scared and wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with her. In addition, China had decided to keep Yi Qian by Petty's side as a hostage. It wasn't that China didn't value her, but from the perspective of the relationship between China and Pakistan, they had no choice but to consider the big picture and make Yi Qian suffer. In the end, there were many things that she didn't say out loud, but she had already thought it through clearly. She even treated this kidnapping as an accumulation of actual combat experience. Good child, you did very well. I'm very glad that I brought you with me on this trip. If it was another student, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be sitting here chatting right now, but would still be anxiously waiting. It was the right decision to let the local army raise you. You are now in your second year of high school and will soon become a third-year high school student. Study hard, and the door to the army will definitely be open for you. The leader had some understanding of Yi Qian's family situation, but regarding Yi Jifan's matter, the military couldn't possibly report it to the higher-ups. The country's leader, who had to deal with a myriad of affairs every day, couldn't possibly deal with a local official. The current situation was already very good. Yi Qian didn't need to fight for any special treatment. She would use her own hands to win the final victory. Because there were no changes to tomorrow's itinerary, they still had to visit a school. After about half an hour of talking, Qin Xiu, who was waiting by the side, received an internal call. It was from the army's major general, who had an urgent matter to report to the leader. The leader personally sent Yi Qian to the door and instructed Qin Xiu to make sure that the staff took good care of Yi Qian. Yi Qian could go back to rest, but Xia Jinyuan and the others couldn't. When they walked out of the door, they saw Xia Jinyuan and the others, who were already in their military uniforms, walking behind the army's major general. Their steps were orderly and dignified as they walked towards them. Their gazes met briefly, then they calmly looked away. The plan for tomorrow's trip would not change. Tonight, Xia Jinyuan and the others still needed to make careful arrangements. It would probably be 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning by the time they walked out of the leader's room. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Yi Qian, who had fallen into a deep sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. His left hand reached for the pistol under his pillow, and as he turned around to hide under the bed, he felt for the military dagger beside the bed. He stuffed the extra pillow under the blanket, pretending that he was still asleep and quietly waiting for the intruder to come in. Turning on the lights, Yi Qian saw Xia Jinyuan, who was dressed in camouflage, walking over with a cold gaze. His gaze fell on the bed disguised with pillows, and a smile suddenly appeared on his handsome face. Xia Jinyuan, who was dressed in green forest camouflage, had a combat helmet tucked under his arm. His handsome face was painted with a special camouflage oil that ruined the original lines of his face and reduced the contrast between the forest camouflage on his body and the surrounding environment. He stood beside the bed, his clear eyes smiling as he looked at Yi Qian, who stood up from the side of the bed. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, Comrade Yi Qian, you need to come with us to a place. The entire process of him coming in and standing beside the bed took about 20 seconds. His little fox had already completed her camouflage from the top to the bottom of the bed, and even used a pillow to pretend that she was still asleep. Yi Qian stood up from the side of the bed when he heard his voice. Looking at him, who was dressed in forest camouflage, he vaguely guessed that he was going out to fight again. Yi Qian, who was no longer sleepy, smiled when he heard that he needed to go with them to a place. He looked at him with clear eyes and asked, "Do I need to disguise myself too?" Chapter 524. Of course. Go open the wardrobe and take a look. There are clothes prepared for you inside. You have 2 minutes to change and gather here. Xia Jinyuan took a deep look at Yi Qian, who already had a look of anticipation on his face. He couldn't help but smile even wider. However, in the depths of that faint smile, there was a darkness that Yi Qian didn't notice. He watched as she walked out. She was wearing a short-sleeved fitness shirt like a male soldier. She walked quickly to the wardrobe. When he looked up again, he saw that she had already opened the wardrobe door, revealing a pair of beautiful and straight calves. Even her ankles were beautiful. There was a camouflage bag at the top of the wardrobe. If she didn't straighten her body and tiptoe to look at it, she wouldn't have noticed it. After Yi Qian returned to her room, she opened the wardrobe and took out her clothes to take a shower. After opening the wardrobe door several times, she still didn't notice that there was a camouflage bag on top of it. She took the bag out and unzipped it. A brand new jungle camouflage training uniform was neatly pressed under a bulletproof helmet of the same color. You actually prepared it for me. Captain Xia, why didn't you mention it to me? Yi Qian took out the helmet and the camouflage uniform. She hugged the entire set and turned to the bathroom to change. After she closed the door, she heard the rustling sound of changing clothes. Xia Jinyuan's smile faded slightly and he smiled as usual. When we decided that you would be going abroad for an official visit, the military prepared it for you. After you change, put on the helmet and pistol and come out. We'll wait for you outside. She was changing inside while he stayed in the room. It would be strange if the group of people outside didn't think too much about it. For the sake of her reputation, he had to avoid it. In 1 minute and 40 seconds, Yi Qian changed into her combat uniform, helmet, and face paint. In 1 minute and 55 seconds, she arrived at the rendezvous point. Her slender and straight figure was like a pine tree in an abyss. She could stand proudly in the frost and snow, and she could face the wind and rain. She looked refreshed in the jungle combat uniform and was full of fighting power. She was like a bamboo shoot that had broken out of the ground and was only waiting to grow. Xia Jinyuan fixed his gaze on her. The moment he saw her, his eyes darkened. It was as if something heavy had accumulated in his pupils, revealing a repressed seriousness. That night, the little fox would truly go to war as a soldier. That night, his little fox's hands would be stained with blood as she fought for the country. War meant slaughter. He wondered if the little fox would still be afraid of it. If he saw his hands stained with blood, would he have nightmares? After all, it was so small. It had come too quickly, too suddenly. He had no way to fight for her again. The Major General and the senior leaders had already agreed. Yi Qian walked over to Xia Jinyuan with the might of a soldier. She stood at attention and saluted. She appeared in front of the 6 members of the Snowfield Brigade with the posture of a soldier. After she saluted, Xia Jinyuan and the other 5 people saluted back with a solemn look. They didn't stop at all. Standing in front of them was not a student, but a comrade. A comrade who was about to go to war with them. He was the person they trusted the most. He was a comrade who could forget about age and identity and take care of each other. He was a comrade who had gone through life and death together. Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened. When he saw the girl in front of him who was as cold as a spear, a light slowly broke through the darkness in his eyes. Finally, a faint smile appeared on his face. Chapter 525. This was the path he wanted to take with her. They would kill for their country, fight for their country, even if their hands were stained with blood. Come, 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 fold your hands again. Just now doesn't count, just now doesn't count. J5 had a deep smile on his handsome face. He stretched out his right hand, and then K7 and the others all folded their right hands over the back of their own hands. He then said to Yi Qian in a loud voice, use whichever hand you're holding the gun with. Xia Jinyuan covered his left hand, raised his eyebrows, and gestured for Yi Qian to extend his hand with a smile in his eyes. Use both hands, no distinction between left and right. A bright smile bloomed on her beautiful face. It was bright and full of vitality. She placed her left hand over the back of Xia Jinyuan's hand and said, I'll use my left hand. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and placed his right hand over the back of her hand. T6 looked at Yi Qian, then at Xia Jinyuan's right hand. He sighed and said, childhood sweetheart, childhood sweetheart. I'm really envious of you. Hurry up and look through your old photos when you get back during the holidays. See if you can find another childhood sweetheart. Following J5's teasing, a few chuckles could be heard. They all understood what was going on. Only Yi Qian looked a little confused. As J5 shouted, 1, 2, 3, his large hand and her small hand lowered and retracted together. Every time they went on a mission, the comrades of the Snowfield Brigade would fold their hands to cheer for each other. When they returned, they would fold their hands again to represent their unity and return. Get your weapons first. We'll talk about the details after we get in the car. After they finished folding their hands, Xia Jinyuan's expression instantly turned cold. He was like a ferocious beast that was baring its fangs as he crouched in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. He wasn't the only one. The team members who were chatting and laughing with Yi Qian just now all had cold expressions on their faces. There was no trace of a smile on their faces. Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat, and he even held his breath. From their serious expressions, he could tell that this was a very important and dangerous mission. Every one of them was armed with an M16 automatic assault rifle. Not only were they equipped with guns, but they were also equipped with 4 grenades, light grenades, and smoke grenades. When it was Yi Qian's turn, Xia Jinyuan handed her a sniper rifle developed for the Special Forces, the AS Sniper Rifle. It was produced by the Tula Munitions Factory for the use of secret military organizations and police forces, so it was a sniper rifle that could be disassembled and put into an ordinary briefcase. I'll leave the sniper position to you. Xia Jinyuan handed the gun to Yi Qian and helped her put on the earpiece communicator. He tidied up her collar with a dark look in his eyes and smiled faintly. Now, you can keep in touch with us at any time. Yi Qian held the gun in his hand and strapped the grenades to his combat vest. He smiled at him, calm and confident. Yes, I'll definitely guard my position. I won't cause any trouble. Silly girl, if you were here to cause trouble, we wouldn't have dared to let you come over. J5 was amused by her. She was a very honest girl. Even if she was just standing next to him, she still had a charm that made people believe in her. You can't be modest on the battlefield. Do whatever you want. It was a very relaxed conversation. Yi Qian even had a smile in her eyes. It was 4 in the morning, and the city was quiet as if it was a lifeless city. Other than the brightly lit streets, there was not a single person walking on them. Because it was a quick battle, there was no need for military backpacks. They held their guns in their hands and equipped their weapons. One by one, they walked briskly into the individual elevator that connected to the basement from the room. Then, they jumped into a car that had no curtains except for the windshield in front. Chapter 526. Let's talk about the battle plan. We'll be secretly providing support to our brothers in China. We'll be relying on the daggers in our hands. After getting into the car, the few of them rearranged the rows of seats to form a table. Xia Jinyuan laid out the military map on the table and waved his slender fingers in a combat half-finger glove. Numbers 3 and 5 are the mountain routes. We'll go around these mountain routes and cut in from the west. This was a map of Pakistan's Mount Margla. It was a famous scenic spot in Pakistan. At the foot of the mountain was the Faisal Mosque gifted by the king. If they drove northwest from the city center, they would arrive at the location of tonight's battle. Xia Jinyuan pointed at the place where the firepower would be concentrated. He looked up slightly and glanced at Yi Qian. Yi Qian, this is our target tonight. Memorize the map so it'll be easier for you to move. Yi Qian, do you know what we're going to do tonight? J5 suddenly asked. Did King Q tell you? This question was timely. It was exactly what Yi Qian was thinking. He didn't have time to tell me, but I can guess a little. It's still about the Al-Qaeda incident tonight, right? Yes, and no. J5 raised his eyebrows and looked at her calmly. How do you know it's related to the Al-Qaeda incident tonight? How can you tell? Yi Qian chuckled. They were testing her observation skills. Mount Margla is located in the northwest of the city. It's part of the Karakoram Mountains. There's a famous mosque at the foot of the mountain. It was gifted by King Faisal. Pavel is a believer, so the mosque must be the place he goes the most. After tonight's operation, we rushed to Mount Margla where there's a mosque. I'm guessing that the current mission is related to the Al-Qaeda members. Xia Jinyuan glanced at J5 and said calmly, just because I didn't say anything doesn't mean she doesn't know anything. Some things can't be told by others. You have to think about it yourself. Although he was looking at J5, Yi Qian knew that this sentence was actually directed at her. As she said, it was indeed related to the Al-Qaeda organization, but it was also related to China. The Pakistani government forces learned that there were not only Al-Qaeda members in Mount Magla, but also Chinese people. The reason why the Chinese government had joined in again was because the other special forces that had previously supported the Snowfield Brigade had come for this purpose. They were investigating a local arms smuggling case with the local police. However, the investigation went further and even involved a foreign terrorist organization. This special forces team from the Linchuan military district had actually been secretly operating in the border area between China and Pakistan. That was why he was able to reach Bafang within 3 hours. We've discovered that the Chinese are all concentrated in the north. We'll cut in from the west and attack in a fan shape. We'll directly cut into the enemy's base camp. All members of Al-Qaeda, make your decision. Xia Jinyuan, who was in charge of the entire battle plan, had a deep and cold look in his eyes. Even his voice was devoid of any warmth. It was cold, heavy, and piercingly cold as it traveled to everyone's ears. We'll be responsible for assassinations and arresting suspected Chinese personnel. The brothers from the Linchuan military district rarely had the opportunity to go abroad to fight terrorism. Now that they had found out that the enemy was related to China, they returned to China overnight last night. The Snowfield Brigade Special Forces team was responsible for cutting into the enemy's base camp. From this, one could see the difference between the two special forces. Chapter 527. When the car arrived at the exit point, the sky began to brighten. Under the faint light, the group of people entered the endless mountain range, all the way to the horizon of Mount Magala. This was an iconic scenic spot in Pakistan. There were very few people in the deeper parts of the mountain range. In addition, the situation in Pakistan was not very good, so mountaineering enthusiasts stopped at the developed mountain range. No one dared to go any deeper. However, Yi Qian and the others were going to the undeveloped and dangerous depths of the forest. Their camouflage uniforms were the best camouflage in the green forest. When the sky was slightly brighter, they bypassed 2 tourist routes and entered the undeveloped area at 3 in the afternoon. This was also the area where the Pakistani government put up a "No Trespassing" sign. Once they entered the area, they began to move cautiously. There were people in front leading the way, observers on the left and right, and observers at the back. The 7 of them maintained a high level of vigilance and moved forward at the same speed. Everything is normal. Keep going. K7, who was in charge of scouting, told his comrades to keep up with them through his earpiece. His calm voice gave them a sense of security. Xia Jinyuan, who was kneeling on one knee, bowed and stood up. Yi Qian immediately held his gun and guarded the rear. Then, he followed closely behind Xia Jinyuan and continued to move forward. Although the mountain was lush with green trees, in order to safely cut into the enemy's base, they did not choose to walk through the valley. Instead, they used their GPS to march on the back of the mountain. As a result, the entire journey was extremely dangerous. If they were not careful, they would fall down the mountain and hit a tree. At 5:00 in the afternoon, the sun had already set. Walking in the middle of the forest, Yi Jian smelled a very light, abnormal smell in the rotten leaves of the jungle. Yi Jian narrowed his eyes and warned in a low voice, "Someone is here. Hide." They were on the back of the mountain, and they were far away from the development zone. They couldn't let their guard down if someone suddenly appeared. But, what they didn't understand was, how did Yi Jian find out when K7, who was scouting ahead, didn't find anything strange? Scent, there is a different scent. Yi Qian was afraid that they still did not believe him, so he explained, I smell a different scent in the wind. This explanation was indeed not very convincing, but no one questioned it at this time. They all chose to believe him. Of course, their comrades believed him. If you have any questions, you can ask them later. 3 minutes later, they saw two bearded men in gray robes with machine guns on their backs. They climbed up the bushes and leaves in the forest with their hands and walked towards them from below. They also had AK-47 assault rifles on their backs. There really was someone. Apart from Xia Jinyuan, the rest of the team members widened their eyes slightly. She smelled other odors in the wind. Her sense of smell was too sensitive. V8, who was hiding on a high rock, made a hand signal to Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan, who were closest to the two men. Capture them alive and kill them. Okay. Yi Qian raised his hand and answered. He quietly exchanged a look with Xia Jinyuan. When the two men were in front of them and they could clearly see the size of their feet, the two men who were hidden in the bushes grabbed the two men's ankles and pulled them behind them. The two men immediately fell to the ground heavily. Before the men could make a sound, the two men jumped up at the same time and stepped on their backs with one knee. The daggers in their hands were pressed against their necks. Behave. Chapter 528. Xia Jinyuan warned them in a low voice in English. He tightened his grip on the dagger that was pressed against their necks, causing blood to trickle down the throats of those who were still struggling. Yi Qian, who had used the same method to restrain the Al-Qaeda member, did the same. He did not give the other party a chance to make a sound, nor did he give them any chance to struggle. They were moving at the same speed, making the same move, and even their attacks were synchronized to the point that there was little difference. But J5 and the others were dumbfounded. The cooperation between these two people was really quite tacit. The T6 combatant in charge of the body search walked out and carefully searched the other party from head to toe. After confirming that they did not have any real-time communication devices, he clamped the head of the man Yi Qian had captured alive with both hands and silently disposed of the head after a click. Without any communication devices, these two people could not contact the Al-Qaeda base, and the people from the Al-Qaeda base could not contact them either. Naturally, they chose to dispose of them. After all, they could not possibly leave behind people with guns behind them. Without any real-time communication devices, this means that we're already close to their furthest patrol range. Xia Jinyuan opened the map again and used the GPS to locate their location. He tapped lightly on the map with his finger. We're here now. We're very close to the coordinates of the enemy's base camp and within their furthest patrol range. We're on the right track. We're expected to arrive at 7 p.m. The Pakistani government forces cut in from the north. They're taking a transport plane, and they're marching about half an hour ahead of us, K7 said softly. Everyone had a natural expression on their faces about what had just happened. It's a good opportunity for us to go in deeper now that they've started fighting. Check the time again. Rest for 10 minutes and then get ready to set off. Timing was also very important. A 1-minute error would result in a major mistake. The worst thing was to wait for a 1-minute error while your comrades were attacking. The few of them stared at the map. Other than Xia Jinyuan, the rest of them glanced at Yi Qian from time to time. It was fine if it was just once, but after a while, Yi Qian did not know whether to laugh or cry. What are you guys doing? You don't have to keep looking at me. Ha, ha. The T6 combatant who caught Yi Qian chuckled unnaturally and patted his helmet a little embarrassedly. Aren't we afraid that you'll think we're cruel? Xia Jinyuan, who was facing Yi Qian, said calmly, don't mind them. This is the first time we're working with female soldiers. They're a little crazy. You're overthinking it. How could I possibly think that you're cruel? If you want to be cruel, I should be the one to inform you immediately after discovering the enemy. That's the real cruelty. They Yi Jian narrowed her dark eyes slightly. After a flicker of light flashed across her eyes, Yi Jian softly said, "Oh." That T6 and the others also laughed silently. It seemed that this smart girl knew what they wanted to ask. My sense of smell is very sensitive. If it's the smell of perfume, as long as the wind blows, should be able to smell it from quite a distance. The Pakistani men have a indescribable smell on them. It seems like everyone has it. When I was in the mountains just now, I kept smelling the smell of rotten leaves. Suddenly, another smell drifted over, and I smelled it immediately. What they wanted to ask was, how could she smell the enemy's scent and determine that there were enemy forces? Chapter 529. The members of the Snowfield Brigade sighed with emotion at Yi Qian's special skills. Their painted faces changed slightly. J5 turned his head and bumped his shoulder against K7's shoulder. He lowered his voice so much that K7 almost couldn't hear what he said. Looks like I'll have to shower a few more times in the future. I can't be proud of my masculinity anymore. I'll have to restrain myself a little. A bunch of men either trained or went out on missions every day, so the smell of sweat on their bodies wasn't that pleasant. They definitely cleaned themselves up when they were in uniform, but they wouldn't clean themselves up immediately after training. Sometimes, they would just wash their faces under the faucet and rush to the cafeteria to eat. Anyway, everyone was the same. No one cared about the smell on each other's body. K7 glanced at J5 coldly and turned his head away without saying a word. He didn't have any smell on him. He had been smothered in Chinese medicine since he was young, so no matter how much he sweated, there was only the smell of Chinese medicine. Many people had the same thoughts as J5. Other than Xia Jinyuan and K7, who were indifferent, the others all had subtle thoughts. Especially T6, who had failed multiple blind dates. His appearance was top-notch. He felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured on his heart. Damn, could it be that the smell was one of the problems? Yi Qian didn't expect that his words would shock the elites of the Snowfield Brigade. As a result, the Snowfield Brigade's personal hygiene was left in the dust by other troops. When the 10-minute break was over, the 7 of them set off again. By this time, they had been on the road for nearly 9 hours. The Snowfield Brigade members, who had been training for a long time, didn't have a trace of fatigue on their faces. Yi Qian was the same. Today, J5 and the others saw the ferocity in his bones. Who said that women were inferior to men? Yi Qian, who also took turns to be the vanguard, sentry, and scout during the march, was definitely not worse than any of the male soldiers. No wonder Major General Liu didn't hesitate to put Yi Qian in the sniper position and fight alongside them. At 6:00 in the evening, the dense shade of the trees in Megala Mountain blocked the last rays of the setting sun. The birds on the tree branches chirped happily, but soon there was no more sound. The shrubbery became the world of the night insects. All kinds of music rose and fell one after another. In the music of nature, a few ghost-like figures flitted past quickly, fearlessly moving forward. Then, they all stopped in a dense forest and crawled forward with their waists bent. Yi Qian realized that the members of the Snowfield Brigade were probably used to fighting at night, compared to the day. From their night vision goggles, their way of combat was silent to kill. They were close to the outskirts of the bases and Zest. Coordinates confirmed. Position 3. Me, Yi Qian. Team 1. Yi Qian will enter the base and look for sniping points. I'll be in charge of covering the rear. T6 and V8, Team 2. J5 and G3, Team 3. K7 will be in charge of comprehensive reconnaissance and find out if there are any suspected Chinese. Yi Qian, who was in charge of sniping, didn't snipe from the outside. He would sneak into the base to cover for his comrades and complete the sniping. Therefore, he had to be the first to enter and look for a suitable sniping point. Facing Xia Jinyuan's dark and deep gaze, she raised her hand and made an "okay" gesture, indicating that she had no problems. After the previous few battles, Yi Qian realized that even his state of mind had become much more determined. Chapter 530. The first time she shot a criminal in Australia, she didn't hesitate to shoot. However, when she saw the bloody scene afterwards, her stomach churned and her mind went blank. She panicked. That was the first time she took someone's life. But now, she didn't feel her stomach churning. She only knew that if she didn't take action, she would be giving the enemy a chance to kill her. She would also give the enemy a chance to kill her comrades. This is the fastest way to enter the base camp. Little Fox, get ready to descend. With the help of the night vision goggles, Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian arrived at the rocky cliff that would allow them to enter the enemy's base camp. Yi Qian glanced at the broken mountain ridge in front of him and nodded gently. Okay, no problem. I'll be on guard. You go first. No matter who went first, they had to be on guard. Xia Jinyuan nodded and carried the gun on his back. He stepped on the uneven rock surface with the tips of his feet. His hands were either tightly grasping the shrubs growing among the rocks or the cracks between the rocks. He quickly descended along the funnel-like rock. 3 minutes later, Yi Qian, who was on guard, heard the cry of a night bird. He carried the gun and quickly descended like Xia Jinyuan. Her figure was petite and slender, and her waist was exceptionally soft as if it was boneless. She was also very light. She was much more agile than the male soldiers. Compared to Xia Jinyuan, who was like a fierce beast, she was much gentler. It was exactly because of the saying, women are like water. And the speed of her descent was only about 1 minute slower than Xia Jinyuan, who was a professionally trained special forces soldier. After descending, the two of them were like cats walking in the jungle. They were so quiet that not even the leaves rustled. It was obvious how solid their basic skills were. Although it was cool in the mountains, they were drenched in sweat after walking for nearly 10 hours. Yi Qian's arm was injured, so it was inevitable that it would feel uncomfortable. Xia Jinyuan wanted to ask Yi Qian about it several times, but Xia Jinyuan didn't feel the slightest bit abnormal. Xia Jinyuan wanted to ask him about it, but he could only give up. This injury also had a psychological effect. She felt fine now, but if he mentioned it and remembered it, it would be counterproductive. With the help of the night vision goggles, Yi Qian saw Xia Jinyuan, who was scouting ahead, making a hand gesture to her. 8:00. Sentry post. Kill. They had already entered the target area. As long as they saw a sentry post, they had to eliminate it. Yi Qian nodded lightly and slung his sniper rifle over his shoulder. He held a military dagger in his mouth as he crept towards the sentry post. His light footsteps were covered by the rustling of insects, and his figure was hidden in the darkness. His figure, which seemed to have become one with the night, flashed his fangs. He crossed his arms and quickly grabbed the opponent's chin. Within 3 seconds, he twisted the opponent's head and neck into a strange and twisted position. His neck was broken without a trace of blood. Xia Jinyuan was in charge of moving and handling the sentry posts that had already been taken care of, while Yi Qian was in charge of keeping watch. Everything was carried out like a ghost. Every sentry post that was discovered was dealt with in the form of assassination. After sneaking past the border patrol, they entered a tighter surveillance area. Xia Jinyuan bent his legs slightly, his tall and slender body sticking close to a tree. He quickly crawled towards Yi Qian. A strong patrol light shone in their direction. Yi Qian knelt on one knee a second before the strong light swept over. Then, he nimbly rolled to the side like a snow fox and nimbly hid in the bushes. Chapter 531. In an emergency situation, Yi Qian didn't know where to hide. When she rolled to the side, she felt a sharp pain on her face. Only then did she realize that she had rolled into a thorny vine. The thorny vines had many thin leaves and were densely grown. Although there were wounds on her face and hands, the searchlight couldn't shine on her. However, she could clearly see the 4 patrolling Al-Qaeda members. At a glance, one could see the difference between the people patrolling in the central area and those patrolling outside. They were all holding AK-47 assault rifles in their hands. They were all wearing the same jungle camouflage uniform, bulletproof vests, and waterproof military boots. Other than not wearing a bulletproof helmet on their heads, their entire outfit was no different from that of a regular army. Xia Jinyuan, who was hiding behind a tree, signaled for them to split into two, meaning to lure them away and fight one against two. The two exchanged glances in the monotonous green world. What they saw was the cold determination and unwavering determination in each other's black eyes. It was an encouragement that would make everything fearless, silently giving the other party a sense of security. Xia Jinyuan once said to Yi Qian that he would always hold her hand. Yi Qian once said to Xia Jinyuan that there would be times when he would be tired. He could choose to believe in her. On the battlefield, they didn't forget what they said at that time. They used their actions to prove that what they said in the past wasn't just a casual remark. What they said was a promise, and they wouldn't change their minds no matter what. A gesture was communication. Yi Qian nodded gently to show that she understood. His painted face smiled slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from her sight. There was the sound of leaves rustling, as if someone was escaping in a panic. The Al-Qaeda member walking at the front was quite vigilant. He didn't immediately shine the searchlight in that direction. Instead, he whispered a few words in Urdu to the other three people who had also sensed something. The four of them quickly split into two groups. Two of them searched in the direction of the swaying leaves, while the other two seemed to continue moving forward. However, the man with the searchlight in his hand hung the searchlight on the tree, and then quietly went up and outflanked them. They had received a certain amount of combat training and knew how to create a diversion. However, for Yi Qian, who had received formal training, this made it easier for her to attack them from behind. She worked together with Xia Jinyuan to eliminate the target. Yi Qian lightly jumped out from the thorny vines. She was holding the QSZ 92 9mm pistol that she had been given before she left the country. It had an effective shooting range of 50 meters and a muzzle velocity of 350 meters per second. She would choose to fire at a range of less than 50 meters, reducing the firing range to 5 meters. This way, she would have enough time to fire the next shot and finish off the other one. 3 light flicks came from the earpiece. It was Xia Jinyuan indicating that they would start in 3 minutes. Yi Qian flicked his finger back to show that he understood. The searchlight hanging on the tree swayed. The two Al-Qaeda members, who wanted to outflank them, never thought that there was an even greater danger lurking behind them. The pistol was loaded. Yi Qian, who was moving forward like a cat, quickly closed the distance between her and the two targets in front of her. She closed the distance again and again until she was almost 4 meters away. She was 4 meters away. If her opponents walked another meter, they would be 5 meters away. Principal Chen had said that Yi Qian was very suitable to be a sniper. Not only did she have sharp judgment, but she also had a good grasp of the speed of her shots. Chapter 532. To make a simple analogy, if Ace could fire 4 bullets in 1 minute, then Yi Qian could fire 8 bullets. In the same amount of time and with the same type of gun, Yi Qian could hear the bullet passing through the firing pin, firing the primer and igniting the propellant. As she held the pistol, she could feel the propellant start to burn and the internal pressure of the cartridge case increase. When the pressure rose to 250-500 kg/cm2, the bullet would leave the cartridge case and squeeze into the barrel. At this point, Yi Qian could feel the bullet start to move. Under the action of the high temperature and high pressure, the bullet would rapidly move forward and pass through the barrel. Her vision would then pass through the front of the gun, and she would aim through the front sight to complete the shot. Yi Qian did not know if this feeling was because she had touched the gun or recognized it. She only knew that as long as she touched the gun, she could clearly see the entire structure of the gun in her mind, just like a 4-dimensional picture. When she fired the gun, the 4-dimensional drawing seemed to have a life of its own. As the bullets in the gun in her hand moved, the 4-dimensional gun in her heart also began to move. It was as if she had become a gun. She did not need to aim before shooting. Instead, she could complete the aiming action after pulling the trigger. It was this feeling that allowed her to shoot twice as fast as other people. What did it mean to fire twice as fast? It meant that she had already completed the shot before others had even fired. For example, right now, the muffled sound of rocks sinking into water could be heard, followed by the same sound. 2 people had fallen consecutively, but the 2 terrorists in front did not even have the chance to fire. This was Yi Qian's ability. After Xia Jinyuan finished off the other guy who had not reacted at all, he looked at Yi Qian through his night vision goggles. Even though he was usually calm, at this moment, his eyes and heart were filled with shock. Her firing speed was very, very fast. She could accurately kill 2 people within 0.003 seconds. Before this, he was still thinking that he should quickly finish off the 2 people who were following him and then turn around to support Yi Qian. Who knew that she would be the one to support him? After dragging away the 4 terrorists who were still warm but were already dead, Xia Jinyuan led Yi Qian into the bushes and got close to her. I didn't realize you were so fast before, but after seeing you today, you really shocked me. In order to communicate secretly, not only did he get close to her, but he also spoke with his lips close to her ear. Yi Qian even felt that his thin and warm lips were about to touch her ear a few times. His low voice and warm breath were all sprinkled by her ears and neck. Her heart couldn't help but tremble, and an unnatural expression immediately appeared on her face. You actually have a unique skill that I don't know about. Little fox, you're not being honest. As he was still talking, Yi Qian couldn't help but tilt her head slightly. She didn't realize that her ear was a little ticklish. His words made her want to scratch it. Xia Jinyuan really didn't have any other intentions. Seeing this, he couldn't help but laugh. Why are you hiding? It's more convenient to talk like this. My ear is itchy. Yi Qian glanced at him and said softly, Captain Xia, are we going to rest? How's the J5's operation? Should we contact them? Chapter 533. There was no sound from their earpiece. It seemed like they had temporarily turned off their communication. Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, we can rest now. We're almost at the edge now. We'll go out after they reach the edge. What he meant was that their team moved quickly and encountered fewer obstacles. J5 and the other teams had a harder time cutting into the edge, so there were more piles to clear, so it would take more time. Yi Jian wanted to sneak into the enemy's base camp first. Although the place she and Xia Jinyuan chose was difficult to sneak into, there were many rocks and few trees. However, the distance was short and there was a natural protective screen nearby. Therefore, the patrolling members of the base organization were not as strict as those of J5. Captain Xia, why don't you go and support them? I can sneak in by myself. Yi Qian was still a little worried about the other team members. Since they were already here, she could sneak in by herself. Xia Jinyuan looked at her with a half-smile. Although his face was covered in paint and he was wearing night vision goggles, Yi Qian could still feel his gaze burning like the sun. She heard him say, you haven't answered my question yet. Answer what? Yi Qian blinked. Her face was also covered in paint, so she couldn't read his expression. She was in a good mood. She didn't expect that the speed at which she fired the gun would shock Xia Jinyuan. She was quite happy. In the past, she really couldn't compare to this dangerous man. Xia Jinyuan laughed. Are you proud of yourself? There was a deep affection in his eyes. His gaze was so gentle that it was almost dripping. Although it was blocked by the night vision goggles, that deep affection. Yi Qian could feel it. Her heart skipped a beat. She adjusted her breathing a few times before answering, I feel it. I feel it every time I fire the gun, especially when it's a pistol. As long as I'm sure I need to fire the gun, there's a cross-section of the gun in my heart and mind. I can clearly feel the movement of the bullet, then I can immediately aim and shoot. A deep and somewhat rapid breathing sound came from the earpiece. Then, she heard K7's cold and emotionless voice. Sorry, I just happened to hear it. I didn't want to disturb you, but I couldn't help but gasp when I heard it. Wouldn't that make people gasp in shock? Normally, when firing a gun, one would aim first and then shoot. But from what Yi Qian had said, shoot first and then aim. Wasn't this bullshit? If anyone else said this, they would definitely think it was bullshit. But since it was Yi Qian who said it, K7 believed him. Last night on the transport plane, she fired her first shot in less than a second after the cabin lights went out. This proved that she was indeed capable. Shoot first and aim later. Sounds a little ridiculous. The corners of Xia Jinyuan's lips curled up, and the admiration in his eyes intensified. But since you said so, I believe you. Besides, I did see it just now. K7 was speechless. It was unbelievable. Yi Qian had broken tradition. Her actions were faster than the speed of a bullet, and she still had to aim. The voices of the other two squads came one after another. Each squad repositioned themselves. After confirming the direction, they put aside Yi Qian's shooting speed and focused on sneaking into the enemy's base. The silence in the mountains was not broken yet, but the assassination mission was in full swing. The members of the Snowfield Brigade were scattered all over the place. Yi Qian did not find the best sniping spot. Instead, he found a sniping spot where he could leave immediately and from which he could leave in any direction. When the gunshots rang out, Yi Qian knew that the biggest fight of the night had truly begun. Chapter 534. The first shots were fired by the Pakistani government. After confirming that all the Chinese soldiers had entered the base camp, they were the first to launch the attack. The Pakistani government was not afraid of exposing their identities, so their attack was fierce and vicious. Grenades were thrown one after another, and the entire valley was covered in flames. This allowed the members of the Snowfield Brigade to see clearly what kind of terrain the base was. This place was like a local village isolated from the rest of the world. All the houses were single-story bungalows. The bungalows were separated by a certain distance, and the area they occupied was quite wide. From the gunfire, they could see that there were yellow dirt paths between the houses. They've taken over the village as their base. It's so wide. It'll take half a day to fire. J5 clicked his tongue. After looking up, he quickly crouched down. The worst thing to do on the battlefield was to stick your head out first. If you weren't careful, your head would explode. Yi Qian, who was at the sniper's point, thought the same. If they hadn't gotten some clues from Pavel and his men, the Pakistani government would never have thought that there was a base village in the valley of Magla Mountain that could come out and cause destruction at any time. The grenades didn't explode at one point, but at several points at the same time. The shrapnel flew out like bees leaving their hive, splashing in all directions. The Al-Qaeda members who were close to the shrapnel were immediately blasted into a bloody mess. Blood and flesh splashed out along with the shrapnel, and everything was covered in the darkness of the night. Shrapnel was also a weapon that hurt people. The Pakistani government had only thrown offensive grenades with a killing radius of 10 meters. In other words, if there were people in this range, they would either be blown up or have their entire body pierced by the shrapnel. This type of offensive grenade was rarely used by the Snowfield Brigade. Looks like the new president has a personality. Fuck, all the grenades he threw out are offensive grenades. Q King, the defensive grenades in our hands are a little unpresentable. J5 could still maintain a relaxed tone as he spoke through the headset. Judging from his tone, this was just a slightly more dangerous actual combat exercise. The front line has been blown up into a hornet's nest. We'll proceed step by step. Let's bring out the suspected Chinese first. The Chinese side had never liked to engage in barbaric warfare. They would only use a knife to grind the meat in a refined manner. They would grind the meat until the other side was scared out of their wits, but they would not be in a hurry to stab the knife in. This was called psychological warfare. They would tear a small wound into a big one, and then uproot it all at once, leaving no way out. Otherwise, why would the Snowfield Brigade carry out assassinations and ambushes? I just want to get him out alive and think of a way to pry open his mouth and ask him how many more such people there are in the country. Only then can our great motherland directly exterminate them. In times of peace, no one would want someone to suddenly pull out a gun and shoot at the people on the street. He didn't want to sit in a car, but in the end, there was a suicide bomber in the car. Cathay was the only way to keep the people safe. Allowing such dangerous people to run into society and harm the people was definitely against the principles of the country. They had to be eliminated. Yi Qian listened to the few of them chatting while eliminating the targets. Her widened eyes slowly narrowed. At this moment, she really understood why Captain Xia said that even the best soldiers in Fujian Town's army would not be able to join their army. Just this calmness during battle alone was enough to separate them from the rest of the world. She did not speak. She only paid attention to the movements around her. She saw 4 figures hurriedly rush into her surveillance area. Then, in a flash, they entered a pitch-black mud bungalow. Chapter 535. There was a light in the room, but it was extinguished in less than a minute. Yi Qian sent his location over and said in a low voice, "I'm at 2:00. 4 targets have entered the room. Try to avoid this area. Be careful of an ambush." Now was not the time to make a move. Otherwise, she would have been able to snipe at least 2 targets. "We don't have many people. We can only wait for them to attract the heavy firepower before we make a move." When J5 said this, everyone knew that he was talking to Yi Qian. Even Yi Qian, who was not officially part of the military, was forced to join the battle. Not only did they not have enough people, but they also did not have enough manpower. Yi Qian nodded in understanding. The special forces from the Linchuan military region had already returned to the border to begin their mission. They had managed to pry a lot of information out of the widow Pavel, including the situation at the Chinese border. It was an extremely serious matter that concerned the safety of the entire border. Otherwise, the special forces from the Linchuan military region would not have immediately returned to China after completing their mission at the orphanage. They were seriously short of manpower, and the Al-Qaeda members could retreat at any time. Since the Pakistani government had already fired the first shot, they could not let the second one be a dud. They immediately sent troops to draft a plan. Furthermore, Pavel mentioned that the Chinese would be involved. The operation was even more urgent, which was why they had come up with tonight's plan. Other than Yi Qian, Xia Jinyuan and the others were clear about these military secrets. They had only slept for an hour last night. When they woke up, they immediately woke up Yi Qian and moved out together. Xia Jinyuan and the others had not slept for 2 days and 1 night. They were short of manpower and did not sleep well. Under high alert, they would talk to their comrades from time to time, which was also a way to refresh themselves. Now that they were on the government's home ground, everyone was waiting for K7's reconnaissance report to come back before they could make plans for the next step. Xia Jinyuan's deep voice sounded particularly cold in the midst of the gunfire. It was like a 1,000-year-old rock with indestructible power. The entire base camp is made up of typical mud houses. Each of them has a high outer wall, and we have to be wary of any ambushes inside. It will take some time for K7 to scout by himself. The others absolutely could not act rashly. Xia Jinyuan's plan was because there were only a few people, so each of them had to be used at the most crucial moment. After K7 finished their reconnaissance, they quickly became reinforcements and met up with Yi Qian's team. Xia Jinyuan and the other 2 teams worked together to capture the Chinese alive. Another team provided cover while the last team retreated. K7 and Yi Qian brought up the rear. This was a planned battle, striving for everyone to be able to hold their own and cooperate with each other. No matter how much time K7 wasted, he did not have enough men to support him. Fortunately, the Pakistani government troops were very ferocious. They brought all their light weapons and used grenades to blast a bloody path out. Al-Qaeda's firepower was not as strong as the Pakistani government troops. They were at a disadvantage because they were all preparing to retreat tonight, so all their firepower was concentrated in one place. Now that the Pakistani government troops were fighting separately, it allowed them to disperse their firepower. There would be a gap in between, allowing the government troops to take control of the situation. This also made it easier for K7 to move. He would not be discovered if he sneaked in. They didn't have any battle plans for this place. It was all up to K7 to figure out where to go. Then, K7 would be able to pinpoint every location so that his comrades would know which path to take later on. Chapter 536. The sound of gunfire made Yi Qian feel like his ears were going deaf. He had to listen to their voices on one side and the flames of war on the other. It was not torture, but it could be considered a form of training. The thorny emotions in his heart were smoothed out by gunfire, the fear was broken by bullets, and the fear was washed away by blood. Over time, his state of mind became a flat mirror, bright and flat. It only reflected what was good and evil, what was righteous and what was evil. This was a kind of growth, and it was a growth that could only exist in the flames of war. Yi Qian knew that the reason he could participate in missions again and again was because the military wanted to train him and see if he was a piece of unpolished jade. There was a rumbling sound in the sky, and a transport plane could be seen rumbling from the east to the north. This thing was huge, and it was not a bomber or a fighter jet. It was the transport plane that had secretly landed 30 miles away from the Pakistani government. It was back. The Pakistani government is really generous. They directly sent a transport plane to attract the attention of all the Al-Qaeda organizations and leave the safety to us. Just this alone is worth us risking our lives for. V8 said happily. His lack of psychological pressure made Yi Qian wonder if he had a blade of grass in his mouth as he waited leisurely. The transport plane was very loud, and its sound could be heard from miles away. Wouldn't it attract all the Al-Qaeda organization's attention? If there was an anti-aircraft gun below and it was fired, another transport plane would be destroyed, and even the pilot would be sacrificed. But even if there was such a danger, the Pakistani transport plane still directly flew over, and the danger level of the Chinese soldiers decreased by a lot. Sure enough, the Al-Qaeda organizations that were supposed to be hiding in the dark saw such a big thing circling above their heads. They set up their machine guns and fired wildly at it. So fucking cunning, and there's even a machine gunner hiding. V8 could not help but burst out, and his earpiece started to cough. Instructor J5 said earnestly, "Good brother, pay attention to your image. I almost got my head chopped off, and you guys are still in the mood to curse?" K7, who had been silent for a long time, finally opened his mouth and sent the location to Xia Jinyuan and the other two teams. "It's up to you, brother. I'll retreat and meet up with Yi Qian." Yi Qian, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, replied, "Roger that." He immediately sent her location to K7. He then said, "The veteran is not bad. It's not heavy to carry. Get a few of them back. I want to get some good stuff." "Type 95 rifles are not enough for you," T6 replied with a low laugh. "And the M16 bullets." From the parameters of the two types of bullets, it could be seen that the M16 had an advantage over the AK-47 in terms of the amount of ammunition a soldier could carry on the battlefield. If the weight of the bullets was the same, the M16 would carry much more bullets than the AK-47. Moreover, the two sides were fighting at close range this time. The reason why they chose the M16, which was a high-speed bullet, was because of its high speed, high hit rate, and armor-piercing ability. Chapter 537. At the same time, the bullet weight was light enough to ensure that there would be enough bullets on the battlefield. There wouldn't be a situation where the person didn't come out and the bullets ran out. They had chosen the M16 assault rifle for this operation after careful consideration. The Type 95 assault rifle that T6 mentioned was an assault rifle produced by China. In terms of design, the 7.62 bullets were discarded and the 5.8 bullets were used instead. Although the specifications were close, they still didn't meet the requirements. When K7 said that he wanted to get a few M16s back, Yi Qian was also tempted. It was indeed possible to get one back. Among the firearms in Fujian town, there was also a veteran of the battlefield. However, it was a short magazine with a capacity of 20 rounds, not the long magazine with a capacity of 30 rounds in Captain Xia's hands. As a gun enthusiast, she also liked to dismantle and reassemble all kinds of famous guns. Check if there are any left. If there are, bring one back. The Pakistani government doesn't have the time to clean up the guns in the hands of the people in the base, Xia Jinyuan said. Xia Jinyuan opened his mouth just as Yi Jian finished thinking about it. It was as if, he could see through Yi Jian's thoughts clearly even though he was not far away from her. This call was the last time the entire team spoke more than 10 words. What followed were all concise and harsh phrases. The artillery fire of the government was still very strong. The east corner was filled with flames and gunshots never stopped. The firepower of the base was not to be underestimated. Gathering them together was undoubtedly a problem for the government. They couldn't send too many soldiers into the base. The Snowfield Brigade would be isolated if they entered the base. As they got closer and closer to K7's position, J5's voice was filled with hostility. I have infrared here. Help, clear the infrared. The only person who could provide support was K7. However, K7 said, I have infrared here as well. Brother, you're on your own. Entering the infrared surveillance system where even flies can't fly, isn't that asking for blessings? When the transport plane arrived, it even activated all the infrared surveillance cameras that the enemy had turned off when they retreated. This was a result that no one could complain about. According to the Pakistani intelligence, there were no infrared cameras in this corner of the mountain. They were all manned sentry posts. It was obvious that the information Pavel had gotten out of him was half true and half false. The interrogators hadn't filtered the information thoroughly and had given the Chinese side the wrong information. I think I should know where the surveillance camera is. Yi Qian put away his sniper rifle and said, my position has temporarily changed from sniper to assaulter. Everyone, be careful. I'll go down and deal with it now. He bent over from a collapsed area and landed lightly on the ground like an eagle flying in the night. There are 4 people in total. 1 against 4. I'll be in the dark and he'll be in the light. The odds of winning are above 80%. Xia Jinyuan, who was leaning against the wall, didn't have time to answer Yi Jian before he saw a red dot flashing in front of him. His eyes sharpened and he rolled to another corner on the dusty ground. With sweat on his back, he said in a low voice, half of it was destroyed, but the other half can still operate normally. I was discovered here. Just as he finished speaking, gunshots suddenly rang out. It was a series of machine gun shots. Yi Qian, destroy the infrared within 5 minutes. Move out. The low voice sounded quickly and steadily. When Yi Qian heard a series of machine gun shots, he knew that he had encountered a machine gun. Her eyes were filled with hostility. She stuck close to the wall and used the tip of her foot to push herself up. She stepped on the wall and entered the back of the mud house that she had seen for about a minute from her sniper position. Chapter 538. The tall walls didn't stop her. She jumped up and saw 3 Ba Fong soldiers in long robes standing there with guns. Their guns were aimed at the door. If anyone came in, the 3 AK-47s would shoot continuously and turn them into minced meat. Luckily, she chose to come from the back. Now, it was just 1 assassination and 2 close-range shooting. She didn't have much time to destroy the infrared system in 5 minutes. Increase the firepower. There are about 300 people in the base. The government even miscalculated the number of people in the intelligence report. We don't have enough ammo. Grab the submachine guns. G3 reminded his comrades. He was already fighting 1 against 5. With the infrared system, it was another 1 against 5. Yi Qian looked at the dark room. She saw 4 people earlier. Now, there were 3 people outside. That meant there was only 1 person inside. The person inside was definitely a technician in charge of the infrared system. According to the original plan, 1 assassination and 2 kills were feasible. What she needed to do was eliminate the 3 targets outside and destroy the infrared system at the same time. The infrared system was like a pair of eyes in a battle. The more important the eyes were, the better the protection. Luckily, these people came back in a hurry. Her chances of winning increased to 90%. Yi Qian jumped down from the wall amidst the explosion. Using the high ground, she stabbed the military dagger in her hand into the left side of the man's neck. Woo! The man's neck was pierced through by the military dagger. He didn't even have time to pull the dagger out. Yi Qian had already fired and aimed at a target. After 2 shots, Yi Qian's back was drenched in sweat. Why did Grandpa Zhen and Uncle Chen strictly ask her to increase her speed during training? She knew the importance of speed when she was on the battlefield. If she was fast, she could take out 3 targets in less than 20 seconds. If she was slow, she could take out 2 targets. The last one could take her life. The explosion was too loud. The technician in charge of the base didn't hear anything. He needed to activate the infrared system in the base immediately to help his people move quickly. He needed to kill the government soldiers who might have sneaked into the base. Yi Qian, who was standing close to the door, could hear the voices of the other party talking from inside. He tried contacting the sentry posts but found that there were only a few replies, especially from the sentry posts in the northwest. Not a single one of them answered. He must have sensed the danger. He grabbed a submachine gun next to him and turned around to inform the members on sentry duty outside. However, as soon as he turned around, the sound of glass shattering could be heard. A bullet penetrated the glass and hit him in the chest. Yi Qian leaped over the corpses on the ground and pulled out the submachine guns from the enemy's hands. He used the enemy's guns to fire at the infrared surveillance and communications systems. Sparks flew in all directions like fireworks. After bursts of green smoke, everything returned to normal. Infrared solution. She informed all her comrades and left the room with the Heckler Koch MP5K PDW submachine guns. Behind her were 4 corpses that were gradually turning cold. Blood was still spreading on the ground, but there was no fear on her face. "Well done, brother." K7's voice came first. He destroyed the infrared system on his side. After the enemy entered the blind spot, he started his counterattack. The rest of his comrades thought the same, but they couldn't answer. Their firepower was increasing rapidly. Even Xia Jinyuan, who was closest to Yi Qian, was surrounded. Chapter 539. Even though the entire infrared system had been destroyed, the members of the Shuayu team were still exposed. This allowed the members of the Al-Qaeda organization to know that soldiers had infiltrated the base. The bullets were like a net that shot out in all directions, forcing the members of the Shuayu team to shrink their heads. The bullets hit the mud wall, and the thick mud embedded the bullets. The flying dust covered the night vision goggles. Yi Qian didn't waste a second in the bungalow after leaving the room. Destroying the infrared system meant exposing herself. If she didn't leave now, once the Al-Qaeda members rushed over, she would be surrounded like a fish in a net. There was no end to the bullets, and an explosion occurred at 8:00 on her left, about 400 meters away. If she guessed correctly, that was where Xia Jinyuan was. She even used the grenades on her. Yi Qian's face darkened, and she didn't hesitate to run over to provide support. Before they left, they had clearly said that grenades were not to be used unless it was a critical moment, because they were to be used as the main weapon for retreating. But now, Captain Xia was using them. Thinking about the danger he was in, Yi Qian's eyes seemed to be dyed red with blood. "Captain Xia, I'm here to provide support." Yi Qian, who was running close to the wall, wasn't running blindly. Xia Jinyuan, who had already blasted a path of blood, was lying on the ground. The explosion was so close that his eardrums were ringing. When he heard the sound, he said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Support K7, surround them. Surround them." Yi Qian felt her heart clench. A 15-man encirclement was considered a large encirclement, which meant that K7 was now surrounded by more than 15 people. "K7, locate them." Yi Qian didn't run towards her 8:00. She knew very well who needed support more, so she had to go and support K7 now. Before he could pinpoint the location, 4 Al-Qaeda members rushed out from the front. Yi Qian, who was in the corner, fired first. He even used an MP5K PDW submachine gun that he had stolen. The MP5K PDW had a combat firing rate of 900 rounds per minute and a magazine capacity of 30 rounds. This type of gun was originally used by anti-terrorist special forces, but now it had appeared in the hands of an Al-Qaeda member. It was no wonder that the Chinese leaders wanted the Chinese soldiers to participate in this operation. They had to capture the suspected Chinese in the base alive. Who provided such a dangerous gun in the hands of a member of the base that even had its exit controlled? Are there any in the country? Are there any of those who are hiding in the dark to endanger the country's peace? If they captured a few suspected Chinese alive, they would be able to get some clues. The bullets were fired at close range, and the targets were directly hit by the explosive force of the bullets. They were pushed back before falling to the ground. They didn't even make a sound before they were finished off by the guns and ammunition they had purchased. K7's position had been sent over. It was about 800 meters away from Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan, who had suddenly appeared, said to Yi Qian, "I'm coming over to meet up with them." "Support them." "Okay." "They have MP5K, PDW submachine guns. Pick them up. Don't waste them." Yi Qian's tone sounded like a veteran who had been fighting for many years. His actions were not bad either. He cooperated with his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade and gave it their all. J5, G3, T6, and V8 were fighting together. They could take care of the front and back of the base, so there was no need for support. Yi Qian, Xia Jinyuan, and K7 were fighting alone. They had to meet up with each other as soon as possible. The sound of gunfire and explosions shook the ground. The flames that shot up to the sky almost lit up the entire base. Everyone was exposed from the darkness. Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan met up with each other 2 minutes later. When they saw each other covered in smoke, Xia Jinyuan grabbed Yi Qian's wrist. He used so much strength that it felt like he was going to crush the bones in her hand. Chapter 540. I'm fine. How about you? Yi Qian smiled and asked him softly. After all, he had just thrown the grenade. Xia Jinyuan didn't realize that he had used too much strength. Such a high level of firepower was due to a mistake in the intelligence report. He had dragged Yi Qian, a rookie, into such a high level of firepower. The biggest worry was that he would get hit. I'm fine. Put on the bulletproof vest. Don't worry about how heavy it is. It's a lifesaver. When he opened his mouth, there was a smell of gunpowder. His jaw was tight. Later, you cover the rear. I'll attack. Yi Qian nodded. She didn't have any objections to his arrangement. It was her first battle, so it was fine for her to listen to his arrangements. The two exchanged a few simple words and immediately went to support K7, who was surrounded. There were 2 reinforcements on the outside. Yi Qian's submachine gun fired at the Al-Qaeda members surrounding K7. They screamed in shock. The continuous gunfire made their eardrums ring. They were in danger, but even so, they had to support their comrades. This was the type of support that would only come if there were no hostages. If there were hostages, no one would come to support them. Everyone had to move forward in the battle. Even if their comrades were sacrificed, they had to move forward without hesitation. Only by moving forward could they win and save more lives. From the day they became a soldier, they had to understand the meaning of sacrifice. K7 looked at the hand that reached over. It was slender and long. He could still see the fingers clearly through the gunfire. The skin was white and smooth. It was Yi Qian's hand. It looked weak, but it was filled with strength and power. His eardrums hurt. The bullets had pierced through the wall. If K7 hadn't used a grenade to kill 5 or 6 people and stun the rest, he would have been shot through like a sieve. K7 took a deep breath of the smoky air and exhaled a mouthful of murky air that was also filled with gunpowder. He said in a hoarse voice, "I almost thought I was going to die. There were more than 100 people here. I fucking cleared more than 10 of them." He was angry that the intelligence report was wrong, but he couldn't vent his anger. He had to hold it in. Even K7, who was usually cold and silent, couldn't help but curse. At least 300 people. It's not an ordinary base. It's the base of all the Al-Qaeda members in this city. Yi Qian grabbed his outstretched hand and pulled K7 up. The intelligence is wrong. The Pakistani president is on tenterhooks again. K7 was not injured. Other than the fact that they could not fight him head-on, they were still fine. After confirming that he was not injured, he immediately contacted the other two teams. The firepower was very strong. Fortunately, the members of the Shuiyu team were all special forces who had survived through piles of corpses. Other than some small wounds on their bodies, they were all fine. 10 minutes later, everyone gathered. Xia Jinyuan spread out the map and pointed to the south, where there had been no movement. Contact the government forces via satellite phone. This is the main target. We can't stay here for long. Get 2 hostages and retreat. If they stayed any longer and waited for the government troops to rush in, they would be fighting among themselves. The person in charge of communication was V8. After contacting the commander of the government forces, 3 of them suppressed the firepower, 2 of them attacked, and 2 of them moved forward quickly. They started to attack like arrows. Disperse, fight, gather, suppress, and calmly report. Under such intense firepower, Yi Qian followed the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade and headed toward the location where they suspected there were Chinese. Chapter 541. After taking out a machine gunner, the T6 combatant looked at the big gun that still had a lot of bullets in it and started drooling. Don't carry the machine gun anymore. Submachine guns are more practical. V8, who was suppressing the firepower, shouted at him, "They're about to start fighting in the south. Brother, what are you still looking for?" The T6 combatant let out a long sigh and said, "A full man doesn't know the suffering of a hungry man." V8 kicked him in the face. The entire battle was a bloody one. Even if you stepped over the corpses that they had knocked down, you still had to continue walking even if your military boots stepped on the thick blood. Yi Qian would try to avoid them earlier, but in the end, when the firepower was too strong, there was no time for him to do so. He just laid down under the corpses that he had cleared a second ago and used them as cover while firing at the front. The firepower in the south was so intense that all the Al-Qaeda members focused their firepower on it. However, there was no movement from the bungalow that K7 had first located. Under the cover of Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan, 2 teams of people entered the bungalow and threw a strong flashlight grenade into the pitch-black bungalow. As the light blinded the entire house, they also saw 4 people hiding in the darkness. They were wearing long pants and short shirts and had Asian facial features. Victory seemed to be right in front of them. However, when K7 saw the 4 people, his expression suddenly changed and he said sternly, "Fifth young one." Yi Qian, who was hiding in the dark and keeping watch, looked at Xia Jinyuan. They saw Yi Qian, who was close to the wall, climb up a mound of dirt with her feet. The 2-meter-tall wall disappeared from Xia Jinyuan's sight in just 2 steps. She heard footsteps outside, but thought it was a lone Al-Qaeda member who had fallen behind. In fact, it was the target who had escaped. K7 on guard. How could Xia Jinyuan let Yi Qian give chase alone? After saying that, he used the same method to catch up to Yi Qian. This little fox was really fast. By the time he realized it, she had already given chase. With 2 people giving chase, it meant that they had a clue. K7 quickly came out to hide and keep watch while the 4 Snowfield Brigade members inside moved quickly. The 4 of them were the suspected Chinese that the Snowfield Brigade was looking for. There was no need to suspect them. Just by looking at their faces, they knew that they were indeed Chinese and not people from other Asian countries. They were blinded by the bright light and didn't know that the people who came in were Chinese soldiers. "Tie up your eyes and hands." J5 rushed up like a cheetah after saying that. G3 and the other 2 all pulled out the leather belts on their waists, and a few close-range grappling techniques were used to capture the other party. The 4 targets were all blinded by the powerful light bullets. Not only were their eyes temporarily blinded, even their minds were blank. How did they get discovered? They had never left this place, and they were far away from the south. "Let go of me, you damn bastard." The target cursed in English, his tone arrogant and vicious. When his eyes were blindfolded and his hands were clasped behind his back, he began to struggle. Let go, do you know who we are? We are Chinese people, Chinese people. It would have been better if he didn't say that. Once he did, J5's eyes turned cold. His handsome face was fierce, and he punched the other party in the stomach. He also replied in English coldly, China and Pakistan have a good relationship. The Chinese people love peace. And you, terrorist. No, 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 we are hostages, we are hostages. Someone heard that the government soldiers could speak English and suddenly blurted out this sentence. J5 didn't hold back and punched this person in the face. He also found a desert eagle from the other party's waist. He ground his teeth and sneered in a standard New York accent, hostages? Hostages with a desert eagle? Fuck your hostages. Chapter 542. Another punch landed on the man's lower abdomen, causing him to cry out in pain. These were 4 young men, and the Snowfield Brigade had almost sacrificed their dearest comrades for them. Outside, Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan quickly searched for the other target who had escaped. Under such circumstances, he was still able to calmly escape and leave the other 4 behind. This person would be more useful than the other 4 if they caught him. Outside the wall, Yi Qian used one hand to draw a footprint. It was a man's footprint that was smaller than all the other messy footprints. When Xia Jinyuan came down, Yi Qian pursed her lips. These are the footprints left behind when he jumped down. Adult male, size 42 centimeters. The strain on his right foot is significantly reduced. He's either disabled or injured. Follow this trail of footsteps and chase after him. As a sniper, reconnaissance was a skill that she had to learn. Although her reconnaissance ability was not as good as AK-7, Yi Qian, who had been trained by a world-class sniper, was not that bad either. Xia Jinyuan loaded the M16 in his hand and said in a low voice, when you find him, shoot his feet until they're disabled. The fact that this person was able to escape from being surrounded meant that he had a certain level of reconnaissance ability. The government troops began to kill with all their might. Grenades had no eyes. Wherever they were thrown, there would be screams of pain. The shrapnel and glass shards were the second most lethal weapon. Some of the unlucky Al-Qaeda members were either injured for the second time or killed instantly when they hit them. This was Yi Qian's first time participating in such a large-scale battle. She was calm in the face of Xia Jinyuan, but when she saw the bodies that had been blasted into pieces by the grenades, she couldn't help but feel nauseous even though she was mentally prepared. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to stop and take a breather. She searched for the important target in the wind that was filled with the smell of blood. The footprints of the target were deep and shallow. After 2 turns, they disappeared in front of a bungalow. This was the scene where the Snowfield Brigade members had left after the battle. A few cold bodies were still lying crookedly in the corner of the wall. Behind them was blood splattered everywhere. His anti-reconnaissance ability was not bad, and he was bold and meticulous. After a fierce battle, no one would return to the scene to search, not even the special forces of the Shuayu Brigade. Neither of them walked through the main entrance. Whoever walked through the main entrance at this time would be courting death. After observing the terrain and confirming that the east side wasn't suitable for them to escape, Xia Jinyuan gestured for Yi Qian to dig out a few pieces of dirt from the wall and throw them inside. Then, Xia Jinyuan picked up a corpse, stood on top of the pile of dirt, and flipped the corpse over, pretending to be an injured Al-Qaeda member. Yi Qian had already hidden himself well and was paying attention to the movements in the room. When he heard a soft sound, he signaled to Xia Jinyuan to attack. The 2 of them quickly sneaked into the bungalow, guns in hand, and moved closer to the room. Through his night vision goggles, Yi Qian saw 2 gray robes hanging on a drying rack made of tree branches. He used the muzzle of his sniper rifle to gently roll up the 2 robes into his hands. He smiled at Xia Jinyuan, who was looking at him, and pointed at the door from which the soft sound came. The 2 of them approached from the left and the right. 1, 2, 3, break the door. The 2 people guarding the door kicked the old wooden door open. At the same time, Yi Qian threw the two robes inside. Gunshots came from inside the room and pierced through the two robes. The bullets shot out from the door and fiercely hit the wall outside. Long range. Large caliber. This was a sniper rifle. Chapter 543. Seeing that the bullets had traveled so far, the two of them fired blindly in the direction of the bullet's trajectory, suppressing the enemy's firepower. Under the cover of Xia Jinyuan, Yi Jian, who was on one knee, rolled into the room as soon as she entered. With the help of the night vision goggles, she saw a figure squatting beside a table in the green room. It was a man with deep facial features, dark skin, and short limbs. He was indeed holding a sniper rifle. Yi Qian's eyes narrowed slightly, and she aimed at the man's wrist and fired. The first shot hit the man's knee, and the second shot hit the man's right hand. The bullet penetrated his palm, and after the two shots, the man screamed in pain. He didn't scream after the two shots, and even when his bones were broken, he swallowed back his tears of blood. "How's the situation on your side?" Xia Jinyuan was tying the man's hands behind his back with a belt when J5's voice came through the earpiece. "We've pried out a truck with a full tank of gas. It's best to take the hostage and drive away." Yi Qian handed the sterile belt to Xia Jinyuan and reported their situation in English. "We've caught the target. He's a big fish and is useful. Where's the jeep? We can leave immediately." He then sprinkled some hemostatic medicine on the man who had been shot twice. As for the bullet, he didn't even think about it. It was already a mercy that he didn't shoot him to death. At this moment, all the firepower was concentrated in the south. There were still some stray bullets in the northwest, but it was a piece of cake for the Snowfield Brigade to get rid of these guys who were shooting blindly. The 5 guys that they wanted to secretly bring back to China didn't affect the speed of the Snowfield Brigade, but one of them was a little unlucky. A stray bullet hit him directly in the shoulder blade, and the bullet got stuck in his bone, causing him to scream in pain. The 5 of them had a piece of cloth stuffed in their mouths, and even if they wanted to speak, they had to spit out the thing in their mouths first. The truck was usually used by the Al-Qaeda members when they went out. When they found the parking lot, 2 of the tires were shot out, the windshield was shattered, and a row of bullet holes were ejected from the back of the truck. There were still dozens of bullets in the truck. Alert, guard against stray bullets, change the wheel, check the fuel tank. A series of tasks were done in an orderly manner and were carried out quickly. G3 held the wheel, and Yi Qian picked up a wrench and deftly removed the wheel. His movements were so skillful, he looked like a mechanic. G3 was stunned.